to Caruso. They win it with a three. 10 seconds left to go in the game. Tie it with a bucket. Gilgeous-Alexander has it at the midcourt circle. 5 seconds left to go against Westbrook. Puts it on the floor. He's down the lane. Layup no good. Rebound Watson. Jokic has it. And there's the horn. The Denver Nuggets shock the undefeated Oklahoma City Thunder. They beat them tonight by a final of 124 to 122. Man, Peyton Watson is so good on the defensive end. Makes a mistake at the free throw line and then comes and gets you on the defensive end.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
Not shocked at all. How many times does this team do something like that? Hey, you're facing an undefeated team. You got two of your starters out of the lineup. You guys stand no chance, dub. I mean, every time, right? It's pretty amazing that they continue to just overcome the adversity in a game where you're told they don't have a chance.
With 7 freaking dudes!
I mean, that was the starting point. For as much as there's, we need a term for this, by the way. For years around here, it's been Nug Life, which was always in a negative context. That even when things were going well, something bad was just creeping up behind you, ready to just take out your throat. So what's the term for whatever the Nuggets do on nights like that? Don't have a chance, playing a really good opponent, no way they should win, and they do. Because that needs to have its own term, too. You make a starting lineup out of Westbrook, Christian Brown, Michael Porter Jr., Peyton Watson, and Nikola Jokic. Jokic with another triple-double, 23, 20, and 16. You know, I mentioned this beforehand, especially not with the other guys out of the lineup, specifically Jamal, where you can't run two-man game and have that sort of threat that you usually have within the offense. I think this is a pretty tough matchup for Joker because OKC is by far, by the way, best defensive team in the NBA, and they have that freak that plays in the middle that is tall and lanky and pretty athletic, that is capable of just swatting balls around the rim. Jokic, I think, has a little bit of trouble with how tall and athletic and young the Oklahoma City Thunder is, in the sense that he just doesn't shoot as efficiently as he typically does. Like everything else, I mean, getting 23 points, 20 boards, 16 assists is wild. I think Malone said it after the game, it was the best defensive game of his career. I thought Jokic was great on the defensive side of the floor. But I'm just talking strictly shooting 9 of 20. Like, that's not what Jokic does. Jokic goes out and he shoots 55 to 60% every single night. But outside of that, when guys are missing from the lineup, you need help. And the help was there yesterday. Christian Brown has been absolutely magnificent this entire year. Like a straight-up grade A baller on both sides of the floor. Christian's averaging 16 points per game on 54% from the field and 46.5% from three. Literally could not ask him to do anything more, especially knowing what he does on the defensive side. On top of that, you get a game in which Michael Porter Jr. has a really good night from three. Started off slow in the first half and then went crazy in the second, putting up 24 points. 6 of 10 from three. But you get the big-time Russell Westbrook experience last night, where that reminded me a lot of like Oklahoma City Russell Westbrook. Incredibly aggressive and quick to the rim, finishing at the rim, getting contact and getting to the free throw line. And you know what? When they sagged off of him and said, I dare you to shoot that three, he was 3 of 4 from three-point range. Like all the things, all of the sort of boxes you needed to check off to pull an upset like that last night, you did. And it was, I think, by far their best game of the year. I'm not even talking about most surprising best win. I'm talking about that was a pretty complete performance. Yes, you gave up 120 again, and the defense does have some work. But one, Oklahoma City's really good. And two, you're out your best defender in Aaron Gordon. I'll accept it. No, in a game, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander he's a weird guard. He's very quick, gets to the rim really well, has the ability to dish it out if he runs into trouble, but he's a finisher. So he was 10 of 19 on the floor for 28 points. The thing that was really hurting you was the three-point ball, but you were able to keep up in that game. The Thunder was 16 of 40, you were 16 of 38. But those guys like Isaiah Joe and is it Jalen Williams? I forget. They have too many Williams on that team. Jalen Williams. It's like you leave him open, he knocks down the shot. I'm highly encouraged by that. Now, I have a couple of questions. So because you elevated, obviously, Westbrook to the starting lineup at point, and you put Peyton Watson in the starting lineup as your 4 instead of Aaron Gordon, the bench unit was 3 deep. Strawther got 27 minutes. Hunter Tyson got 19. Zeke Naji got 10. Nobody else played. DeAndre Jordan, Dario Saric, no one. I'm curious at why that is. Because then again, you get to a place to where Porter's playing 41 minutes last night, Jokic is playing 39, Christian Brown playing 37. You know, I think in games like that, you really want to win against a good opponent, and you're willing to maybe sell some things out a little bit more, then yeah, you can do this occasionally, but you can't be doing this the entire absence of Aaron Gordon. You got to be willing to put Dario Saric back in the lineup and say, well, what do you got? I think you're going to have to play DJ more than maybe you would like to or ideally you thought you were going to before the season started. Because you can't do this every single night. But I think for a game like that, you wanted to go out and maybe sell out for a night and just say, you know what we really need is a win against a good opponent. And you were in the game against a 7-0 basketball team. Fine. Especially with the way the guys were playing. Like, I thought everybody played well. Peyton wasn't great again, but he's so good on the defensive side, and he's so lanky, and his ability to get blocks is so huge. Think what you want about the finish to the game. I mean, it starts with what? You got 2 free throws to ice the game, and you miss both of them. Now, you make up for it and then some with the block on Gilgeous-Alexander before the clock expires. But I think you were still waiting to see a little bit more out of him, a little bit more consistent presence. And the thing with Watson that I always have to remind myself is the dude has barely played. Like, he barely played in college. He didn't play his rookie season, essentially. He played in games. He got about 18 minutes a game last year. And now expecting him to jump into a bigger role, it's still like his progression has started at a lower place than most people. Like, it's not Christian Brown, who was like 3-year starter at a national champion in Kansas, jumps into the league and immediately becomes a rotational player and gets 20-some minutes a game. Like, that hasn't been his story. But Christian, I think what's buoyed him in getting him to this place this fast is the experience that he gathered under his belt for the years prior. You know, they're around the same age, but as far as real game time in big situations, it's different. But God, you needed a win last night in a I wouldn't say a really bad way, but it's just, you needed a feel-good moment this year. Every win has been like a giant exhale, like, okay, thank God we got that done. Whew. I mean, what? Outside of Utah, hasn't every game come down to like last shot, does the guy make it or miss it sort of situation? Happened against Toronto twice. Brooklyn, I can't remember the very finish of that game, but it was close. Thunder game, obviously. Yeah. And even in games you lost, T-Wolves and Clippers, you felt like you were just on the opposite side of that, where you had a shot and you would miss. So anyway, I loved it, what I saw last night. From just a pure effort and grit standpoint, that's exactly what you want to see. And I'm sure Michael Malone was happy as hell after that game because you got contributions from almost everybody. You know, like Hunter Tyson finishes the game with 2 points. But I still feel like you felt the hustle that he put on the floor. And you want to talk about somebody who's pretty raw, like Hunter Tyson's pretty raw still. But the big thing with Malone is, can you give me just balls out effort? If you do that, then we're going to be fine. Julian Strawther, not a great game yesterday, but again, he had some effort plays. The putback dunk late in the game was huge. Knocking down shots, which is his job essentially off the bench, just he wasn't on it last night. That's going to happen sometimes. But can you make up for it in other places? And I thought he did. I thought he's really good at finding open guys. I mean, hell, man, he had 6 assists in 27 minutes. So he's able to do some other things to help the team. Got some big boards, by the way, a couple of offensive rebounds. It was the type of effort that was 1,000% necessary if you're going to beat a team like Oklahoma City last night. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Nuggets now improve to 5-3 on the year as they embark on this really tough stretch for the rest of this month. So coming up next is going to be the Heat tomorrow at Ball Arena. The Heat sort of floundering right now. Can't really find a footing. Same type of roster that they've had when the Nuggets faced them in the NBA Finals. You know, the same typical names of Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero, those kind of guys. But they just haven't been uber consistent. But still provide a really tough test, and then you kind of move on and you get into this stretch of Mavericks at New Orleans, Grizzlies twice, Mavericks again, at LA, New York. Like, you get a whole bunch of tough games down the stretch. So, I think it's a nice confidence booster last night to know that even understaffed and having guys, big-time players like Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray out of the lineup, you can still beat what was the elite of the elite in the NBA, an undefeated team going into last night. All right. Getting closer to the weekend. A couple of huge games with some major implications. I think this weekend, there's a sentence that applies to both the Buffs and the Broncos, where essentially I feel like it's do or die for both. I'll explain next. All right, somebody used a sentence that I think applies to both teams. One for certain. You can't even deny that for one of these two teams in the Buffs and Broncos, this is for sure. The other one is, look, we can argue and quibble about it, but I think I'm right on this. I think this weekend is the difference between making the playoffs or not for both teams. I truly think if the Buffs win out in one way or another, they will be in playoff positioning. Whether that means that this leads to an easier 3-game stretch towards the end of the year in which you went out and you get fortunate enough for Iowa State to lose again, you make a Big 12 championship game, or that you just went out and it puts you right in that top 12 type of territory in which you get an at-large bid. Like, I think that beating Texas Tech can do that for you. And everybody's going to talk about, oh, yeah, well, where's their big wins on the year? And I'm fully admit, like, they don't have very much of them. They have okay wins. They get ones that are like, yeah, not bad. Like, they got those. But they don't have a marquee win. They don't even have a win against a team that's in the top 25. But there is no doubt in my mind a push that is outside of football argument that will buoy the chances of CU making the playoff. There is not one TV executive that exists out there, whether it's ESPN, Fox, CBS, you name it, that wouldn't be like, I'm sorry, what'd you say? Did you say CU in OSU in the first round of the postseason? Yeah, I'll take that. Take all of my money, actually. I will do whatever it takes to put that on my airwaves. I don't think there's any doubt that there will be some kind of push. Now, will it be enough? Who knows? But they're going to be in the conversation. Like, we're going to be watching. If CU wins out, we'll watch with bated breath that final CFP selection show. But that one's obvious. Like, you have to win out to even have a chance for either of these things to happen. On the Broncos side, you're a 5-4 football team right now. The difference between being 6-4 and 5-5 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's massive. And here's the reason why. If you're 5-5, to make the postseason, I'm going to say you got to get to 10 wins. So that means for the rest of the season, if you are 5-5, you need to finish 5-2 if you lose to Kansas City. That's Falcons, Raiders, Browns, Colts, Chargers, Bengals, Chiefs. Is it possible to do that? Yeah, it's possible. I would put it in the highly unlikely category. If the Bengals continue to win that Week 17 game that you're going to have, or I guess for your purposes, the 16th game on your schedule, at Cincinnati is going to be huge implications for guys like Joe Burrow. They're going to pull out all the stops. You still got to play the Chargers in L.A., the Chiefs, maybe you get lucky enough to where they rest all of their starters the final week of the season. Who knows? But got the Falcons, like there's a whole bunch of games with major implications that you would like to have some breathing room in. But I'll go back to something yesterday. I don't care if people think I'm stupid on this. It happens all the time. But I said this day one that I got here and turned on this microphone. You can think my takes are stupid, but it's how I truly feel. And this is how I truly feel. The Broncos-Chiefs game, to me, is a 50-50 proposition. I think it's a coin flip game. In 8 wins for the Chiefs this year, 6 have been within one possession. If it's a one-possession game, you got a shot to win. It's just a matter of can you close a game out or not. Now, Chiefs, elite at closing the game out. Elite. But I don't see, this is, to go back to college football, something I couldn't stand about the college football playoff system or the BCS system is that year to year, it's like, guess what, guys? It's a brand new year, and whatever happened last season doesn't matter. And I go, well, that's just not true. You very obviously give teams big time passes for what they accomplished in years prior. Happens all the time. You don't think that Bama at some point during this CFP run that they've been on has gotten the benefit of the doubt for losing a game or two? You don't think Georgia has? You don't think it's been held against teams like Florida State last year who went unbeaten? Like, of course it does. And I think the same thing's kind of happening with the Chiefs. Because the Chiefs are two-time defending Super Bowl champions and they have Patrick Mahomes under center, we have an idea of what we think the Chiefs should be as opposed to what they are for the moment. And what they are right now is a really, really good defensive football team that's doing barely enough on offense. And obviously that's good enough to win 8 games. That's not good enough to be some unbeaten, unstoppable force. And when you match that up with you also having a good defense in a game in which they cannot do to you what Baltimore did, can you play a sound football game where you don't turn the ball over? Because if you do that, I think you win. Here's Bo Nix on playing the Chiefs.
You got to score points against a team like this and, get a lead, because a one-possession lead, a one-score game, they've been known to, come back and make it a game and win the game. They don't just keep it games, they win games. And, one, I think, valuable thing about them is they're not talked about being in one-score games and all this kind of stuff. They're known for winning those one-score games. And so that's what makes, a championship team. That's why they've won, is because they win the close ones. And in the NFL, you play close ones every week. So
it's the best thing their offense does. The Chiefs have not scored 30 points the entire year with the exception of last week where it took overtime to do it, an overtime TD to do it. You're going to be in this ballgame. But can you make the proper plays to try and close it out? So we got something else I want to play here in a second, but we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala, and it's time for a keyword. Send this keyword and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter the keyword for this hour's. We'll do one every hour. The keyword here, MPJ. Text in MPJ and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll call a name at 11:30. If we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If that person doesn't call back, we'll announce another name. And the Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event. It's hosted by Nuggets, Avs, and more, where you get your chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com to get your tickets. And there are less than 100 left, so act now. But every hour, we're giving away a keyword.
And this is the usual deal where you only need to get one keyword right to qualify, but the more keywords you get, the more chances you have.
Exactly.
So let's see.
Right.
Let's see. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 6 keywords?
Six keywords that you're going to have before they call a name at 11:30. So, speaking of, the people announcing that will be Raj in Sanford. I guess Raj decided to call me an idiot yesterday. So let's hear that.
Yeah, and for any of you sickos like myself that listened to the entirety of the morning show and heard an entire segment about my crazy take about the Broncos beating the Chiefs, God forbid somebody in the local media believes in the local team that's in a playoff race.
Oh, I mean,
stand
it kind of is.
very strongly on that take. So
It
you know
kind
what,
of is.
Moj and Vic, you guys can eat it because I stand on that.
Lump me in with those guys. I think you and Brett Kane are delusional.
Okay, all right.
Brett's waking up this morning trying to give me stats that say that Bo Nix is statistically better, than Mahomes, therefore can
Insane.
beat him this weekend.
Never said that.
Right now,
I guess.
right now, and you just
I hope it happens,
I don't know
but
if
I'm
you
not
just-
banking on it.
that you saw it this morning. It was released, the odds-on favorite for Rookie of the Year by a journalist. I believe it was the 33rd team or whatever that thinks that Bo Nix is a bottom 5 quarterback in the NFL. But also, they think he is number 2 in terms of Rookie of the Year at this point. Okay, now with that being said, Bo Nix right now is second in the National Football League with plays that he's produced of 20 yards or more. He's got 33 of them, only second to Lamar Jackson. And when I saw that stat, I was like, you got to be kidding me. It just doesn't seem right. But guess what? A stat is a stat. Analytics are analytics. And he is responsible for the second most plays in the National Football League of 20 or more yards.
So, Raj, let me clarify something. And it was hard for me to get the full point out because when I was in the middle of 3 words into a sentence, Vic and Mo started yelling at me, so it was hard to understand. I'll clarify my stance now that I'm alone. The reason I brought up, and I think I said it incorrectly yesterday, I think I said passing touchdowns. I meant total touchdowns. Total touchdowns scored on the year by Bo Nix and Patrick Mahomes are the same. Mahomes has thrown 9 interceptions this season, which is far more than what Bo Nix has thrown. The reason I brought that up is not to say that Bo Nix is as good or better than Mahomes. That would be insane. I bring that up to tell you the Mahomes that we've known from years past and the Chiefs' offense that we've known from years past is not the one that's there this season. Are they somewhere inside and they've just never shown themselves yet? I guess. But we've had 8 games and I haven't seen it once. And that's just to give you an idea that you're going to be in the football game and it's not going to look like Baltimore. The Chiefs have been beneficiaries of a lot of weird things happening this year too, by the way. You can take it all the way back to week 1. Remember when they played Baltimore and Isaiah Likely's toe was touching his toenail was touching the end line of the end zone? For a potential game tire, there's one. You win the coin toss last week in OT, there's 2. A couple of pass interference calls late in games that go the Chiefs' favor, there's a couple more. They've needed some bounces to go their way. Could they get those every week? I guess they could.
And let's also get one thing straight. It's plays created of 20 or more yards. That's not passing. I would bet my bottom dollar that the majority of those are scrambles. I don't think they're 20-yard passing plays.
You know what? Not to sound like Billy Bean on Moneyball, I want him to get on base. Do I give a damn if it's a hit or a walk? It all counts the same.
Oh, yeah, no, we can recreate Bo Nix in the aggregate. That's absolutely.
Now, I would say where it's not the same, Nelly, is if you're building up a lot of those plays because you're getting your doors blown off and it's the fourth quarter and they're playing soft defense and you do it that way, then that's different. But I don't think that's a lot of what Bo Nix has done. I feel like people are scared of what the Chiefs have been offensively. Again, their defense is incredible. That's the thing that scares me. Like, do I think the Chiefs have an opportunity to hold the Broncos to like 10 points? Yeah, maybe. Their Chiefs is crazy, or their Chiefs. Their defense is crazy good. But Texture says he must not have watched last week. Talking about Kansas City. Yeah, the offense that put up 24 points that almost lost to a Bucs team with everybody that's in a MASH unit. Like, this is me being realistic. I think I'm being realistic here. And I think everybody else that is trying to convince me that the Chiefs are some unstoppable force, I don't think you're seeing how they're doing it. The Chiefs put up 384 total yards of offense last week. 384.
Once again, Brett, don't make me hit the Ric Flair.
But to be the man, gotta beat the man.
And the Chiefs are still the man. That's why Broncos country isn't hopping on the bandwagon like you are.
Oh, but hang on. I haven't even gone to the place where I said, hey, book it, the Broncos are winning this game. I said I think it's a coin flip. You want to know why? Because virtually every week, teams who've played Kansas City have been coin flip games. They've just, to go to Mark Mosier's roulette reference, it hit red for like the 8th time in a row. That's it. There's things the Broncos do against an offense that looks like it's still trying to figure itself out. Now, will I admit they looked a little bit better with DeAndre Hopkins in the lineup? Yeah, they did. They had an actual threat out there at wide receiver. Makes a difference. I also think that a young PS2 can put the clamps on a little bit better than the secondary that Tampa Bay's working with for a 32-year-old wide receiver. I also think that. I think the Broncos' ability to get interior pressure with guys like Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers and throw it in the face of Patrick Mahomes can make a difference. Stop the run, don't turn the ball over, and I think you're going to go into the fourth quarter with a really good shot to win. If that sounds insane to you, then okay.
Sounds like you're on the weed.
I don't know how much clearer of a case I can present. If you want to reject it, then there's nothing else I can say to you. Nothing else. But I don't buy, like, this point spread being 8 points. I don't buy that at all. And if you guys think I'm just being some homer honk, what did I say last week, Nelly? Can you remind the people before we got to Baltimore what I thought could happen that weekend? Wasn't it exactly what happened?
You thought that it might rain pancakes? I don't know. What was your take? I don't know what your take was.
Well, you're here every day. I thought you might have heard it.
You think I listened to this show? I don't listen to you. I don't even know what I say.
I said there's a pretty good opportunity that the Broncos get boat raced last week. And that's what happened.
And by the way,
this isn't blind faith in the Broncos because I want to make you guys feel good. Okay? That's not what it is.
Which effect should I have ready anytime we mention the honks? Should I go with this? Like a car horn?
I kind of like that.
Or should I go for more of the...
What about the cartoonish clown honk?
That's the one I'm looking for, and I got to wait through an unskippable ad here.
Okay.
And then let's see.
Yeah, I like that one better.
So anytime we mention the Bo honks or the Dion honks, it's just...
Well, see, here's a text that I get. And it's not even honks. Like, I understand why people are scared. Kansas City's whipped your ass for like 8 years. Like, I get it. But a texter says, Brett, you're right, but it's less about the Broncos and more about the Chiefs. I'm telling you the opposite. Like, yes, it's more about the Chiefs, and I'm telling you it's more about the Chiefs not looking the way that they have in the past few years. Oh, a good auga. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Is that the reason I feel like the Broncos got a coin flip shot to win this game is because the Chiefs, at least offensively, again, their defense is a completely different animal. Offensively is not the same beast that we've seen when Mahomes was putting up 50 touchdowns a year. He's got 11 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. Like, for example, if I gave you blind resume and I said, this offense give you all the numbers with their quarterback play, you would say, yeah, the offense is all right, not great. That's what you would tell me. And I'm trying to convey that in a way where I'm like, blind taste test, Coke or Pepsi, what's better? And you're like, I'm a Coke guy. And I go, would you just taste it? Because maybe you think Pepsi's better this time. Maybe. Ooh, like a geese honk. That one's not bad, too. Because they come in a gaggle. You know me, I like my group names of animals. And if you... Actually, Nelly, let's go with that one because I can say gaggle of geese.
So you can say we got a gaggle of Bo honks?
Yes. But I feel like, am I the honk in this situation? Is that what people are trying to say?
I have no idea. Maybe they're calling you a Broncos honk because you think that the Broncos have a puncher's chance of beating the Chiefs. Sometimes the honk narrative gets a little spun out of control. I don't know who's honking at whom with what.
Well, I'm just like, again, I'll give you guys my thoughts in back-to-back weeks. I thought you could get your butts kicked last week, and you did. And I'm saying you got a coin flip shot to win. Take the Zin can. You know what? This will decide where I'm at. Nelly, if it lands Zin side up, then the Broncos win. Zin side down, the Broncos lose. Let's just do this right now and get this out of the way.
All right, here we go.
1, 2, 3. All All right, so the Broncos are going to lose.
The Zin has spoken.
The Zin has spoken. I really wish I didn't do that.
Do you want to get a second opinion from this Magic 8 Ball?
Yeah, give me the Magic 8 Ball.
All right, Magic 8 Ball. Will the Broncos beat the Chiefs? Does Brett Kane have a shred of sanity? Let's see. Whoop. There's that thing where it's stuck on the edge, and you got to... Better not tell you now. The 8 Ball does not want to question
I
the
like
Zin.
that answer.
It is decided.
I like that answer. All right, 303-504-0925. Back after this. Okay, can I ask just a general, I don't know if it's a philosophical question or if it's just more of a mentally how you're made up type of thing. Because I was thinking about this. Everybody does the stupid, all right, the NFL weekend's done. Here is my power rankings and top 5, top 10. Okay, fine.
You mean like a stock up, stock down type deal?
It's different. That's genius. But power rankings specifically, Nelly, because of this. Here's what makes the stock up, stock down different, if you'll allow me. Power rankings are the easiest thing for people to do because this is how most people do them. Let me go to the standings. I'll look at win-loss record, and the teams with the least losses go the highest. And that's not how I view it. Or they'll say, well, they played earlier in the year, so this team won. That means that team's better. I don't buy it. And I'll give you a pretty good example that I think most of you would agree with. Nelly, do you believe that the CU Buffs are better than the Nebraska Cornhuskers?
As it stands right now, absolutely.
Well, why? They
you know
lost to them earlier this year.
Any day of the week and twice on Sunday, I believe that the Buffs are better than the Huskers. I'd rather be dead than red, Brett.
You know what I'm getting at, though. Despite you losing to them early this season,
Yeah, right.
You're better than Nebraska is.
Now, yes.
Just because a team has the least amount of losses, that does not immediately make me think that they are the best team in the league. I think that's lazy. If two teams matched up against each other right now, who would win? That's what tells me what power rankings are. So, for example, I'll take a team. How about this? There is a 6-3 Atlanta Falcons team that is leading the NFC South and pretty good. And Nelly, I present you a 4-4 Rams team. If I were doing an NFL power rankings, the Rams would be higher than the Falcons despite the record difference because I think if they played each other, the Rams now win. And I think people get blinded by, what do you mean Kansas City hasn't lost? And I go, okay, so you think they're the best team in the league? And look, there's an argument for it for sure. Again, their defense, incredible. But I think matchup-wise, the matchup that the Broncos had against the Ravens was way worse than the one against the Chiefs. Way worse. It applies to every sport, by the way. How many times does Nikola Jokic talk about it? You get to the postseason's about matchups. Yeah, it is. I feel like when people do this, it's the easiest thing that they can do. Now, here's the difference when it comes to college football, because I've made the argument in college football, if you're an unbeaten team, you deserve a shot at the title. The difference is there's 132 teams in that league, and it's so hard to do comparison shopping for 132 different teams. So if you don't lose a game, I feel like you should have a shot to win a championship. That's why I was unhappy about the Florida State thing last year. Because you have actual, real, tangible evidence for most games in the NFL of how you can compare teams across the board. And they don't do it by, you know who makes the playoffs? Who I think is the best team. They do it with a certain set of standards. You win your division, you make the postseason. If you don't win your division, but you have the best record outside of your division, then you get the wild card spot. If you're tied with another team that didn't win their division and has the same record as you, then it goes to conference tiebreaker, whatever their next step is. Texture says, why is it worse? Ravens' defense is terrible, and the Broncos still couldn't score. How did the Broncos do against teams with good defenses? I'm the person that's trying to argue to you that the Ravens' defense is better than they get credit for. I don't think they're the worst pass defense in the league. I think they show up, yardage-wise, as the worst pass defense because they allow points at the end of games when they're up 41-10 like they were against the Broncos. That's what I think happens. But again, it's matchup stuff. We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala today. And again, if you guys missed the keyword from this morning, the other ones are going to come on the 20s again. So 720, 820, and 920. The keyword for the 6 o'clock hour is MPJ. So text in MPJ and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Step back, Jay Kaboom.
And we'll call a name at 11:30. And if we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If you don't, we'll call another name and keep going until somebody actually grabs them. But we announce the winner to go to that Mile High Dreams Gala at 11:30.
And those are the keywords for our show. You said 720, 820, 920. But then after us, there will still be another keyword
At 10:20
and
11:20.
11:20. So you can
Yes.
get in right at the buzzer before they call a name at 11:30, and that 5-minute clock begins.
So this takes us all the way through Raj in Sanford. So, real quick, and what is this? I'm looking at my 9 News television this morning, and I'm seeing Mark Mosier is doing a quick hit
Is he
on 9 News before he jumps on this show.
live from the peg?
He's live from the peg, it seems like, yeah.
Is that another 9 News game tonight? Is that why he's on it previewing?
I believe it is. They have a countdown on 9 News, so I'm assuming that yes, the answer is yes to that. Look, man, I'm just a lowly radio guy. I know the radio happenings around here. And I can tell you that the game is going to be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 tonight with pregame at 5:30. That's all that I know.
With Connor McGahey on the call.
So, speaking of the Winnipeg game, we talked to Bednar yesterday, gave us some updates. Hopefully, we're going to get Jonathan Drouin with a chance to play in this game tonight. So we'll see about that. But as the Avs start to trickle closer and closer to healthy, I mean, look, you're about a week away, maybe a little over a week from the Val Nichushkin being back in the lineup. So things are looking up for the Avs. Continue to play some good hockey, rack up some points while you can. But things are looking good for where the Avs are at. You can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Shop Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Denver leads it by 4. Here's SGA. 20 seconds to go. SGA on the high right side. Turns on Jokic. Shoves him out of the way. Layup is up and in. Denver leads it by 2. They got a foul, and they do with Peyton Watson. So now Peyton Watson will go to the free throw line. And he needs to make 2. Free throw number 1. Missed it. Cannot miss this one. They can win it with a 3. Second free throw for Peyton Watson to put Denver up 3. No good. Rebound, Joker, lost it to Caruso. They win it with a 3. 10 seconds left to go in the game. Tie it with a bucket. Gilgeous-Alexander has it at the midcourt circle. 5 seconds left to go against Westbrook. Puts it on the floor. He's down the lane. Layup no good. Rebound Watson. Jokic has it. And there's the horn. The Denver Nuggets shock the undefeated Oklahoma City Thunder. They beat them tonight by a final of 124 to 122. Man, Peyton Watson is so good on the defensive end. Makes a mistake at the free throw line and then comes and gets you on the defensive end.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself.
So, I mean, very obviously the best win of the year. I mean, we all know that. But I'll say this, Vic. I think beyond the best win of the year, I think it was the closest thing to Nuggets basketball that I've seen all year.
Yeah, they scored. And, this is a Oklahoma City team, Brett, that came into that game giving up an average of 96 points a game. Best defense
insane.
in the league. Best defense by far. The only team to hold opponents to under 100. And the Nuggets carved them up for 122. And they did it without 2 starters.
I know. I think I saw the graphic I think it was sometime in the third quarter from Marlo and Scotty, where it was their defensive rating on the year was like 93.
Yeah.
The next closest team was like 106.
Yeah,
it was something
insane.
crazy like
They're a
that.
great defensive team. They drive you crazy on the other side because all they do is drive and kick, drive and kick, drive and kick, and they're very adept
efficient.
at it.
Yeah.
Very good. They're deep. They're loaded. They got it all. That was the most satisfying win of the year. Satisfying is the word because that team has owned you. They won 4 straight at Ball Arena before last night, 4 in a row. And what did I tell you yesterday? I have a feeling the Nuggets are going to win this game.
Well, it's just like, it's the least shocking thing in the world, isn't it?
It's what they do.
If you could bottle up, if you could somehow convince the Nuggets every night that, guys, you stand no chance to win.
They're a better
They
underdog
would go
team.
82-0.
That's why last year, I'm telling you, something was off. This team plays better when you count them out. This team plays better when they're not expected to win.
Yeah.
It's just the way they're built. It's the way they're wired. And how about a kudos to Russell Westbrook, who did something last night he did not do a single time last year. Back-to-back 20-point performances. Never did that in L.A. Never did it. He's done it now in Denver. And he led the energy move in the third quarter.
I know that this is not a sustainable thing for him. Just at this point in his career, he's not going to do stuff like that every night. But I'm just telling you right now, Vic, that gave me like Oklahoma City Westbrook vibes last night. Just the style that he played, which was aggressive. I'm going to attack and finish. And if I don't finish, I'm going to get fouled, go to the foul line. And if somebody sinks off me for a 3, I'm going to knock it down.
I got to shoot it. I had the privilege of eavesdropping on the huddles last night because I did sideline for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been in the business a long time. He is the most vocal sideline leader I've ever heard. Ever. Every single time out, he is just going off. And I don't know if that's just like an early season thing. I don't know if it's
I
just.
think that's just him.
But he's getting into players' faces. He's telling them no effing layups on the defensive side. No effing layups. He's giving them a toughness. He's giving them a veneer, something that I haven't seen. Now, does it always work? No. Did it work last night? You're damn skippy it did.
Everybody, by the way, I think pulled their weight last night. And look, we're 5.5 minutes into the show, Vic, and we're just breezing over Nikola Jokic's, 23-point, 20 rebound, 16 assist game. Yeah, whatever. Of course. But we'll get to Jokic in a second because I've said this before, I don't know if Christian Brown can play better in the role that he's been given than what he's doing right now. I really don't on both sides of the basketball.
He's exceeded all expectations. He's added a confident three-point stroke to his game. I teased him last night. Are you a 3-point specialist now? And he said, dude, they're leaving me wide open. And they've left me open all season.
We'll continue to do that, and he's not going to be open anymore.
And he's going to make them pay.
Yeah.
And he's doing a little bit of everything. There are so many, because I'm doing the post-game interview. I was like, who do I interview? There's so many people I could talk to after this game.
Yeah.
Could have been Christian Brown. Could have been Peyton Watson with the theatrics. And, to be able to miss 2 free throws like that, and when he missed, you could tell. They missed from the get-go. They were not close.
Yeah.
They were not close. But to get back, it was last December, Brett. If you remember, Oklahoma City came to town. Tie game. Ball in the hands of SGA. He's got Peyton Watson guarding him. Takes him to the hole, pulls up, jumper, win. This year, although he's not his primary defender, Peyton Watson comes up with the secure block of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So a year later, he has learned, and he's gotten better. And that's all you want from your young players, to get better.
I was curious to see how they're handling the non-AG lineup, and it felt like last night was a conscious decision, I think, by Michael Malone to say, hey, we're just going to sell out tonight and try and get a big win against a good
100%.
team. I don't think he's going to be playing 3 deep off the bench with this many injuries for long.
Not in November.
But I think that's fine for last night. One thing I think flies under the radar, and I know there's a very hot and cold sort of temperature with Nuggets fans and Michael Porter Jr., who was good last night, 6 of 10 from 3. Had a really good second half, I should say. First half, he was pretty invisible. The fact that we can just rely on MPJ, and I'm going to knock on wood when I say this, but to healthily play 41 minutes a night if you need him to, is a pretty wild development from where we started.
The knock on MPJ for Nuggets fans in the last few years. Follow me on this one, Nuggets fans. Well, he gets off to a quick start. He'll hit 4 threes in the first, and then come crunch time, you just don't hear from him.
Mm-hmm.
Last night was the opposite.
Yep.
Last night he had 3 points in the first half and then went off in the second half. His second half is a big reason the Nuggets won that game.
Sure.
You cannot leave him open. He will hurt you.
Well, I said this after, the first couple of games of the year where he was, I don't remember what he was shooting. It was terrible from 3. And I go, guys, he's a good shooter. It'll even out. I go, he'll be shooting 40% soon. You know what he's shooting from 3 right now? 40% on the dot. Like, this is just kind of who he is. You can run hot and cold as a shooter. Julian Strother shot the ball poorly last night.
Yeah.
But I think Strother did some things, which you have to do if you're a shooter who's off, which made up for it. I thought he dished out some good passes. The putback dunk was huge in that game.
The entry pass to CB late in the game that people, you may have forgotten about it, but it was an outstanding pass that gave CB a layup. All right, so we're talking about all these players, and we're sitting here, praising the role players. And then you go to Nikola Jokic's box score.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder where people in this world would even have the colognes to compare him to Karl Anthony Towns.
Mm-hmm.
That's the latest thing, right? Karl Anthony Towns.
It's always something new,
It's always
isn't
something. It's always something.
I'm a freak of nature. And
Nikola Jokic last night put up a box score that if you saw this around the NBA, you'd go, wait, what? Excuse me? 23 points, 20 rebounds, 16 assists, 3 steals, 2 block shots.
Didn't Malone say it was the best defensive game he's seen him play in a while?
He said it's the best all-around, most complete game he's seen him play in quite some time. Complete game. This goes up there with that Game 5 against Minnesota in the playoffs last year where he humbled Rudy and everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's that kind of game. But he did this knowing full well, if you watched last night, in the first half, they were collapsing on him every time he touched the ball.
Yeah.
Joker would have the ball, full collapse, and nobody would make shots. Second half, the offense got going a little bit. Spacing got better. Russell Westbrook said, screw this. I'll go myself. And look what happened. The assists came, the rebounds came, everything followed. I spoke to Joker after the game, Nelly, if you want to hit that button, please, because you pay attention. You know the old microphone battles he has in postgame? So this guy's there with a microphone on his camera, and Joker starts talking, and I think he lifted his hand to cough or something. Microphone just falls off the camera and goes everywhere, and just it was hilarious. Typical Joker moment. Listen.
Energy in the third quarter, you're down 16, and all of a sudden you turn it on. Who do you credit for that?
I mean, us, the group. I mean, I think something happened.
You broke another microphone. Joker just broke another microphone.
No, it's not. I mean, we were down 15 and more, and then I'm gonna have half of the first 7 games, 8 games. I don't know how many games we played, but we always find a way. You know, I told yesterday or 2 days ago we're going to put up the fight, and we did. We didn't give up. Yes, we missed a couple of players, but guys stepped up and played hard, especially on defensive end, especially in the second half, and that's how we got the win.
They got the win all right.
He's I just sent something to Nelly. We'll play it later in the show, but it was the NBA TV post-game stuff that was going on. So I forget who it is. It's Grant Hill and Sam Mitchell.
Yeah.
And Sam Mitchell, after talking about Jokic's game, just says, he's laughing. And he goes, is he the MVP again? Probably. Because I don't know what more you can do. And this is what's so funny that you bring up the Karl Anthony Towns stuff. Yeah. I've maintained this for about 5 straight years now when Jokic has been in these MVP conversations.
By the way, he played sick last night, if you couldn't tell.
He sounds like he traded noses with you.
I think he gave me what he's got or vice versa.
So he's got the Himalayan range in there now?
Uh-huh.
When it comes to Karl Anthony Towns or Embiid or whoever else they're doing the comparisons with now, I've thought for 5 years, players don't give him, for the most part, at least the vocal ones that you hear on a podcast that make these stupid arguments. He makes everything look so easy that they don't believe in his skills and talents.
They don't.
Like, you said it last night, Vic. He's being doubled every time he touches the ball.
Yeah.
And he's always making the proper play. He might bully his way through for a layup. He might kick it out to somebody wide open for a 3. And they're like, oh, but it looked easy. It's not. But it's not easy.
No. He got fouled a lot last night and got no whistle, by the way. Chet Holmgren just hacked him on a layup. And I want to see the other side of the ball real quick, because Oklahoma City has an outstanding player in their own right, okay? This guy was second in the MVP voting, SGA.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying this because he plays for them, and I'm not saying this to be bitter towards Joker. I don't know how much more of the foul baiting I can take with him, because he plays a certain style that I mentioned it to the guys in the postgame. I walked in, I go, this dude is a witch. He's amazing. He had 28. You can't, but it's just not visually pleasing to me. I don't like what it's James Harden-esque.
I was going to say, he's like Harden. It's, I go to the rim and
throw my body into you.
I'm going to, if this microphone is the defender's hand, I'm going to take my gather and push it into it.
It's not even his arms. It's his entire chest. It's his neck. Peyton Watson said what makes him so hard to guard, he's got the fastest deceleration in the NBA. Deceleration.
Yeah.
He'll come 100 miles an hour, and he's able to decelerate, but at that time, your body, you've lost all momentum, and you're going to foul him. He lives off of that.
Westbrook used to do that all the time, where he's on a dead sprint, and then he just pulls up for a jumper on the stop of a dime. By the way, as I watch Westbrook more and more, he's 35, right?
Yes.
He's a year older than me. I don't think he's lost a touch of athleticism. Like, he is still so incredibly fast.
That dunk?
And furious.
Did you expect that dunk?
No.
Yeah.
But a 35-year-old man is arguably the most athletic person on the floor whenever he jumps on it. It's weird.
Listen, great win. Team win. Down 2 starters. You needed it when it comes down to tiebreakers. You handed OKC their first loss of the year. You sort of sent them a little bit of a message. It's not going to be as easy as you think. All of that's great. Schedule doesn't get much easier. Miami's tough. Miami lost by 2 last night to, I believe, 3 to Phoenix. Gave them a tough game.
Yeah.
And then Dallas Sunday night. Dude, the schedule, you got to bring it like that. you're right, though. They can't do a 3-man bench rotation.
No, I think you're going to have to see some Saric. You're going to have to see some DeAndre. There's some other guys that got to get some playing time. But 303-504-0925. Jeff Legwell going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. And by the way, guys, because it's Thursday, maybe it's a day off of the mega jackpots that we have here, but still on Saturday, Powerball is available for you at $92 million. Tomorrow, $334 million for the Mega Millions jackpot. And if you download the Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC when you do so, you got a free credit to play in either one of those, whether it's Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life, all of your favorite Colorado Lotto games right there on the app. Skip the lines at the convenience store. Do it straight from the comfort of your own home, phone, whatever you want, right there on the app. So download the Tulatero app, Tulotero, and use my code MAGIC for a free credit to play in your first Colorado Lotto game. Again, Mega Millions tomorrow, $334 million. Download the Tulatero app. It's your favorite lottery app. We are giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala, and it's time for a keyword. Vic, the gala, as you know, you've been there multiple times.
My favorite event of the year.
Yep. The keyword for this hour, we're doing every keyword on the 20s. So 720, 820, 920, 1020, and 1120. The keyword for this hour is Miko. Text Miko and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. At 11:30, we're going to call out a name. If you hear your name, you have 5 minutes to call back. If you do not, we move on to another name until somebody makes that call within the announced time frame. The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event. It's hosted by Nuggets, Avs, and more, where you get a chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com to get your tickets, and there are less than 100 left. So if you would like to get your hands on one of those, do it quickly. I want to go back to something, and I need to make one request, Vic.
Please.
I need to get my points out first.
Your points out?
I need to get my points out before you start yelling at me and calling me an idiot.
All right, be careful what you get out.
So Sanford wanted to double down with me yesterday.
Yeah.
I had to go on PhD show yesterday to clarify these thoughts.
Because they heard your...
Well, Raj is joining in the club with you and Moj calling me and Sanford idiots, and here's just a little bit of their back and forth yesterday.
Yeah, and for any of you sickos like myself that listened to the entirety of the morning show and heard an entire segment about my crazy take about the Broncos beating the Chiefs, God forbid somebody in the local media believes in the local team that's in a playoff race.
Oh, I mean,
stand
it kind of is.
very strongly on that take. So
It
you know
kind
what,
of is.
Moj and Vic, you guys can eat it because I stand on that.
Lump me in with those guys. I think you and Brett Kane are delusional.
Okay, all right.
Brett's waking up this morning trying to give me stats that say that Bo Nix is statistically better, therefore, or
Not what I
statistically
said.
better than Mahomes, therefore can beat him
Not what
this
I said.
weekend.
Right now,
I guess.
Right now. And you just
I hope it happens,
I don't know
but
if
I'm
you
not
just-
banking on it.
that you saw it this morning. It was released, the odds-on favorite for Rookie of the Year by a journalist. I believe it was the 33rd team or whatever that thinks of Bo Nix as a bottom 5 quarterback in the NFL. But also, they think he is number 2 in terms of Rookie of the Year at this point. Okay, now with that being said, Bo Nix right now is second in the National Football League with plays that he's produced of 20 yards or more. He's got 33 of them, only second to Lamar Jackson. And when I saw that stat, I was like, you got to be kidding me. It just doesn't seem right, but guess what? A stat is a stat. Analytics are analytics, and he is responsible for the second most plays in the National Football League of 20 or more yards.
So, to clarify something that Raj was talking about earlier, when I brought up the number yesterday, I think I said it incorrectly. I said passing touchdowns, I meant total touchdowns. Bo Nix is equal to Patrick Mahomes in total touchdowns produced this year, and Mahomes has thrown 9 picks. And the only point I've made in the game leading up to this weekend is that with a team that in 6 of their 8 wins has been by 1 possession, they have not scored 30 points in a game outside of last week in which they needed a touchdown in overtime to do so. I think you're going to have a 50-50 proposition to win. And I think what happens is we take the past of what the Chiefs have been and push it forward to the now. And what I'm saying is right now, the Chiefs are a good offense with a great defense. And that's going to give you a shot to win on Sunday. And I think a good shot.
You have a shot. Nobody's saying you don't have a shot. But when you invoke numbers and compare whatever numbers Bo Nix has produced this year and put them in the same sentence with Patrick Mahomes, I don't care if Patrick Mahomes has 1 touchdown and 74 interceptions to start the season. They are not comparable at this right now.
Can I say why I did it?
Not even in the same ballpark.
Can I say why I did it?
What's that?
It's not to compare the 2 quarterbacks. It's to compare that Mahomes' season so far is not what it's been in the
Okay.
past.
Is
That's
Mo-
all I'm saying.
Is Mosier awake and alive?
I hear him breathing, so I
I
assume
have been
so.
for quite some time. Hi, guys. How are you?
It's 7:26. Did you have another tough commute in this morning?
Listen to me, man. You're the last person in the world I want to talk to about this, but I do love you. Hi, Brett. Good morning.
Hi.
Everything seems to be in order for the second. We'll see how that lasts. I'm in Winnipeg, bro. bro, I'm in Winnipeg. I hear you continuing, and I had just a brief conversation with Coach yesterday about this. I can't talk him off of it, and it's pretty apparent that neither Vic nor I are going to be able to talk you off of it. Nobody's disagreeing with you, Brett.
What are you trying to talk me off of, by the way?
No,
what are you talking me off of?
Nobody is saying it can't happen. I don't think you fully understand. I don't care what Mahomes has done to this point in the season, and people are going to accuse me of being on his jock or Vic of being on his jock or whatever. We just know. I just know who he is. I know what he can do. I know what he's about. I know in any given week he can tear your heart out. And so you say, well, it's a 50-50 shot. I don't view it that way. I view it as a very difficult place to play, number one. Number two, they're going to get their act together at some point. They're unbeaten. So they get their act together enough on a weekly basis to win games. And for you to think, oh, yeah, it's a coin flip, I can't comprehend that. And first of all, or I should say, first of all, I can't comprehend that. Second of all, I just don't agree with you, and I'm not going to agree with you. So if you want to keep making your case and throw out numbers and total touchdowns and all this crap, it doesn't matter. Patrick Mahomes is a special kind of witch. He's like that good witch from the Wizard of Oz with the blonde hair and the pretty dress and all that crap. And then he takes his magic wand and he rips your heart out and he throws it in a locker. That's what this is all about. So you can call me scaredy cat or whatever. I don't care. I just can't agree that this is a coin flip game. Can't do it.
So Can I follow up with both of you guys? What do you guys think the Broncos are? Let's not focus on the Chiefs. Let's focus solely on the Broncos. What do you think they are as a team?
I think they're a middle of the pack football team with a decent offense, a learning quarterback, and a pretty damn good defense.
They're an inconsistent team based on that. You know, they're not. Mm-hmm. That's just part of the growing pains of being that kind of team.
Sure. Do you think they're a playoff team?
Yeah, I think they could be a playoff team.
Okay.
There's still a schedule to be played to get them there. Currently speaking, they're in the playoffs. If they continue at this rate, they can beat a lot of those middling teams that they're competing against. Sure.
You know, I was talking to Nelly about this earlier, and maybe this is part of where my mind's at with this week, is that, when every sports show on the planet does the NFL weekend is wrapped up. Here's my top 5 teams in the NFL power rankings. When they do that, a lot of people, when they do power rankings, how do they do it? They go to the standings and they say, okay, this team has the least losses, so they're 1. This is the second least, they're 2.
Yeah.
And I do it as if this team played the other team, who would win?
Yeah.
For example, the Falcons have a better record than the Rams. If the Rams played the Falcons right now, I'd pick the Rams to win. I think they're a better team. I don't think the Chiefs are the best team in the league despite being 8-0. That's how I feel about it. I think even despite them playing earlier this year, Baltimore and Kansas City, I think Baltimore would beat KC. Like, Jokic talks about this all the time, Vic, about matchups. I thought last week was a terrible matchup for Denver.
Well, we talked about it going in. Remember, we said that's the tougher game?
Yes. And the reason why is because I knew in that game you were going to have to score points to keep up. You were going to have to. Like, it was going to be a track meet, which I didn't think you were built for. This game's not going to be a track meet. It's just going to be like, limit mistakes and hang in there until the fourth quarter and hope a couple bounces go your way. And that's why I think they got a good shot, is that
Brett,
game is a super winnable game for the style that the Broncos play.
But you ask what the Broncos are. I agree with what Vic said. But at the same time, they haven't beaten a team with a winning record, and they've lost to every team with a winning record, and they've only beaten teams with a losing record. And they lost to a team with a losing record, too, in Seattle to open up the season. So until they can pull off, I'll tell you what.
I know Tampa doesn't have a winning record now, but they were a pretty good team when they were healthy.
Okay. Your record is – you are what your record says you is. Well, you know what I mean. Says you are. I would say the Avs are a better team when they get healthy than they are right now. Okay, understood. You're pulling out one football team. The Jets stink. Raiders stink. Saints stink.
Fine.
Panthers stink. Okay? Until they do it, Brett, it's going to be hard for me to believe. If you want to get together on Monday and have a conversation about it, and the Broncos somehow pull off a 26-25 miracle or something like that, then great. Then I'm going to say, you know what? They've just taken another step. They've grown. My God, you knocked off the unbeaten witch in his own barn. Okay. But until then, I can't wrap my head around it, nor can I allow you to think the way you do. Something has got to be done with you. Vic, something you're going to have to do something with him in studio today. You're going to have to.
Well, he's just optimistic. It's okay to be optimistic. I have no problem with it.
I
I do draw the line when you're comping the two quarterbacks, but that's fine.
Ignoring that, because I was only comparing what Mahomes has done this year.
Sure.
The thing that I just don't get, and we can drop it after this, the thing that I don't get is the mentality that you have, Moj, acting like, I think the Broncos can win this weekend. And you're like, you're insane. That's what.
Okay.
So what are you saying? And what is so crazy about my stance? What is the crazy thing that's coming out of my mouth?
The difference between the Broncos could win this weekend, I can buy that. I can draw a scenario, true. To it being, that's a 50-50 shot. I can't go that far. Dude, I think they maybe have a 20% chance of winning this damn game.
Well, I
mean, where you start to go coin flip on me is where you absolutely lose me.
Moj,
you want to draw a scenario where they could win? Sure, sounds good.
You know the difference between Patrick Mahomes and Bo Nix right now? The difference between the Chiefs and every other team in the league? Close games, they're good. They're the best. Even Bo Nix mentioned this yesterday. Listen.
You got to score points against a team like this and, get a lead because a one-possession lead, a one-score game, they've been known to, come back and make it a game and win the game. They don't just keep it games, they win games. And, one, I think, valuable thing about them is they're not talked about being in one-score games and all this kind of stuff. They're known for winning those one-score games. And so that's what makes, a championship team. That's why they've won, is because they win the close ones. And in the NFL, you play close ones every week. So
allow me to make a comparison. Who's really good in close clutch games in town? What team? And
Nuggets?
You've seen it. The Nuggets.
The Nuggets are really good.
Yeah, they've lost one. They lost that Minnesota game, which is unlike the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? 4 other times, those close games, they've won.
And you somehow have, much like Kansas City, I think we can all acknowledge this. Kansas City is very, very good late game situations. They've also gotten incredibly lucky at times.
I get it, but don't.
No, but I'm saying the same thing about the Nuggets. Like the Nuggets also, you give them credit because they close out games.
Yeah.
Couple of shots that could have gone in that didn't go in. Like things just seem to bounce your way at those times.
But don't confuse, for Kansas City's sake, don't confuse their nonchalant finish. Oh, they only won by one possession. Oh, they had to come back to win this one. Oh, my God, they went to overtime with the Tampa Bay. Don't confuse that with them being mediocre. I prefer to look at it as when they need to play, they play.
Sure.
That's how I see it. Okay. Yeah, fooling around. We won a couple Super Bowls. Yeah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. Is it time? It's time. Let's go. That's how I see it.
No, they are, I would agree with you, Vic. They are the best in the NFL at closing out games and getting the plays when they
know
have to
what
make
winning
plays.
time is.
Sure.
There's a text here from the 2507. Says, can we fact check Mosier? Last week he was definitely saying that this game is winnable. I stand by that comment. This game is winnable. There's no doubt. What I said was, I think the Kansas City game is far more winnable than the Baltimore game. I thought they would get thumped. I said, if you're giving me a pick between the two games and which one I think they have a way better chance, it's Kansas City. For sure.
Yeah, I mean,
and Brett, I'm staying there. What I can't do is go to your 50-50. I cannot get
then
there.
What's the percentage?
You can't put a bridle in a you can't put a bridle in a
what's the
and
chance
a
to win
saddle
percentage?
on me and ride me to that finish line. You can't do it. You're not
tops
riding me
this year.
Don't
this
ride
week,
me.
25%.
Yeah, I think it's higher.
Okay, that's fine.
You can't ride me to the finish line, Brett. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I mean,
like if they play
I think
this
they
game,
can win. I think they can win. I don't expect them to.
Okay.
Like last week, I said the same thing on the radio. I said they're going to Baltimore. They're probably not going to win. It's going to take a perfect game.
Yeah,
that's all.
I thought with Baltimore that they would keep it close with a chance of a blowout, and the blowout happened. Now,
here's the deal: if this game is close, Kansas City's going to win. Kansas City's going to win a close game.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's just a matter of Kansas City has gotten.
It's going to break your heart.
You know what it is? Kansas City's your roulette table, Moj. It's hit red 8 weeks in a row. 8 weeks. Because look, go through the games that they've had late. And this isn't me like trying to downplay like Kansas City's actually a garbage team who's just gotten really lucky. That's not what I'm saying. They're a good team. But they have been fortunate late in games. They've been fortunate. Week 1, Isaiah Likely's toenail was touching the end line at the back of the end zone. Yeah. And I just think if a couple of those bounces go the other way, which is totally possible, then the 6-2 Kansas City Chiefs now sound like it's a much more viable proposition. than
Okay,
8-0.
okay,
I can
okay,
say
fine,
that about
fine.
every team
Sure
in
you
the
could.
NFL.
Yeah, me too. And Brett, I'm just gonna. This is just gonna be the bottom line. What's the better team?
Kansas City.
Who's got the better quarterback?
Kansas City.
Who's got the better defense?
That's a toss-up, I think.
Yeah, I think they're equal.
Okay. And you're calling it a coin flip. That's where you're dumb. The Chiefs have, including home field, including Arrowhead, they're either
not a coin
even
flip.
or better. They're either even or better than the Broncos in everything, especially the quarterback. And you're calling it 50-50. That's where you lose me.
I think
Sorry,
I
buddy.
speak for
And I'm
Moj.
done with it.
I
Yeah.
speak for Moj when I say this. We would be ecstatic for the Broncos to win this game. It would take a
1,000%.
perfect game.
Yep.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Well, Mike Sanford addressed Mosier on his show yesterday.
First of all, I am not on said whatever it is. It's legal these days, so it's just like having a soda in.
The devil's lettuce.
I'm not on said thing, but I know Mark Mosier. He's on day-old pizzas that stayed in his car, which also does rot your brain. And I believe in what
recycled dips.
Yeah, recycled dips, old dips. He's got gas station burritos on a daily basis that is clouding his judgment. I'm just telling you, I watched every bit of that Monday Night Football game, and I saw a team that is going to get beat by the Denver Broncos. And I believe that Sean Payton will have his team ready. He won't make the mistakes of Todd Bowles. He will coach an aggressive game just like he did in Baltimore. And this time, he's going to have the players that realize this is what I signed up for. Playing for a cocky head coach that is going to go for it on 4th down. We're not going to kick the extra point when the game's on the line. We're going to go for 2 and we're going to win the game. That's exactly what's going to happen. Broncos are winning.
I hope he's right. I do. I hope he's right. Moj, do you recycle old dip?
I do not. No, that's gross. Because it's like
Oh wait,
once
but
that pouch
I've
gets-
seen you pop one in and toss it back in the can. I've seen you do
once
it.
here's the problem is once that pouch gets out of your mouth, then he becomes a slug.
Okay,
See, there's a
Moj,
difference. There's it's the texture is disgusting.
Moj, and I'll
Yes.
reserve this question for you and Brett with the Zin. If one of those pillows falls on the ground, do you? Accidentally
100%.
falls on the
Wait,
ground.
unused?
Unused on the ground.
So it's just like I'm trying to pull one out of the can
Yes,
and it drops.
falls on the ground.
Yeah, I'm putting that in.
Okay, now
No
you're in
problem.
the bathroom at Ball Arena.
No, that's not.
No.
Yeah, I guess the surface it falls on depends.
Depends
Yeah,
how desperate you are.
If the
I mean, what Brett, what floor were you on?
carpet,
The one at Ball Arena.
yeah, not Ball Arena. No. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. They do
Can you believe, dude? Hey, dude, but what floor are you on?
carpet.
Carpet.
Jeff Legwald's going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Avs in Winnipeg at 6 o'clock. Going to break some of that down and perhaps see if we got any news on who's going to be in and out tonight next.
I'm coming up with 32.33, repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Oh, that's a lot better than we usually do. All right, chums up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!
Avs Jets tonight. Game going to be on Altitude, also 9 News. Or is it, wait, is it just 9 News or is it both?
It's on both.
Both tonight, okay.
Both.
So here's the deal. If it's on both, then it should be accessible to all on all these different dials.
Everything.
If it's on Channel 20, which some games are just Channel 20, then those of you with DirecTV Stream, you will need to get an antenna to get Channel 20.
Or you can just do the Altitude Now app.
Exactly
Altitude
right.
Plus.
Yes.
Altitude
No,
Plus.
for
Altitude
DirecTV Altitude Now. Not
Oh,
to
You're
get
confusing the hell out
Yes.
of me, Mosier.
They know. Everybody knows how to get there. You can also do that, just so people know. But for the game
I was on
tonight-
9 News this morning, by the way, early. I was
So
on
wait a
9
minute.
News.
So you
Yeah,
got
I
on
saw
9
ya.
News on time, but you couldn't get on your own radio show on time?
Dude, there's a word, has an M in it,
What is it?
and there's an F in it,
Okay.
and what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to say it, but that's what I'm thinking about you right this second. I'm like, don't.
Oh, I thought
Don't-
this.
don't-
Hang on, Mush.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing because you know what? I was had one of these TVs on 9 News in here,
Yeah.
and I saw you go. Oh, look at Mosh made an
Don't-
appearance
don't-
from the
don't-
peg.
Yeah.
And then our show
Then
started.
our show
Today-
started, and 26 minutes later, he
Yeah.
shows up.
Okay, today is not a day to test the Moj.
What day is?
Yeah, there's
don't make
never
me-
a day.
You guys test my patience and my sanity every day of my life, and you both know it. Today is not that day. And when you make me speak in the third person, we've got real problems. So let's move on.
Okay, deal. Game tonight, 6 o'clock puck drop, 5:30 pregame right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, if you would like to listen.
You know what the Jets are? Brett? The Jets are just a damn good hockey club.
Yeah.
Of all the teams that got bounced in the first round last year, Winnipeg is by far the best, and the
What are they
Avs beat
doing
them in
differently?
5.
What's changed?
They're just they've got a new head coach, obviously, because Rick Bowen is retired. But they're incredibly well structured. You know what they're doing with their sticks? They're putting their sticks on pucks, and they are pouring in goals. I mean, pouring them in. Here's their game so far. They're 12-1. Their only loss is to Toronto, where they scored 4 goals and lost 6-4 on the home ice. Here's their goal totals per game: 3, 7, 6, 6, 4, 5, 4, 3, 6, 8, 2, 2, 6. I mean, that's a lot of goals. Everybody on the Winnipeg Jets is getting involved in the scoring. Everybody is. It's pretty amazing. Kyle Connor leads them with 19 points. He's got 9 goals, but there ain't a dude on the roster except for a couple of defensemen who don't have goals.
Wait,
Everybody else is.
Was Connor the guy who punked Vic when we were sitting on the glass? I'm trying to remember.
Yes, that was Kyle. Yes, that.
Yes,
no,
it
that was Adam Lowry.
That was
Was it
Lowry.
Connor or Lowry?
Well, it was one of the
It might have
two.
been Lowry.
Because one of
Okay.
them had like 2 goals in the game. The other one just scored and then punked Vic in front of his wife.
I think it was Lowry.
Yeah.
That might have been Kyle Connor. Kyle Connor looks like Jara from Men in Black, kind of.
Well, there's 2 big sort of unknowns for tonight. One is if Kale is going to play. Obviously, he's there and he made the trip, and then we'll decide, I would
Right.
assume, this morning. The other one, we were just talking to Jared Bednar yesterday, and he said there's a chance that Jonathan Drouin could be back in the lineup tonight as well. And I'm assuming, Moj, we won't have any of that info until morning skate today?
Okay. Morning skate will take place in about 2.5 hours. So I will personally call you, Brett, and let you know. All
Good.
right? You won't answer the phone because you never do, but I will call you.
Deal.
Do you think there's any carryover whatsoever with the way the Avs thoroughly dismantled Hellebuck and the Jets in those last 4 games of the playoffs?
I think for them it is. Yeah, I think for them there's probably some carryover. Yeah,
Like an attitude carryover, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't. They know how good they are. Again, one of your. You ready for this? Neil Pionk. Give it. To me. Pionk has 13 points this year from the back end. I mean, everybody's involved. Yeah, I think there was carryover for them because they did not think they were going to lose. They did not think that Georgie would come to life and then Hellebuck would have it stuck to him by the Avs. Do you realize in that series, and this is where you're missing Val, do you know how many goals Val's had in that series?
70?
He had 7 goals in 5 games.
Jeez.
And you're like, I mean, he was the complete X factor to the Winnipeg Jets. They had no answer for him whatsoever. Shows you how valuable he is. But I think for them, Vic, yeah, I think there probably is some, hey, man, screw those guys. Let's go stick it to them tonight, and they can. That's what's scary about it. They're really, really good.
Did Bednar tell us who was between the pipes tonight already?
Yeah, it's Georgie for sure.
Georgie?
It is Georgie.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Man,
for sure.
What a weird rotation we've seen, right? To figure out who the guy's going to be.
Okay, so let me ask you something, Moj.
Where's Capo?
Where's he for an opportunity? I
no,
guess.
but is he on the active roster still?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
they're still carrying the
probably
3 goalies.
He's probably in his room. I don't know. Maybe head over to the rink soon.
Are they still okay? This rotation, is this just figuring out who the backup is, or is this figuring out who's the starter too? Like, is this Juice's net right now, or is it kind of like they're figuring that out along with everything else?
When you take multiple choice tests and there's an all the above, which one do you tend to fill in?
So this is a race for the top goalie.
I think this is dude. It's wide open right now. I think they're both wide open.
Okay.
I mean, do you trust? I don't know about Onanen. I don't know what the story is, but his glove hand has been iffy the past couple of games. He allowed that one in Nashville off his glove, and then he flat out missed one the other night against Seattle that I thought was going into the net, and it did not. Thank God, because it went out. I mean, he's catching it, but it's not staying in his glove. It's coming over the top of his glove, and I don't know why that is.
He had a couple of those snow cones that fell out.
That's exactly it, Kaner. Now, I think that he right now would be your de facto 1. I don't know who's your de facto 2, and is he your true 1, or you're hoping that? I think your ultimate goal is, hey man, Georgie, find yourself, brother, because you're good. Find yourself and let's go, baby.
Well,
let's go. And he did last year against this team. Maybe tonight's the night.
I look at tonight's game very much like I looked at last night's Nuggets game. The Nuggets played the best team in the West, understaffed. They didn't have their entire roster, obviously, 2 starters missing, and they won. They sent a message to a previously undefeated OKC. I would love nothing more for the Avs to send a similar message to Winnipeg, they're out lapping the field already. Right. I know they're understaffed, but maybe things are starting to turn. Maybe. And for them to win tonight, I think you'll agree, Georgie's going to have to play like the Georgie we saw the last 4 games of that series last season in the playoffs, not the first.
I think so. And again, I'm not showing too much respect to the Winnipeg Jets because they really are that good. Boys, they really are. I mean, everybody's involved. Their structure is great. Their goaltending, outside that one game against the Maple Leafs where they gave up 6 and Hellebuck got waxed. Outside of that, he's been awesome. I mean, it's just a really good hockey club. They're going to be an incredibly tough out. In fact, I'd like to see these guys, if the Avs can't, let these guys win the damn division and let the Avs play somebody else in round 1. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That would be ideal for me. I just like this hockey club. Now, they haven't proven anything in the postseason, but why not go on out tonight and beat them and say, you know what? We still got your number a little bit here, and we're back in this mix inside the Central.
There's a lot, I think, on the line for the Avs to just continue to rack up points because in about a week, Moj, 8 days is the assumed return date for Val Nichushkin? And then you start thinking about, okay, well, now your top line might look like Lehkonen, McKinnon, Rantanen. Your second line might look like Val, Mittelstadt, Drouin.
Drouin, Mittelstadt, Val. Yeah.
That's a pretty strong top 6 now. That if you can just keep pace here for the next week or so, maybe you get a little takeoff when that happens.
In talking to Coach yesterday, and he said that Ross Colton, he won't meet with the doc for a couple of weeks. I'm like, oh, man. So it's definitely a broken foot. And he's around on that. I mentioned that scooter. That scooter's a pain in the tail, man. And I crashed mine a couple times trying to go down a step, and your leg is all. It sucks. Being on a scooter sucks. I want Colton back. And I'm looking. I would think that maybe by the new year, January 1 that's probably what your time frame is, but don't expect it before that, dude. These things take a long time to heal.
I don't know if you remember this, Vic. The only time I've sat in the handicap designated areas of a sporting event, okay? You know where those are at, behind the railing, stuff like that. The only time I've done it is when we went to a Rapids game after Mosher tore his Achilles.
Oh, I remember that. I do remember that.
Because you sat the one bleacher below us with fish and chips.
Yeah, those are the ADA seats.
Yes.
Mosier's walking around or scooting around on that little mini scooter of his. I think those are badass. I don't know why you don't like them.
Well, the bear got me a pretty good model. I put it together, but she picked out a winner, Bobby.
Nice
and then I ended up selling it on Craigslist.
How much
That
you
was
get?
cool.
How much you get for that?
I think I got like $80 for it.
Hey, let me ask you.
It was a nice scooter.
It was a
I
Rolls
could really
Royce,
haul ass on it.
Does Craigslist?
I was hauling
still,
ass.
Is Craigslist
But if you
still
crash
a thing?
it, dude.
Facebook
I know. I
Marketplace
was going
is
to say
taking
Facebook
over.
Marketplace is.
I mean, it might have been Facebook Marketplace, but if you crash on it, like you hit a rut or something, and you go down with your bad leg, it's not a fun feeling.
It's the same sort of thing, but I will say, if I say I bought something off Craigslist, you assume it's some guy who's got a lot of secrets that you're buying it from.
Yeah, like a guy on meth.
Yeah,
that's what
Facebook
it feels
Marketplace
like, right?
feels like, hey, stay-at-home mom has a few extra throw pillows she's got to get rid
I
of.
like it. Am I the only one who likes it? I like commerce.
Yeah, well, there's also the
Just
hi, is
commerce?
this still
I like
available?
it.
How much do you want for? There's also scammers out there, and you know
what?
and
That's part
bots
of
and all
life.
that
You got to
crap.
figure it out. I tell my kids, if somebody tries to scam you, that's a life lesson. There you go. $85 for that scooter. Injury
That actually
scooter.
kind of looks like yours.
It does look like yours. Did you have a basket in
Oh,
yours?
dude, maybe it's being resold.
Wait, but
Click
did you
on
see
it.
it's named Medical Knee Scooter of Injury? That feels like you have to fill a 500-word essay, and you're just stretching at this point.
Hold on, hit the picture. Let's see if this is Mosier's just being resold again.
Lakewood.
What color is it? Mine was blue.
Oh, that's black, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. It says medical knee scooter for old people.
Hey, listen here, Paulette boy. If you keep talking to me like that, you're gonna need a scooter yourself.
How about that?
Back to Facebook Marketplace. My wife's
Well,
got.
we got to get the break.
Yeah, we got to get the
that's
break.
enough.
So
And enough for your wife. And
Yeah, it's
Facebook
okay.
I can go for 2 hours.
yeah, I
man,
know
so
you
we'll
can,
save
but
it.
we're going to
Oh,
stop right
criminy.
now. Back after this.
Was in Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic yesterday before I left for Winnipeg getting my treatment, and it's great. My low testosterone is gone, feeling good. Maybe you got a little low T going on. Your body's going to change as you get older. It happens to everybody. Don't let Father Time do this to you. Maybe you're waking up a little tired, a little brain fog out there, putting on some excess weight. You don't even know what you're doing wrong. The workouts aren't as good as they used to be. Well, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take a 10-question, 2-minute test. I did. I saw treatment. It's worked for me, and they are experts at getting you back to being you. There's nothing to be ashamed of either, right? I mean, your body's going to change as you get older. The appointment's easy, just $99. It includes a medical consult, low T, and a PSA test. And if you sign up that day, your appointment is going to be free. So don't wait. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. I'm glad I did it, and I promise you will be too.
Rebound, Joker lost it to Caruso. They win it with a 3. 10 seconds left to go in the game. Tie it with a bucket. Gilgeous-Alexander has it at the midcourt circle. 5 seconds left to go against Westbrook. Puts it on the floor. He's down the lane. Layup no good. Rebound Watson. Jokic has it. And there's the horn. The Denver Nuggets shock the undefeated Oklahoma City Thunder. They beat them tonight by a final of 124 to 122. Man, Peyton Watson is so good on the defensive end. Makes a mistake at the free throw line and then comes and gets you on the defensive end.
Nuggets with their best win of the year by far, and I think the most Nuggets-looking game of the season, which I think you understand what I'm talking about here. It just looks like their style of play last night, despite being out 2 starters, just the way that they competed. I know defensively they lacking a bit, giving up a $120, but Oklahoma City's good, and you're without your best defender. Some of that's expected.
Hey man, putting up 124 on OKC was damn good.
Right.
Was it 122 or 124?
Well, the Nuggets had 124 and OKC had 122.
Gotcha.
That means the Nuggets win. See, but putting up 124 on a team that's pretty dang good defensively, that was great. And we've been waiting for this, and I didn't even know that it would ever come. But what a game by Russell Westbrook! I mean, not only did he shoot, he was like that was vintage Russell Westbrook right there. Vintage.
He changed the game, both literally, figuratively. He changed it. They were down 16 in the third. There was no energy in the room. You know when you're at those games, Moj, and everybody's sort of mumbling. There's sort of a one of those feelings, right? That's what Ball Arena was like. Midway through the third, they're down 16. This game was getting away from the Nuggets. Every time they made a run, OKC, and boy, OKC gets wide open shots.
They do.
That whole drive and dish concept, they have it down to a science. They make the extra pass. They make the open pass.
Who's their coach? What's his name?
Dagno, Mark Dagno.
Dagno.
So they're up 16. And what happens next is pretty simple. They call a timeout. I told you guys, I'm in that huddle. First chance I've had to see Russell Westbrook. And he went off in the team huddle. Off. Yelling, screaming, no effing layups, just crazy, like a man possessed. And that carried over. And the Nuggets made their move. They go on a 23-4 run and hold on to win that game. I'm telling you, forget his numbers. He had 29, 6, and 6. Forget the numbers. If he doesn't do what he did, provide that energy, they don't win that game. They don't get back in that game.
Well, here's your conversation with him on the court in the postgame.
Russ, I want to thank you first and foremost for breathing some life into this game in the third quarter. You guys go on that 23-4 run. What changed?
The fans, man, you guys are great. Stuck with us. Our energy, we need it every night. We're young. We got to play with great energy, man. It was a good job by everybody tonight.
You're playing with some young guys because of the injuries. How proud are you of a guy like Peyton Watson, misses free throws, but makes up for it on the other side?
Man, very proud, man. So proud of his work ethic, his ability to impact the game on both sides. Good block by him.
How important is it to beat that team? They came in undefeated. They had the best defense in the NBA. You laid it to them, and you sent a little bit of a message tonight.
Definitely, right now they got the best record, but I feel like we got a better team, and tonight we showed that.
You enjoying Denver?
I love it. Appreciate you guys, man.
We enjoy you. Russell Westbrook, everybody.
So there's Russell after the game.
Everybody.
I know that we have spent a good portion of this morning talking about the others. Russell Westbrook's game. Christian Brown looks great. Porter 6 of 10 from 3. Watson block. And Jokic just puts up 23, 20, and 16. And for the year, Jokic is averaging 29 points, 13.5 boards, and 11 assists on 53% from the field and 51.5 from 3.
His numbers are better. Think about that.
Continues to just get better and better. And last night on NBA TV, which is a show, I forget who the main host is, but it's Grant Hill and Sam Mitchell are the analysts.
Yeah.
Sam Mitchell's talking about that game, and he talks about Jokic, and here's what he said.
I played in the league 13 years. I can't hardly remember. I got to go back in my memory bank and I played with some great point guards, Marbury, Terrell Brandon, people like that. And I got Mark Jackson. I got to go back in my memory bank to think about when they had 16 assists in the game. This dude's a center, and he does it often all the time. This would not be his last 16 assists game this season.
And he had 2 steals and 2 blocks, just in case you were wondering.
Hey, man, is he the MVP again? Probably.
Then goes on to talk about his versatility.
2 years ago, I saw Mike Malone. They needed a 2. They ran a post up for him. They needed an assist. They put the ball in his hand. He hit Jamal Murray backdoor. The game down to the end of the game. They needed a 3 to tie it up. They ran a 3-point play for him, and he made a 3 at the top of the circle. And I'm sitting here saying, this is a non-athletic center. When they needed a 2, they threw it to him in the post. They needed an assist. He made the pass. And when they needed a 3, Mike Malone ran the out-of-bounds play for him, and he knocked down the shot. I'm saying to myself, I've never seen a center that's so multidimensional and so good at every aspect of the game. It blows your mind.
He's telling people, too, Joker, in the team huddle, as the coaches are instructing what's coming next, he's giving them little tips, little pieces of advice that really make the difference in winning and losing. He told Michael Porter Jr., this was in the final minute of the game, they call a timeout. OKC did. He tells Michael, hey, when I get it on the post and you come through, go all the way through. He wanted him to go all the way through because it allowed another cutter to come behind him. Michael at times would stop and then try to post up. No, go all the way through. Those little things that he sees, the little things that he translates to his teammates, I can't tell you how valuable those are. He's a coach with the coaches.
Christian Brown said it after the last game. He said he knows the plays that they're going to run before they run them, and I'll be in position for our defense, and he will push me because he knows where the ball is going to go.
By the way, speaking of Michael Porter Jr., you guys, I don't know if you saw this unfold. There was a loose ball. The Nuggets missed a shot. And at that point, it was a tie game. And nobody knew who was going to get their hands on the ball. It looked like OKC was going to have it. Did you see that nice little deflection that Michael Porter Jr. made to get it to Joker that led to the foul shots? That was a huge play by MPJ. Huge.
By the way, for the people who are upset about MPJ's slow start to the season, in his last 4 games, he's averaging over 22 points per game on 48.5 from 3.
He's their second leading scorer.
Yeah.
And again, I want to make this case. For those of you, and I read this the other day again, oh my God, they let KCP go. Look what's happening. This is not a KCP problem. Now, losing a great player, taking another player off the bench, it hurts your bench.
That's where it affects
Hurts your bench.
Yeah.
But if you're comparing KCP to Christian Brown,
it's not close.
Just apples and apples. Guys, I'm here to tell you, Christian Brown, across the board, is better.
Mm-hmm.
He is better than KCP across the board in every number.
He just
Brett.
Yeah,
Brett. Can we write a letter to Chet Holmgren this morning?
For what?
And Ali, do you have any letter writing music? What? Why? Because there's something needs to be.
I'm just going to be honest with you. We've tried the letter thing and it's fallen flat the last few times. So you better bring it.
What a pro wants.
I think we all should take part in this. I'll start. Dear Chet, did you have fun in Denver? ? Don't come in here with those legs, nor that hair, because the big fella is still the big fella. Chet, I don't have to remind you that while you're better than I thought you were going to be, the big fella went for 23, 20, and 16.
That was sort of a run-on sentence.
Period. P.S. Thank God your commercials are not on anymore. Brett?
Well, that'll get him.
Yeah, really showed him.
He's a good player, man.
I'll say this. Jokic has this amazing game last night, but I
Dear
think...
Chet,
no,
Brett says your leg could be broken with a paper airplane.
I have said that before.
Is that true? Please respond. Check this box.
Would you take that player on your team?
Dear Chet, I would take you on my team. But only to play the 4 or to spell the big fella when he needs a little breather.
I'll tell you what Chet does.
Or I'll tell you what, dear Chet, let him roam. If you want to stay there and you want to guard the bucket and you want to slap some stuff away, I'm cool with that. Love Moj.
I actually think we should get back to writing letters, and every sentence starts with "Dear so-and-so." Because you did about 8 Dear Chets in there.
Yeah. These are all separate letters. I had a lot of stamps.
Let me say this real quick about Jokic going up against Holmgren, because Jokic gets these crazy numbers. I do think that Holmgren, he provides this, I don't know, just impediment, because he looks like Slender Man, and he's actually pretty athletic for his size, and he's got super long arms and obviously really tall. The efficiency numbers shooting from Jokic go down. Like Jokic in the 2 games against OKC this year, it's not like he's been shooting 60% from the field. It's been, both games have been sub 50%.
Make no mistake, he affects Joker's shot.
Yes, he
saw
does.
it countless times in the paint. Joker's trying to get it over his outstretched hand, and he's leaving a little short, a little long. It makes a difference.
Dear Chet, you may affect Joker's shot. You may make him late in a play, change what he wants to do. But Chet, I'm here to tell you, he's still going to get you, and he's going to get you good.
Okay.
Your letters are terrible.
Yeah, these are horrible letters.
That's a good letter, right? That was a good one. Dear Chet.
No more Dear Chets.
You may affect his shot selection, but you can't stop him all, baby.
This is as bad as some of the letters I wrote to the girls in 6th grade asking them if they want to go with
Dear
me.
Dear Chet, baby. The big dog is still on the block.
Dear Mosher.
I don't care if you're 7
Dear
foot.
Mosher, shut the hell up. The bit doesn't work.
Dear Vic,
I don't know if
it does.
I don't know if he's trying to do a Family Guy thing where it's like he does it over and over again and it's not funny, it's not funny, it's not funny. It becomes funny because it's not funny, but it's not funny.
Dear Brett, don't compare me to Family Guy.
Dear
you
Steve,
do look like
turn
Peter.
the music off and quit encouraging him.
Did you just say I look like Peter Griffin? Did you honestly just say that? You're such an ass.
Hang on, put your glasses on. Put your glasses on real quick. Let's see.
I don't know where they are. Where are
Family
they?
Guy cartoon guy.
Don't do this to me.
Come on, put them on, because you got a white shirt too. now, do me a favor, go. Make that noise.
We're gonna go down with the clam.
Who's Peter Griffin?
That guy, right there. Tell me that doesn't look like Moshe
Lois,
a little bit.
Lois, I'm headed to the clam.
Do you have green pants? Because this would have been amazing.
Dude, he has
I
the
don't.
chin. He has your chin. That is pretty damn accurate.
All right. You can listen.
I was gonna say something that was going to really derail this program, so I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna be quiet.
Can I get serious for a second as we go to break?
Please.
My deepest prayers and thoughts go out to the police officer who was tragically killed last night in an accident in Golden off Highway 58. Personal situation for me. It was my neighbor's car who was stranded on the side of the road. She called her dad. They were standing next to the car. Police officers, courageous, with all get out, show up, try to help him out. And some suspected DUI driver plows into all 4 of them. They went flying. My neighbors are both in the hospital right now, one in serious condition. One of the officers is in serious condition, and one officer passed away at the scene. So just an unsettling accident that happened in the snow, unnecessary and tragic. So my heart pours out to him, and I hope yours will as well.
All right, I'm going to say something here that I think applies to both the Buffs and the Broncos this weekend. One of them is for sure inarguable, and I think the other one applies too. I think the games this weekend are the difference between being playoff teams and not. I mean, the Buffs have to win to even have a shot at it, obviously. They can have a couple of different paths. One being Iowa State loses again before the end of the year and you win out. The other one is that you just win all 4 games and you put yourself in the at-large conversation towards the end of the year. So that's one. The other one is I got a tough time thinking that the Broncos are going to be a playoff team if they sit at 5-5 after this week, and I don't know why that is. Because the rest of the AFC isn't great, but you essentially would have to go, I think, like 5-2 for the rest of the way.
But the remaining schedule is more conducive to that.
It is. Brett, I think that if they beat the Falcons, they'll be an 8-5 team, and I feel really good about that. Really good.
I mean, you're playing teams, too, that you're battling for those late playoff spots.
Right.
So you've got fate in your control. You really do.
I think you got about 2 games of wiggle room if you lose against the Chiefs this weekend. And that's Falcons, Raiders, Browns, Colts, Chargers, Bengals, Chiefs again.
You're going to beat the Raiders and the Browns, okay? You're going to beat both of those teams.
If the Broncos fail to make the playoffs for whatever reason, and you've seen some development, you've seen some good moments, and bad, are you good with that? Or do you have to have a playoff spot?
I think the look matters in that.
The feel?
Yeah. Because they put themselves in really good position. You know what I mean? Like, losing to the Ravens and the Chiefs, yeah, you aren't going to be, like, super yelly, screamy about it. But, I mean, if you could have made a playoff game and you lose at Vegas, or you lose to the Browns, or you drop one to the Colts or something like that, like, I think that feels a lot different. Because then you can go back and say, well, God, man, if you just took care of business, then you wouldn't be in this position. But here's the funny thing, is I like to look at this every single week, because it just gives you a decent picture of what's going on here. The playoff predictor on NFL disagrees with me. They said the Broncos currently sit at a 54% chance to make the postseason right now. If they win, that jumps to 70%. And that's how I feel. If you win, I think you're a playoff
big
team.
Boost.
If they lose, they only drop to 48. And the reason behind that is the teams battling with them for that last spot are in a hole. Like a pretty big hole.
And they control their own destiny.
Yes.
They're still in control of their destiny. You know, unlike other years where they needed stuff to happen in front of them, and things are looking, this is great. I mean, look at this. This is great. Last week was not so much, okay? But you're still a winning team with a winning record. Now, if you could pull off what Brett Kane and Mike Sanford seem to think is likely this weekend.
50-50.
That's likely. 50-50.
No, is it likely that
Sanford
a
doesn't
coin
even say,
lands on
hold on.
heads as opposed to tails?
If you're calling a game at Arrowhead, a game at Arrowhead Stadium against the defending champs, 50-50, I call that, you think it's likely the Broncos win.
Okay, fine.
Sanford says they will win after what he saw on Monday night against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that the Broncos will win.
Stanford and DMAC have both said that.
flip.
You ever been to Arrowhead?
Sanford and DMAC have both said they think the Broncos are going to win. I think it's 50-50.
What do you want me to do? Construct a medal?
I'm just clarifying. By the way,
well, okay.
Before
somebody's going to look really smart.
Hang on, Moj.
Somebody's going to look really smart.
Moj, hang on. I got to get this out.
Okay.
Before we continue this, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala, and it's time for another keyword. So send this keyword and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The keyword for this hour is Westbrook. And why not with the game that he had last night? So Westbrook and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 at 11:30. We'll call your name and you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If you don't call back in 5 minutes, we'll call another name until somebody calls in. So the Mile High Dreams Gala, a great event hosted by the Nuggets, Avs, and more, where you get to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food and drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by the Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com to get your tickets, and they're less than 100, so get on it.
It's worth it just for the vino. I mean, you can drink up more than $100 worth of vino.
But going back to this, Moj, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that they're going to look really, really smart or really, really dumb. Because my position, Sanford and DMAC.
No, you're playing this wrong. They have nothing to lose here. These are the kind of games where if you predict a victory, you have nothing to lose.
Well, if they lose by 30,
they're guaranteed.
you got a lot
they're
to lose.
guaranteeing. Yeah, they're guaranteeing a win. Okay, so
Kansas City hasn't blown anybody out this year. So you're not going to get a blowout. I agree with you on that. They're not that kind of team.
Okay. So it's 50.
Have you seen what that D coordinator, who's among the best, if not the best, have you seen what he does to rookie quarterbacks? Take a look at his record against rookie quarterbacks. Get back to me. Look it up. I mean, you talk about confusion.
Vic, listen, and I think that the Kansas City Chiefs know what the Broncos are bringing. It's not an overconfident bunch. They know who they are. Mahomes has a really good attitude about things, and I can't believe I'm saying this. But he's like, look, yeah, my numbers are not great. It's probably the worst I've had numbers-wise in my career, but all I care about is winning. I was listening to Samaje Perine talk about this Kansas City Chiefs team after the victory the other night. He was on a national show, and those guys he's like, all we care about is just a win. You know, it doesn't matter how it's coming. We want to get better, of course, but we care about winning games. They're not going to overlook the Broncos. If you think they're going to overlook the Broncos, that's not going to happen. It's just until the Broncos go and do it, dude, you've got to err on the side of Kansas City is still damn good. That's it. And I don't know why you're not doing that. I don't know why Coach and D-Mac are not doing that. I don't understand.
But I don't see, this is, again, I think you're confusing this. Nobody is saying the Chiefs aren't really good. Nobody's saying that. You know what's really good? The Thunder are really good. And you beat them short-staffed. It's just, it's about what do you think the matchup looks like. And in a game in which you're playing an offense that doesn't light up the scoreboard, you're going to have a chance to win.
Well, it's
which again, to clarify.
Yardage-wise, it's still top 10 in the National Football League. I mean, what do you mean not good? I don't know what to tell you. There's something, you're right, Brett, there's something being lost in translation, and I'm trying to find commonality between Vic and myself and you.
I don't think it's that lost.
Could the Broncos win? Absolutely they could. The odds of it happening? Not that great. And that's where I stand.
I don't think it's that lost in translation. I just, if you think that the Broncos have a decent shot to win this weekend, and you think the Chiefs are better, like all of that makes sense. And it's the indignance, I guess, on the sides of myself and Sanford and DMAC that we don't understand the people that are saying, well, you're playing the Chiefs in Arrowhead, like good luck. It's like, okay, but I've watched the Chiefs quite a bit this year. And all I'm saying is the style that they play offensively is a style that'll keep you in a ball game. But beyond that,
well, they're 10th in yards and they're 10th in scoring in the league, and they haven't even untracked themselves yet. So think what you want. Go ahead.
Beyond that, if you win this weekend, I think you're in the playoffs. Like, I think it's that simple. You win this weekend, you're at 6-4, 10 games into the year with a couple of easier games coming up on the back half of this schedule. Yeah, I think you're in, which is an insane thing to say. And what's more crazy, okay, if I put these two side by side, the fact that the Broncos have a legitimate shot to be a playoff team with a rookie quarterback this year, or that the Buffs have a legitimate shot to be a college football playoff team in year 2 of Dion. Which one's more crazy?
For me, it's the Broncos because I didn't think that they would have a chance at the postseason. I say that, Brett, because my default with the Buffaloes is I don't know what they had, okay, because of all the change of personnel and different players coming in, and could they put it together? I knew they had some stars, but I didn't know could they put it together, could they be better than a 4-win team, and so on. But clearly they have been. So to me, that's less shocking just because of the unknown factor. For the Broncos, I thought I knew what I knew. I didn't realize the defense was going to be this good. I didn't realize the kid could run the ball so effectively out of the quarterback position. So to me, that's more surprising.
Back to the numbers, Steve Spagnuolo, his record against rookie quarterbacks, compliments of Troy Rank, by the way.
I was trying to find those.
He's 11-1 against rookie quarterbacks. The one lone loss, Justin Herbert in the season finale 2020. 11-1.
Yeah.
He eats up opposing rookie quarterbacks because you see what his defense does.
Sure.
It's unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, again, if you want the ingredients to a Broncos competitive game and a possible win, you got to make them think. You've got to put Bo Nix And hey, he may run the ball on this down.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Now I don't know who the rookie quarterbacks are that he's faced in this, but I don't think a lot of them have looked the way that Bo Nix does. That stat from Sanford was an interesting one, and it was in the leaders in 20-plus yard plays this season in all of the NFL. The top 2 names are Lamar Jackson and then Bo Nix. And it gets to this sort of Moneyball, Billy Bean sort of thing where it's like, oh, yeah, but I bet about a lot of those are running the football. And if you're Billy Bean, what do you say, Moj? You say, I want the guy on base. Do I care if it's a hit or a walk? Like, how are you racking up yards for me? How are you flipping field position? I don't care which way it comes. But that the ability of him to run is sort of an X factor in this.
Why don't they use it more? And not just on the scramble mode. You know what I'm saying? And part of me thinks the reason they don't is because they're hearkening back to the fundamental goal of this season, to develop Bo Nix in the pocket, to develop Bo Nix under center, which he didn't have the opportunity to do in college. He was a shotgun quarterback. To develop the traits and the mannerisms necessary to win in the league. If you just go let's run him, you're not going to develop him the way you had hoped. So if it means losing a couple games this year, hey, that's what it means. That's the drawback. That's the price you pay.
I think situationally you can do it. There's another thing about subjecting him to hits that I don't think they want to do. Let's say they run a read option, Vic, and
it doesn't have to be that, though. Coach Sanford always refers to this play. Do you remember in the New Orleans game, they ran a quarterback run left where they swept was it a tight end? Somebody came out in front of him as a lead blocker.
Yeah.
And he went untouched down the left sideline.
But I think it's subjecting him to hits, and you're taking into account how much he runs already.
Yeah.
Because he runs the football quite a bit. Now, they might not be designed plays, but
he gets hit anyway. Hey, if you're not going to subject him to hits, why do you run him as a receiver at the goal line where he got hit hard?
Yeah.
I'm struggling. I'm really sort of struggling right now.
With?
Because I respect your opinions and I respect Coach Sanford's opinions and even DMAC to a certain extent. I'm teasing. And the vociferous nature of your belief, it has me questioning my own sanity, and I don't know what to do with that, because I think I know what I know about the Kansas City Chiefs. I think I know what I know about this game. I know who they are. I know what they've looked like this year. I've seen them play the football. I've seen them play football and move the football. But you guys are incredibly adamant about the Broncos' ability to go get them, and so I'm trying to juggle all this information and mold it together, and I'm really struggling with it.
Well, Moser,
why don't you just
put your thoughts into a letter?
Shut up. No, Nelly.
Dear Brett, this is very unlike you. What the hell is wrong with you? You're normally stable, and you keep the show from flying off the rails. But you now think that the Broncos have a 50-50 chance of going to Arrowhead Stadium, that crap hole, scary-ass
house
hell
of horrors
bucket
for the last 10 years.
Hell bucket and winning. And I don't know what to do with that. Dear Coach Sanford, yeah, you are on hippie lettuce. You have to be, because your proclamation is so completely unhinged from who you are as a normal human being that I don't know how to process that.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to figure out with you, Moj.
Dear Vic, back me up.
The way you're speaking right now, it sounds like myself and Sanford and DMAC all said, I think the Broncos win by 30. And you're going, well, that's ridiculous. And then when I ask you, what do you think happens? You're like, oh, yeah, I think the Broncos got a shot. I'm like, we aren't that far off, and you're acting like we are.
I'm not as belligerent as Mosier with this. I'm sort of in between. Do I think they can win? Of course I think they can win. They have a chance to win. Would I bet on the Broncos winning? Hell no.
Would you bet on them to cover 8 points?
Yeah, I could see a close game. I could see, just as Bo Nix told you in that soundbite, one possession game. Who is the best team in football at one possession games?
The Chiefs.
Where's this game being played?
In Arrowhead. Well, and again, how about this? The whatever you want to call it, belief or whatever, Moj, you act like, and this is, I tried to remind people of this earlier. I don't think I'm insane Homer sort of stance on this. I've said this from the very beginning. You might think I'm stupid with the things that come out of my mouth, but nothing's a lie. Nothing is drummed
There's
up.
nothing wrong with your prediction.
No, I'm saying this for the audience.
Yeah.
Nothing I say is drummed up for sports radio hot take stuff.
yeah.
I don't do that, okay? You might think I'm stupid, but it's what I truly feel.
There's nothing wrong with your opinion. I just have a different one. That's all. I just think it's going to take a perfect game.
I get that. I'm just reminding people of, just so you know, like I'm not being super Homer about this. What I said last week was I think there's a chance the Broncos get boat raced. I said that heading into the Baltimore game.
So did I.
Speed
And
Racer,
I absolutely.
Speed Racer writes in, I think Mosier and Vic will be eating their words. I hope so. I hope that the Broncos emerge victorious. You don't think I want that? I'm just telling you, if you were to press me and say, you got to bet something, I would never bet on this game because of the history. And part of that is because of the history. It's almost like that. Remember that Laker history that I had to bury deep into the ground?
Yeah.
It's that same thing. It's in my brain, and I can't get it out of there.
Well, I'll tell you this much.
The Lakers history.
Well, that's gone now. It's gone.
Listen, man. Vic, I was talking you off the ledge, and I felt great.
Yes.
I just don't in this. And Brett, again, I hope to God you're right. I hope the coach is right. I hope the DMAC is right. I hope the Broncos go there and win. If it's by a point, great with me. I just don't see it right now. Mosier, have some faith.
Hey, Mosier, look over your left shoulder.
Well, that's P. Watt at the line. Oh, he's missing that free throw with 16 to go.
Those are
Nuggets
the
fans
Canadian
freaking.
highlights. Are they in Canadian language? Are they doing the highlights in the Canadian language?
Yeah, he's at the free throw line, don't you know?
Here they set up SGA one-on-one. Caruso
SGA
gives him the
one-on-one,
ball.
Are you doing play-by-play on a TV over Mosier's shoulder
From
in a hotel
Winnipeg.
room?
In Canada, yeah.
Hey, give some credit to Russell Westbrook, by the way, on that block shot. I want you to watch this now that we're seeing the replay over Mosier's shoulder. Peyton Watson cannot get through and make that block if Russ doesn't make it hard on SGA.
Right.
Russ's defense is so overlooked, guys. It's so overlooked. He is a dog.
Yes, he
now,
is.
Did he get beat by SGA? Everybody gets beat by SGA. But he made it hard on him. He didn't give up on the play.
So a lot more to get to here. Again, the key word for this hour is Westbrook. So send Westbrook.
You get to watch my TV.
And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you got a shot to win those tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala at 11:30 today. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Dear Coach Sanford, yeah, you are on hippie lettuce. You have to be.
You guys want me to sound like a total bag right now? It's like my favorite album that I have for my record player. Bob Marley Greatest Hits.
Yeah, you've got hold on, with the blue one, the blue with the blue on it.
It's his Legend album.
Man, there was an era I was really into this too.
I'm telling you, every song on that
What do you
album.
mean an era, Vic? Bob Marley's
He's
a
timeless.
genius.
I know, but there
He's
was
timeless.
an era where I listened to this over and over.
I still do a lot. I got a ton of Bob Marley on my phone right here.
Hey Mosier, are we going to have a diet of kale tonight?
Hang on.
I don't know, Vic. I'm going to head over to the
Let it ride
ring.
a little bit more. Hang on.
Because obviously after the game the other night, the fear.
Kaner.
Yep, that's the album. That's the one I got.
The fear after the other night was that he'd be, oh God, look out, LBI, he's out a while, but
Yeah, he's on the trip, so that's a positive sign. All we have to do is go back to what Coach told us yesterday morning. We held him out as a precaution because he felt like maybe something got tweaked. He says if he shows up this morning and feels great, great. If he doesn't, then we're going to, we'll check it out and we'll treat it appropriately. If they didn't think he could play, believe me, he wouldn't be on this bird. So I think it's a good sign that he's here. That's what I think.
I still can't get over the fact, Moj, that like a week from now, we're going to have a team that resembles the Colorado Avalanche on the ice. Like, we're getting close.
Well, hopefully you'll have Druin back, and then
Is he on the trip?
Miles Wood as well. I didn't see him on the plane. That doesn't. I mean, of course, I was reading my I brought my National Geographic with me. I know. I'm a weirdie, but I was reading about the Inca Gold and Ramses the Great, the two big stories inside this issue of National Geographic.
You subscribe to National Geographic?
Yeah.
That's so
I've
Mosher.
I mean, it is.
I carry
For the pictures?
I carry 3 of them with me at all times. Look.
What in the world is this?
That is so Mosher. That is like.
No, he
Well,
just
it's natural.
he
It's
fanned
history.
out. Just so you guys
It's
know,
it's the history National Geographic.
people who are listening, he just fanned out 3 Nat Geo magazines.
That's your boomer stuff. Yeah, I'm a boomer in a lot of those too. I love reading a newspaper on Sundays. I get the paper, I read it, hand it out. Just
I do too.
Lay it out, and I love watching CBS Sunday Morning.
Okay, that's a little too
The
far.
extended feature stories, love it.
My wife, every night she watches, I don't know what channel it is. It's the Muir guy, M-U-I-R, Muir.
David Muir, yeah.
Yeah, she watches that show. And I'm like, I have not watched a news television program, I think, in my life.
Dude, the only time I've ever watched like the news stations is election night. That might be the only. If
I
there's
was
a-
locked in on Tuesday.
That's the only time I
Yeah.
watch. I don't do that. I don't have time for that. There's a sporting event on.
In this particular issue of National Geographic History, Vic, there's an awesome article you can see right there. There's the Vatican. An awesome article on the Tomb of St. Peter and discovering what they believe is the Tomb of St. Peter. It's really cool. Plus, the Nero's Reign of Terror was great, but this one right here, the medieval castles and how they were built and how they came about was really, that's it.
Brett, if you ever had the opportunity,
Playing them off.
Brett, if you ever had the opportunity to visit the Vatican, it's the weirdest thing. They've got these tombs just hanging out, and there are people down there. I mean, there are people still.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
And you're like, whoa.
I know, Nelly. Nelly just whispered something in my ear.
I know.
I want you guys all to read. Don't read it out loud. Just read it to yourself. 2678 on the text line. Just read that one real quick and see. You get a chuckle like I got.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, I'm a real jerk because I'm a real jerk because I read. Yeah, I know. What a total dork. Hey, Mose, you want to learn? Well, you're a loser.
No, I am not going to guilt trip you. I'm not shaming you on that. You deserve credit for it.
Hey, you know what I did the other day, by the way? I was like, I got a letter in the mail. Because, look, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to help out our fellow media brethren, okay? I got something in the mail that said, hey, your Denver Post thing is going to be a real pain on your checking account every month. And I'm like, you know what? My wife actually came up to me because she knows I get the paper. I'll read some of the Sunday stuff. I get Wednesdays and Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But I like doing the crosswords on paper. I don't like doing it on the computer. I like to do it on paper. I'm nerdy in that way. So every Sunday, I do both New York Times and USA Today crosswords.
I've never done a crossword in my life.
It got to an insane price. And my wife said, enough's enough. And I said, you know what? I actually agree with you. And I had to cancel.
Oh,
I canceled my Denver Post subscription. Only for a day later, they call me and they're like, please.
Well,
Is what they said.
Our bad.
They said,
Yeah.
please. And they said, here's the price we can do.
Yes.
And I was like,
Can I offer some insight on what these people charge? Like,
I'll just tell you, for Wednesdays and Sundays for a month, it was $103.
you
I'm like,
can
guys, I
negotiate.
can't do that.
You can negotiate, man.
I didn't know that. I do know that now.
You got to negotiate this stuff.
So now I went just Sundays, and it's somewhere like $35 a month, and I go, cool. And you get everything online. You can look at all the stories online, too, which is good. So you still got the paper digitally.
The guy called me and asked me if I wanted to re-up. I offered my old trampoline. Straight up.
Oh, so it's like a flea market thing.
Yeah.
Just trading up.
Yeah. All right, Easy. Way to go. You learn from the best.
Texas
Mosier had to give up his gas washing machine to get all those National Geographics.
That's right.
Yeah,
Dustin Wright
exactly.
said National Geographic is just Mosier's traveling Playboy. That's the first thing that came to mind. Hey, when we were kids, you went to National Geographic for other reasons. Pictures. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Vic, you guys had that in the Sears catalog.
Which, look, if you're reading a Nat Geo on the plane, you say, I'm getting educated. I can't control what the pictures are in this thing. Have you guys had it?
The way we get... Yeah.
Have you guys had it where you're on a plane? So I was watching a movie, okay? And I didn't know it was in this movie. It's called Red Sparrow. It was a good movie. It's with Jennifer Lawrence. She's like a... Is it a Russian agent thing? But she's also in the ballet. I forget. It was a while ago.
She's a ballerina turned double agent.
Yes, but it was a good
Sounds
movie.
stupid.
But
Yeah,
there are scenes in that movie where she has to use her looks to lure in these people before she takes them out. And when I say use her looks, I mean full looks on the movie screen. Okay.
Well, on an airplane, that's probably...
Well, I didn't
You're like,
know
whoa,
this,
whoa,
Moj.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Correct.
whoa, 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 whoa.
In so I'm in the aisle seat. Across the aisle to my left and a seat behind me with a perfect line to that television is about a 10-year-old boy. I literally took off my hat and held it in front of where his side was. You can't fast forward on those things. And I didn't want to exit out and restart. It's just too much stuff. So I just held it like this away from him. But I felt like a creep. And I'm like, I didn't know this was part of the movie. I'm sorry. Had no idea.
Well, the reason we got on this, speaking of airplanes, is because I had my head buried in my Nat Geo, and I didn't know if Jonathan Drouin got on the plane or not. I'm going to walk over to the rink. The Avs will skate here now in about an hour and a half, and I will figure it out. But Kale is on the trip, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, hopefully, again, Brett, you're looking, still longer term for Ross Colton, and then even longer term for Gabe. And you just hope that it all is going to be.
What's Miles?
You hope it's all going to be okay.
What's with Miles?
It was 7 to 10 days.
I don't remember.
Can you pull that up for us, Nelly? Can we get an exact quote here from the coach?
I do want to ask Mosier, though, what kind of game do you expect? Because it was so crazy in the playoffs last year. With their goalie, you expected these tight games. You got to win tight games. And it was just a scoring affair every game.
Yeah. I just laid it out for you earlier, Vic, that the Winnipeg Jets score a lot of goals. I mean, they are prolific this year. And
another scoring orgy.
Yeah, you're going to
Scorgy.
I don't know about that. You're going to have to be so good in your own zone tonight. I mean, and Georgie's going to have to be really, really good. They're the number one scoring team in the league at almost 5 goals per game. Does that frighten you a little bit?
Sounds like
it
the
frightens me.
Because
because
the last couple of years.
Well, the Avs, I mean, last year the Avs led the National Hockey League in goals per game at 3.68. Okay? And there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 teams right now above that. So scoring is, at least to start the year, the first, 1/6 of the season, whatever you want to call it, scoring is up. So you're going to have to be super duper good in your own end, and Georgie's going to have to be really, really good tonight.
Let's hear Bednar on Miles Wood yesterday.
Miles Wood, I'm hoping we get information today that he's going to ramp it up a little bit and possibly get back on the ice. So, he's just kind of letting everything calm down with his injury. But he's not, I would still consider him day-to-day as well.
Okay. So,
there you go.
Not super long-term, but maybe not immediate.
They did place him on IR retroactively to, I think, the 29th. So, 28th, there you go. So, he was retroactively back to the 28th. So that's where he's at right now.
Texter says, I want Mosier to drop a scorgy tonight.
A scoring orgy?
Can you give us a
I'm
scorgy?
not doing that.
Scorgy.
Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll try.
Now,
I don't know.
Marlo can get away with that. I don't think Mosier can. Certain things you can get away with.
I don't like the word orgy. Okay? I just don't like the word. I don't like the connotation. There's nothing about that.
You feel like
that
you
I
got to
think
put an eyes wide shut mask on before you say it?
Yeah,
sort of thing?
or what's that Sandra Bullock movie? She's got the thing on. She's in a boat. What's that?
Bird.
I don't know.
Something?
I didn't see it. I've seen the memes with her with a thing
Yeah,
on
it
her
was
head.
Bird Box.
Texter says, "Is this a sports station? What's going on? It's whatever we want to do. Okay."
Yeah, somebody actually just called me and chatted with me off air and complained that we were talking about the Nuggets or the National Geographic instead of the thrilling Nuggets game last night.
This is an entertainment show that we mostly talk about sports. We talk about what we want on this show.
I want to focus on numbers.
What'd you say?
I'd like to focus on sports numbers.
A splendid
really
Serbian hooker shot.
Now, that was downright obscene from Marlo. We had him on after that. That was an obscenity.
The pause between hooker and shot is pretty amazing, though.
He caught himself.
Do it
He
again.
caught
Do it
himself.
again, Nelly.
A splendid Serbian hooker shot.
All right. Voice of the People is available on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Fricky Law Firm there in your corner. Back to the Nuggets' big win yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Let's get to Jeff Legwold next to get a preview. Let's see if I'm insane for thinking this is a 50-50 proposition against the Chiefs with Jeff Legwold next. Circa Sports. Download the app right now, and you can get an early look at some of these lines for over the weekend between the Buffs and the Broncos. The Broncos 8-point dogs on the Circa Sportsbook. If you feel the way that I do, perhaps you throw some money down on that because I think the game's going to be close, if nothing else. So that's just one of them. The second here, CU has a massive game against Texas Tech with a whole bunch of future implications on Big 12 championship games and college football playoffs, and CU is a 4-point favorite on the Circa Sportsbook on the road at Texas Tech. You can find that and so much more if you download the app with the best odds in the game, tight money line splits. You won't find them anywhere better than the Circa Sportsbook. So download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, the Steelers are one of the best teams in the league at managing the cap. That's why they could surrender a 5th-round pick and get Mike Williams and a 7th-round pick and get Preston Smith, because they can add those contracts even over the short term easily because they manage the cap. You know, Baltimore manages the cap great. That's when you can do whatever you want. You can add sexy when you do the non-sexy thing, like manage your salary cap. You need a checkbook to be sexy.
Let's get some sexy radio going with Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. Joins us every single Thursday.
Sexy dudes, I think Leggy by a million miles.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You know it, Leggy. You know it. I mean, come
Words
on.
that have never been said. I'll just say that. Yeah.
Can I say words that I have been berated by my 2 co-hosts for the last 2 days for suggesting this, and this is all I've said. I think the game this weekend is a 50-50 coin flip. Is that insane?
You know, I guess the results of the season would say that's not a real indication. I think the Chiefs remind me of the Patriots when they had it going with Brady, and that they expend exactly the amount of energy they need to expend to get the win. And their quarterback's better than everyone else. And I guess the one thing that would make it a 50-50, even though the Broncos have been torched by their backup a few years ago, would be if Mahomes really isn't as healthy and able to move around as he says he is. That would make it a different kind of game. Yeah, so not totally insane, but this is like last year. Everyone's wringing their hands about, oh, the Chiefs don't look great. All I know is they win all the games they play for the most part.
And they're close games. And there is a skill. That's a skill, Jeff. That's what I think I'm trying to impress that. The skill is when things get tight, you loosen up. You're not tight. And that's what that team does better than any team in the league.
Well, again, who's played more bigger games than he has at quarterback? He's been in the biggest games in the toughest places, and they just win. I mean, even the Broncos, we all forget because of the glare of the trophy, but the 2015 Broncos were masters of the close game. They did nothing but win close games that year, even in the playoffs.
Spags is 11-1 against rookie quarterbacks. It's not going to be easy. So paint for us a scenario in which the Broncos win this game.
They have to manage their pressure, Vic. That Spagnuolo is from the Jim Johnson tree of defensive play calling. Johnson was a longtime coordinator in Philadelphia, and during his time, he was the most aggressive defensive play caller in the league when that was not a vogue thing. And Spagnuolo studied under him. His variety of pressures is some of the best in the league. Bo Nix will see a lot of things he has not really seen, played with efficiency, and they don't make mistakes. It's easy to be aggressive and then have coverage busts all over the place, but they're aggressive and they don't make mistakes. They get you to throw the ball where they want you to.
Run them. So what you're telling me then, I mean, you're talking about 8-0. This is a top 5 defense in terms of yards allowed, but it's still a top 10 offense, Jeff, yards-wise and scoring-wise. I mean, to me, it still looks like the Kansas, even though they may not optically appear to be what they were even in the Super Bowl win last year, they're still the Kansas City Chiefs. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, they have the championship swagger. Again, our modern version of the dynasty is the Patriots. And one year many years, they were wide open, no huddle, 5 wide. Some years they were 2 tight end. Some years they asked Brady to hand the ball off a lot. Some years they asked Brady to run it all. And all they did was win however they had to. And that's where the Chiefs are. They win however they have to. They've had injuries at wide receiver. Doesn't matter. They've had things not go well at times during games. Doesn't matter. Mahomes has had moments where he looks like he's not in tune with the guys that are on the field because they keep moving people in and out of the lineup. And when the game's on the line, it doesn't matter. And Hopkins changes their offense a little bit. That was a really good addition on their part. He will have significant impact for them the rest of the way.
Put Sean Payton on the sideline for that Monday night game. If the Broncos go in and close to a point in the final seconds, does Sean Payton go for 2 or go to overtime?
Oh, you know what? That's an excellent question. Now, he answered that yesterday by saying you got to look at how your team's playing. You know, he used an example of kicking a field goal when he was the Saints coach one time because he said the left tackle was getting hammered that day. So I think if he felt like they were playing well, he'd go for it. And if he felt like they weren't reliable moving the ball, they'd probably kick it.
Heard Mike Sanford come up with a stat yesterday that is pretty surprising, and just wondering what you think of this. That Bo Nix is second in the NFL in plays of 20 yards or more, only behind Lamar Jackson. What do you make of that?
They're near last in the NFL of plays of 30 yards or more. So I'd say they're right in the rectangle I've been talking about all year. They're playing offense in a rectangle right now, roughly 0 to 20 yards from the line of scrimmage. So, I think it's just a factor of him running a lot as well as a solution, which a young guy is going to do. You know, he is, I believe he's 28th in yards per completion. So that does not translate to a lot of big plays in the passing game.
Which defense is better between these two?
Right now, I think that the Chiefs have played more consistently at their best. I think the Broncos have been better, if that makes sense.
Sure.
But I think the Ravens found a backup safety last week. You know, that was a big ask for Devon Key in that game. And the Ravens wasted no time, going after that. Some teams don't do that anymore. It's the old, we're going to do what we're going to do. But the Ravens were kind of old school. They went right after the player they thought they could get. And I was a little surprised the Broncos, because they had done it in practice, I was a little surprised they did not simply match Surtain on Flowers and take their chances with everybody else.
Is PJ Locke available to play this Sunday?
Practiced fully yesterday. I think that sort of translates to, by the time we get to Sunday, he probably have some kind of cast or something on his hand. He was practicing with a big wrap yesterday.
Brett raised a very good question, or it might have been Vic, I don't know, but it was earlier in the show that at 5-3, if the Broncos don't, they're in a playoff spot right now, but if they don't make it, is it going to be a disappointing season? And Jeff, I guess they're further along than I thought they were going to be. I didn't think they would be 5-3. Is it fair if they don't make it to be a little bit disappointed because they had it in their hands and they control their own destiny?
Well, in that regard, I guess, because there is some openings now in the AFC at the back end of the playoff chase, because not a lot of the teams are. It's a pretty much rich or poor time in the AFC. The good teams are really good, and everybody else is kind of struggling. But I would say until the Broncos beat somebody, who's in the higher weight classes, I'm not sure you can say they're ahead of schedule yet. I think they have 3 wins over teams with two victories. So, and I don't know that they have a win over anybody with a winning record right now. I mean, I think Tampa's 4-4.
They're 4-4. Yeah.
So they haven't beaten anybody, in the higher weight classes, as it were. And I think if they do that once or twice and don't make the playoffs, then you're kind of like, wow, that one kind of got away from them, because there is a chance even for them right now at the back end of the wild card race.
Can I ask that another way, and a question that I'm sure you're going to hate? If they win this weekend, do you think they're a playoff team?
Well, I think that gives you a little more fuel to say you're more than a 1-week playoff team. I mean, right now, if they made the playoffs, I'm not sure they're going on the road and taking on anybody, with until they can find some more pop on offense. Their defense is just under the microscope all the time. They have to come up with so many stops over and over again. And when they don't, look, that's what the game like Baltimore looks like. The defense had a tough day. And where's the safety net when that happens right now? The Broncos don't have one.
Can I go back to last week? Oh, sorry, Moj. Just let me get this out real quick.
Yeah,
go
no
ahead.
problem.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Jeff, this guy is so funny to me. I mean, this guy is hysterical. He's been pushing this narrative now for a couple of days, this 50-50 and all this kind of stuff. You see how he just surreptitiously – no, Jeff, if the Broncos win on Sunday, I mean, this guy is a piece of work, is he not?
He'll be 6-4. That's good.
Okay, understood that. Oh, okay, understood that. But you're putting these different wedges into your argument. You're trying to move that rock uphill, and I can't do it. I don't know. Jeff, thank God you're not on tomorrow because it's going to be crazy, I'm sure.
Well, let me follow this up with something else. I want to go back to last week's game. So I think we all sat here and we said, you know what, a blowout in Baltimore is a possibility because Baltimore is just crazy offensively and it's going to be a track meet. Can you keep up sort of thing? They couldn't. But it's funny. We all got to the show on Monday. None of us were super upset. And we pointed out, hey, if you get that throw on 4th and 4 to Troy Franklin, I think the game changes a lot in the way that looks. Do you buy into that early in that game, a couple plays they missed, a missed 4th down, missed throw in the end zone to Franklin, that the game could have been a lot more competitive and a lot more of a chance to win had you executed earlier? Because once that happened, Baltimore scored a couple touchdowns and just sprinted away with it.
Well, I mean, that's how you know they're not quite ready because they don't rebound from early mistakes. They don't rebound from early, failed connections. Yeah. They don't keep slugging it out. Again, if their defense doesn't play at an elite level right now, they don't have a safety net against anybody who's any good on offense. And that's a lot to ask. But from even 2015, we all look back on that as one of the best Bronco defenses ever. They gave up 34 to the Steelers in one game that year, and they gave up 24 a couple times that year. You can't hold everybody down every week in the NFL, no matter how good you are on defense. And when that happens, the good teams have a response. And the Broncos are at this point in salary cap misery and offensive development, and a rookie quarterback who's trying to do all he can just to survive in the deep end of the pool. That's asking a lot, and they don't have that safety net right now. If the defense doesn't have that great day, how do they win a game right now? I'm not sure they do.
Jeff Legwold, have you ever read a National Geographic cover to cover?
Not recently, but yes.
Okay, just testing because our co-host here
subscribes. That's like an age test, really. Yeah. Have you read National? That's like you've either been to a lot of doctors' offices or you're an old person.
What an ass! I swear, I don't know what. I wish I'm going to break my equipment during the break. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out of here.
Love you, Leggy.
Hey, man, this one about the Tomb of St. Peter is really, really good, dude.
Are you at the dentist right now doing the show or what?
I'm in Winnipeg, bro. I'm in Winnipeg.
Been there.
And that's the only time you want to be there, I'm sure. Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com.
No, I froze my ass off in Winnipeg. I'm not embarrassed to say.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. Thank you, buddy. Talk next week.
Thanks, fellas.
All Conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
I'm ready, ready, ready. Yeah.
All right, so the Nuggets get this big win, short-staffed against the Thunder last night. No AG, no Jamal. You're playing Westbrook in the starting lineup. You're playing P. Watt in the starting lineup. You got Zeke getting 10 minutes. And they find a way to win, 124 to 122. Jokic goes for 23, 20, and 16?
Yeah, just
That is correct.
Your
yes.
typical, triple-double with 20 rebounds. Not a big deal. I thought of this. And tell me if I'm wrong. Nikola Jokic is the ultimate giving tree. He's a giving tree. He's a giver. Think about it. Everybody who plays alongside him plays better. Jeremy Grant, when he came here, it bolstered his career, gave him that big contract. Okay? We saw that happen. If you put anybody in the lineup with Nikola Jokic, numbers will improve. KCP had the best offensive numbers of his career. Where?
Here.
In Denver. Christian Brown, who replaced KCP. Have you seen what's happened to him offensively? Aaron Gordon's numbers when he went from Orlando to Denver. What's happened?
Efficiency through the roof.
He is a giving tree. He does this. Russell Westbrook, last season in LA, not once did he have consecutive 20-point nights. He's done it already with the Nuggets. Back-to-back 20-point nights. What's the common denominator here?
Here's the thing, man.
What is it?
It's Jokic. I was going to make one comparison, but it wouldn't be good. I was going to say it's like you're with you're a normal-looking dude surrounded by uglier dudes, so it makes you look better. But that's a bad comparison. So I'll say this. Jokic is, how about this? He's LeBron James and everybody else is Rich Paul. Could Rich Paul have had a successful career? Yeah, probably. Would he be the number one agent in the NBA without being LeBron James's buddy? There's no chance.
Jason Loveland here has the best comparison. He is Peyton Manning, 2024. Peyton Manning, no matter who you put on the team, he made Julius Thomas a star.
Mm-hmm.
He made Eric Decker go get a contract like he never thought he'd get. He made Demaryius Thomas a legend.
Oh, those are some of my favorite things. When you see guys who play along the Tom Brady's and Drew Breeses and guys like that, and then they go somewhere else. Do you remember all those receivers in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers? Like James Jones would leave Green Bay to go to Oakland for a year, and he would have no numbers, come right back to Green Bay and put up like a 1,200-yard season.
So it is stunning for us to hear people on the outside looking in, especially former players, because every player's got a podcast. Every former player, there are millions of podcasts. There's this podcast now, Lou Williams, and is it Chandler Parsons?
Yes, it's on a FanDuel show. Before you get to this, Vic, I got to throw out the keyword, okay? So the keyword, last chance during this show, as we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala, and it's time for that next keyword. So your first and last name, and this word, which is Parker, for Parker Kelly, because he stopped 6 pucks on, in a minute and a half span.
Human pinata.
Parker and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll call a name at 11:30, and if we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim those tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. If you don't call back in 5 minutes, then we're going to call another name. We're going to do that until somebody gives us a call within that time frame. The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by Nuggets, Avs, and more, where you get the chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballerina.com to claim your tickets, and there are less than 100, so act now.
You're going to have to abbreviate that, Reed.
Yeah, you are.
I made that quick.
I will be.
Abbreviate that
I made that super
I
quick.
will-
a little long.
I'll be interviewing Parker Kelly on the bench tonight here in Winnipeg.
Just throw a puck at him. See what he does.
He's probably
That would be
going to he's going to take
Just
it right
start
in the
throwing
grill, and then
things.
he's
Throw a puck.
Oh my God!
Throw your phone, throw your keys, throw everything at him. Just see how he reacts.
I should say, would you be terrible at dodgeball? I mean, what do we do? No,
I was lost in dodgeball.
Yeah, he deliberately put his body in harm's way. It's pretty impressive. Back to the Nuggets. Go ahead, Vic. Go ahead.
I was just referring Nikola, and I hate doing this because there's no reason for us in Denver. We don't need to praise a man who doesn't really need it. We know what he is. But it bothers me, it chaps me when former players, especially those who played against him, just lose sight of what he is, okay? Lou Williams, who retired recently. Chandler Parsons, I'm not even sure when he retired. Austin Rivers, who the other day claimed that Karl Anthony Towns had a bigger bag more skill offensively than Nikola Jokic. Now, a statement like that is just an opinion. It shouldn't fire anybody up. Yeah, whatever. It's just, wrong. It's wrong. Those two guys, Parsons and Lou Will, compounded it by agreeing with Austin Rivers until the most recent show they've done. They backtracked, and they actually took ownership of their misdeed. Listen to, is this Chandler or Lou
This
Will?
is Lou Williams.
Listen to Lou Williams.
And yesterday I said Cat was more skilled than Jokic. And I stood on it and I gave details why I felt like that. And you know what? I'm real enough to admit that I was wrong.
That's growth.
Didn't see that coming.
That's growth.
I was absolutely wrong.
Proud of you, buddy.
I
Mr.
bumped
Lou.
my head, and as a result, Jokic went out and put up these gaudy, amazing numbers with a dub, beat the last undefeated team left in the association. Oh no, Cleveland's still there, right?
Yeah, Cleveland's the last one standing.
But that was a wild take, and I take responsibility for my wild take, and I was tripping.
Well, and therein lies the problem, because he went on to say he got lost in the outcome of games. Tough start for the Nuggets this season, 0-2. They didn't look good out of the gate, and that blurred his vision. And that does it to a lot of guys. There's just no reason. I shouldn't have to sit here. You shouldn't have to sit here and defend Nikola Jokic's greatness. Just watch the games.
It feels to me, Vic, like even through all of the MVPs and whatnot, you could see people gradually starting to come on board, and I don't know when it happened. But it felt like these pundits were given permission to accept what we all know, and that he's the best player in the world. You know what I mean?
They want to believe, though. They want to find.
They want to fight it. I know they want to fight it.
Yes,
they're fighting it. They're fighting it. They're fighting it. But eventually, you're like, I know what I'm seeing. I know what he's doing. I'm going to have to accept it. He is the best player on planet Earth.
And it's consistent.
Period.
It's consistent.
Yes.
Win or lose. That's the thing. He did it even. He put up a 40-point night and a triple-double in the first two games they lost.
Nelly, can I hear that again from Lou Williams? One more time.
Why?
Because I want to point something
And
out.
yesterday I said Cat was more skilled than Jokic. And I stood on it, and I gave details why I felt like that. And you know what? I'm real enough to admit that I was wrong.
Okay, stop.
That's growth.
What do you say again?
That is growth. That's good.
No. Yesterday, I said Cat had a bigger bag. Today, I admit I'm wrong. This has what's been wrong with the discourse in basketball for about 2 straight decades. I never understood it. I hate how this sport is talked about. I can't stand it. What do you mean a game was played on November 6th of the regular season?
And that
you had a thought, and now your thought is different on who's a better player.
What one game changes your viewpoint of an entire career?
Is that not the most insane thing?
Yes.
But it happens all the time in this sport.
It's the society we live in. It's the again,
but
it's the
basketball
Twitter world.
is terrible.
It's like, what have you done most recently?
See, but it's bigger than this. Like, here's the thing, guys. For all the stuff I've said about Mahomes' season so far, I will be the first to admit to you, he's the best quarterback in the NFL, and there's no other arguments I will have about this. If Mahomes goes out against the Broncos on Sunday and throws 3 picks and no touchdowns and they lose by 30 points, you know what I say Monday morning? Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league still. And I don't get in the NBA, because we've done this for the entirety of Jokic's dominance of the NBA. They go night to night. Embiid's better than Jokic. Oh, what's that? Jokic had a 40-point triple-double? No. Jokic is better than Embiid.
Yeah, but look what he did against
Embiid just put up a 50-burger and they won last night. No, Embiid's better. It's the stupidest way that anybody evaluates any sport that we have, and the NBA is like the only one that does
Let
this.
me tell you why it should not be a discussion, Mark Mosher. This is why Nikola Jokic is the best basketball human being on earth. Is there another human being that could have taken that Serbian national team to the lengths he took them, to
Not a chance.
the precipice of upsetting the U.S. in that semifinal game? Is there another player? You insert another player for Nikola. Is there anyone else that could do that?
Not a chance. Nope.
Can you think
There's
of anyone?
There's nobody else that could have done that. No. I mean, they wouldn't even be in a position for a medal if not for him. Nope. And listen, I guess part of me is very excited that people around the league, and it seems like almost, I'm trying to think of some outliers and some holdouts who are in their bunker and they just simply won't crawl themselves out of it. But there's not very many of those, if any at all, because people have really come around. Now they understand, but somewhere along the way it was okay to say, you know what, I'm out of my bunker in this. I've got to acknowledge this guy really is the best. Now, Kaner, again, on a nightly basis it may frustrate you, but I think once you get there, then you don't go back. That's your position, and you go with it.
I'm trying to, I wonder if these guys.
They
hear themselves and they see how stupid they sound.
But it's funny how everybody goes full circle. Like, remember Nick Wright, his whole campaign to blemish the greatness of Nikola Jokic. Where did that campaign begin, guys? On this show. You remember that?
It did.
Well,
yes.
It led. There's a lead up to it, but yes.
Well, what'd you call him?
A D.
Okay, Richard. Yeah, you called what got him on the show is you
called him a hammer.
Richard.
Yes,
you called
I
him
did.
a hammer.
I called him a Grady Dick.
Yes.
And then and then he said, "Okay, let's talk about it."
So he came on the show, and then what's his take on Nikola Jokic today? What is it today?
He's the best player on the planet.
He learned. Should we go down the line? Brian Windhorst. Brian Windhorst.
Yeah.
Do you remember the argument we had with him?
Yes.
Who's the snuffleupagus on the East Coast who we've had on a couple times that complains at the altitude?
Eskin?
Yes.
Spike Eskin.
Yeah. I don't know what his take is. If he's still propping up Embiid like he's better than Jokic, I can't help you.
One thing.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
That guy too.
I'll say one thing about Nick Wright, and I'm going to do this with bile creeping up in my throat when I say this, okay? At least he was consistent. He did that for years, and he turned when the Nuggets won a championship. So at a minimum, he was dead wrong, but at least he stuck with it, and not every other day he made a different proclamation on Jokic was the best. No, never mind, this guy
We
is.
just laid out every argument known to man. Championship player, clutch, one of the most clutch players in the game, makes everyone around him better, gets people paid, career highs for teammates, affable, modest, humble. What else do you want? Do you want him to hand you money? Do you want money? Is it money you want? What do you want from him?
Money, me. Money good. I like money.
I've said this forever, and I'm going to be a broken record, okay? It's just going to keep skipping to the same thing. The reason why players like Lou Williams and all these different guys don't give Jokic, these specific ones, the proper credit is because, give me the stats again from Jokic last night, Vic.
It's insulting to compare Nikola Jokic to Karl Anthony Towns. That's an insult on the sport. It's an insult on my intelligence.
How much more we got to lose?
The reason they do this, because they grew up in, I'll explain the era in a second. Give me Jokic's numbers again.
For the season?
No, for last night.
Last night?
23, 20, and 16.
And 3 steals and 2 blocks.
Okay. What's the biggest highlight of the night last night from Jokic? Despite all the numbers, give me the highlight reel play that he made.
Like the one that brought all the milkshakes to the yard?
There wasn't one.
Yeah.
And that's what they're obsessed with. They love Ja Morant because you can get one of those every night from him. Jokic is the king of efficiency at doing what they perceive as boring. That's why he doesn't get this credit. Cat can do stuff like that occasionally. He can. And that's what makes this so stupid, is because they're worried more about the aesthetic as opposed to the production.
But that's basketball.
Of course.
That's basketball.
Of
That's
course.
the problem with basketball.
That's what I'm saying.
Vic, before we get to the end of the show, Westbrook had a night last night.
Yeah.
And his leadership was apparent. You talked about it being in the huddle.
Do you know who was
You talked
highlight
about
reel
it
last night?
game.
Russell was highlight reel last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Multiple highlight
Does
plays.
anybody go downhill with more ferocity and more?
No, and there must be a look on his face, too, when he's doing that, because guys are like, he must have like some sort of a...
Now, you don't know what you're going to get.
Accountants. Yeah.
Sometimes
you
it's
don't,
great. Sometimes it's like, what is going on here?
He must have some sort of countenance where guys are like, oh, God. Here it goes. But my question to you, Vic, is how do we keep this? I'm not asking for 10 to 15 every night, that sort of thing, 3 or 4 from three-point range. But how do we keep that sort of rust going when guys when Jamal's back and so on? How do we just keep that vibe?
I know.
How?
You pray. You pray that Russell is on that night. Like, there's really no in between here. He's going to have a really crappy night sometime
Listen, he's
soon.
a 17-year vet. I will say this, though. When you start and you play that many minutes alongside Joker, you're going to be better.
That probably helps, right? It's got to help. You know what? I would love to sit down when this year is over, whenever that is, and have Russ reflect back, whether it's a championship, whatever. Have him reflect back on, okay, my first year, and who knows, playing with the big guy, what it really is like, what he expected and what was delivered. I'm fascinated by that. Can't wait. Vic, get on that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line. So we'll get to a fact checker in a second. Talked a lot about the Broncos and the Chiefs this weekend. There's an equally as important game that happens the day beforehand, which is the Buffs and Texas Tech, which is, I think, by far their toughest game left on the schedule. Point spread in that one's 4. It's a coin flip. There's one thing, though.
Is it Tech by 4?
No. CU favored by 4. Yeah, they're favored by 4 on the road. But there's one thing about CU that is maybe not all year, but especially recently, they've got in their back pocket, and I think it's some sort of, I'll call it a superpower for them. And Dion talked about this recently. But here's what you have. You have a Big 12 conference that's up in the air right now. I'm going to throw BYU out and just assume they're in the Big 12 championship game. You don't know what's going to happen with Iowa State for the rest of the year. You handle your business. Iowa State is dealt one more loss. You're in the clear. But you have distinct advantages in a couple of different categories, and one of them is a big surprise this year, which we'll get to in just a few minutes. Stick around. Buffs with a tough road game coming up on Saturday against Texas Tech with huge implications. I mean, I feel like I've said this multiple times this year, but I think they've all been true. It's one of the biggest games that the Buffs has had in decades. I mean, it's pushing your way towards like potential conference and championships and stuff like that.
You know a cool tradition in Lubbock for those Texas Tech games? They hurl tortillas onto the field and at each other.
Dion talked about that. He goes, what do they throw? Tacos? It's like not full
Hey, man. Hey, I wish I was there in Lubbock. I love me a good tortilla, man. I'll take a flour tortilla.
So do I.
I'll take a corn tortilla. I'll take a fried tortilla. You any kind of tortilla you want to send my way, I will gladly snatch it up.
When I was batching it up, I used to just go to the fridge, lazy, and grab a couple tortillas, throw some sour cream on those suckers, and that's my dinner.
You know what I got at the store
my
yesterday?
Wife, she makes the best tacos on the planet, number one. But number two, she taught me how to make a quesadilla that will get your stinger up.
Okay.
It is unbelievable.
I went to the store yesterday, and I haven't had this combo in a long time, and I know it's just processed junk, but oh my God. I got a big bag of Fritos Scoops with bean dip.
Oh, yeah.
And oh my God, that was
you can go all night.
That was a hell of a meal.
All night.
You know what blows me away though with tortilla chips, and we've had this discussion. Vic, you're a healthy eater. Me and Moj not so much. I mean, I try and eat healthy for the most part, but I'm a snacker, and chips are it's a death. It's a weakness of mine.
That's
can't.
my vice.
I can't not eat them.
I told my wife not to buy them anymore. I don't know why she does. I think she wants to see me die.
I watched a video of somebody making homemade chips, and it literally, like, this is how stupid I am. It just hit me. Each chip is like a quarter of a tortilla, and I'm like, so I'm ripping through like 15 full tortillas every time I'm eating chips. That's what's happening? Like, because he cut them into quarters, he fried them, and then those were the chips, and I go, I'm literally running through bags of just tortillas when I'm eating chips.
If you're a Texas Tech fan, a tortilla is good. It's like a hat trick and everybody throws their hats. I'm not throwing you my tortilla. I ain't doing it.
Yeah, I'm keeping it.
I like the idea of what Dion said. Not tortillas, full-made tacos just being thrown. Just hamburger meat and
Chipotle tacos,
burritos, salsa, lettuce, cheese going everywhere.
Hey, Kaner, what's interesting, this game opened at the Buffs -3, and it's gone to -4. So people have been thinking that the Buffs are going to get it done. The matchup predictor has them at about 63-37 in this game, which is it's simply amazing. I mean, you win at Texas Tech, things look really, really good to run the whole dang thing.
Well, and
to run the table and be a 10-win football team.
That's what I want to get to. Outside of the Nebraska game this year, which was a mess, but it feels like ever since that Nebraska game, they've turned a corner, right?
Sure.
Into a very viable, good football team. Here's the road game since then. A 19-point win against Colorado State, a 27-point win at UCF, and a 27-point win at Arizona.
Blowout, blowout, blowout.
They're good on the road.
Very good.
Remember, that was Dion's
They embrace it.
It's sexy. We like going on the
They
road.
embrace
Like that
it.
whole thing.
They really do. They embrace it. There are some teams that just look at the opposing crowds. They can feel the hate, and they react to it positively.
That thing right there, what you just mentioned, I think that's been a change this year from last year. Last year, it felt like CU loved the attention when it was positive. Beginning of the year, undefeated start, college game day, Big Noon Fox Off, all those people, Lil Wayne concerts. And then it turned into a lot more hate, a lot more I'm sick of these guys. And I don't think they like that. I think they're embracing, like, okay, fine. You want us to be the enemy?
You want us to be the Raiders?
Want us to be the heel? We'll be the heel. We'll do that. And I think
we gonna
they've
get
embraced
booed.
that.
I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas? I said everything but the right thing.
Fajitas? No, he said tacos. No, fajitas. Fajitas would be better. Just that little mix and match, like arts and crafts tray that you just toss out in the middle of the field.
I love what he says when he goes, I said everything but the right thing.
Huh?
Yeah, I love that. I don't know what to make of this Texas Tech team. They're coming off that win against Iowa State on the road, which was highly impressive. The Cyclones were unbeaten. They got drilled by Wazoo earlier this year. They got drilled by Baylor, but they've beaten Cincy. They've beaten ASU. They've beaten Arizona, I should say. They barely lost to TCU. I don't know what to make of the Red Raiders, man. I really don't. And partly because I just think that they have some quality wins and some dumb losses. But I don't know how I feel about this 1-point spread.
That's college football.
It is.
Season.
I know, but I just don't know how I feel about it.
I got you, Moshe. Stop Taj Brooks on the ground, you win. Taj Brooks is a really good back, and he's one of the rare college running backs that's a true feature back. He takes all the carries on that team. He is very good. Very good. Averages over 5 per carry.
Just throw a skillet at him.
Ping! Do one of those. Moj, I got something that I need you to hear, and I know the answer is going to be no, but I want to hear this on the broadcast tonight. Okay, so here's what we're looking at.
I'm not saying the word orgy. I'm not saying it.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't do that either. Draw the line. Be a man.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. That's a Marlo thing.
Stanford men's soccer won in pretty amazing fashion. There's about 4 seconds left on the clock before the game ends. Dylan Hooper is a player for Stanford. He decides, you know what? I'm just going to rip one from midfield.
Okay.
Like right at the line. Just swing, hits a rocket. Scores. Miracle win for Stanford. Here's how it sounded.
Ferguson draws level. Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that...
Unreal! Hooper! 1 second left! You gotta be kidding me!
I've never seen anything like this.
So, once again, can I hear the goal call, Nelly?
That...
I want that if McKinnon scores, please.
I think you can top that. What was that? About 8 seconds? I think you can go longer. I think you can go longer than 8 seconds.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Do you think so?
Try me. I know I can. You ready?
Moj, you got... All right, my turn.
No, it stopped at 6. No, you're done. No, you're breathing. No.
Moj?
I'm still in the hotel. I'm not doing it. They're gonna call security on me. I'm not doing it.
They're gonna think he's really rustling through those National Geographics if he does that.
Okay. This is history. This is history. This is Nat Geo history. It's not the current Nat Geo, okay?
Yeah.
We're to page 7.
God, you insult me because I read. I think that's what hurts the most is that I read to try to learn. And by the way, if you should learn history, it's important to the mental well-being of a human being. And because I read, I'm made fun of. This is simply amazing to me.
It's funny. That's the sound I make when Jokic hits the Sombor shuffle.
It's the near death at the end of that call that makes it.
Yeah, death is...
Sombor shuffle, baby!
That guy looks like... By the way, that sound, that guy... It sounds like you don't want to mess with that dude.
No, that guy.
He sounds like a guy.
That's a guy you call
you.
You call sir.
Yeah,
you call sir at all times. Yeah. There's something about that accent. Don't you wish you just had that? Like if you sounded that way, you could be 5'5", but if you had that sound, you're terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost nothing Eastern European that wouldn't sound scary. And is that just movies that I've seen? Is that what that is? The only Russian accent that I did not find intimidating was John Malkovich in Rounders.
Yeah,
pay
because-
him,
yeah.
It was too
pay
over the
that
top.
man his money.
It was
It's
too over
like
the top.
that's not scary.
Pay that man his money.
Yeah, because Malkovich isn't real. I mean, he's not really Russian. So that's how it doesn't work. Maybe.
So, Moj, you got one of those in the repertoire tonight?
No, not at all. Listen, my Nathan McKinnon is kind of. I guess it's kind of like that. I sound like I'm.
Oh yeah. Here you go, Nathan McKinnon.
Let's see if we can piece it together. Nathan
There you go. It works.
In fact, at Avs games, instead of playing the horn after every goal, just play that dude.
Yeah. No
You
kidding.
think people are now? You think people listening to the program are now trying it? They're doing their own thing, like in their
Well,
office or whatever. They're trying to
100%.
see how far they
How
can
many
go.
people are yelling in their cars right now? Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Probably seeing how far they can go. Right.
Do this.
Oh, I can beat that guy.
No, listen. Everybody listening, there's no way Sanford nor Raj are listening to this right now. Go to the Voice of the People. Everybody just start flooding it with those, and they'll be so confused as to what's happening.
That'll be awesome. Do it right now.
If you do it soon enough, we'll get one on the air before we go.
Altitude Sports Radio app. Go to the Voice of the People on there, and just start sending your calls.
Just that call. It's got to be that way.
Yeah. You got to do it like the guy, obviously. 303-504-0925. Again, 2 more chances for keywords for you guys to get tickets to this Mile High Dreams Gala. They're going to announce this at 11:30. They'll call somebody's name out. You have 5 minutes to call in and claim those tickets. If you do not call within the 5 minutes, next up. That's how it's going to work. But it's coming at 10:20 and 11:20, so 2 more chances to get some keywords in for the Mile High Dreams Gala going on next week. So, with that, Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Do you think that guy who did the Stanford goal call thought D-Mac's reaction was over the top, the drafting bonus?
Similar in nature.
Go ahead, Nelly.
All right, I pulled the tape from Tuesday's Avs game when we had that review challenge goal for Mikko Rantanen's goal, and people allege that Mosier said something, so we're going to go back to the tape and see if he said it. First of all, here's Mosier sneaking in a spot-on British accent to the review process.
Right. I never thought of that right.
Okay, so got to give him credit where credit is due. And now here was the phrase in question.
Well, I'll be a son of a biscuit. But Moj, I'm confused. How is that still not offside? What
I knew it. It's biscuit is what you said. Biscuit.
Well, I'll be a son of a biscuit.
All right, the problem is Riker started talking right as you were finishing, and the two melded into what we thought we heard something else.
Right.
I was accused of getting foul. I knew I did not. I said son of a biscuit.
That would have been, if you actually said the B word there, that would have been the most
emphatic.
That would have been the most emphatic B ever said during a play-by-play broadcast.
Probably so. It would
I'll be a son of a biscuit.
It was what you did. Just throw an exclamation point on top of it. All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast if you missed any of the show. Again, 2 more chances to get your keywords in with Raj in Sanford, 10:20 and 11:20 if you would like to go to the Mile High Dreams Gala. Yeah.
I got to get to skate. I'm out.
Go to skate. Give us an update on Cale McCarr and Jonathan Drouin. Winnipeg Avs tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Puck drop at 6 o'clock. Have a great Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
That
Rebound, Joker lost it to Caruso. They win it with a 3. 10 seconds left to go in the game. Tie it with a bucket. Gilgeous-Alexander has it at the midcourt circle. 5 seconds left to go against Westbrook. Puts it on the floor. He's down the lane. Layup no good. Rebound Watson. Jokic has it. And there's the horn. The Denver Nuggets shock the undefeated Oklahoma City Thunder. They beat them tonight by a final of 124 to 122.
Insanity from Ball Arena last night. A 24-3 run. Oklahoma City walks in undefeated. No Jamal, no Aaron Gordon, no losses, no problem is what happened last night. This felt like the 7 freaking dudes victory. Honestly, it's more impactful than the 7 freaking dudes victory against Utah because of who it came against. Because it's a team that you hadn't beaten in 4 straight tries. And the guys that step up big time are the secondary pieces, are the young complementary pieces, the things that we've been asking for the past 2 seasons here with the Nuggets. How are you going to find a way to put young, cheaper players around Nikola Jokic and you get, I know this isn't a cheap player, 6 of 10 from beyond the arc from MPJ, 24 points. You get a 10 of 15 night, including 3 of 4 beyond the arc from Russell Westbrook, 29 points, leads the Nuggets in scoring. Christian Brown, 4 of 8 from 3, and catch me if you heard this before, a clutch 3 with under 5 minutes to go again. Coach, you were there. You were sitting on the baseline. You were 1 row behind the team. What a game.
Last night I received a gift from the ticket gods above 3 hours before. My great friend just said, "Hey, I got 2 tickets," and it happened to be on the floor, which was kind of sweet. And you go into the game. You and I had spoken about this game, and I wanted to see the youth movement. It's exactly what we saw.
You saw it,
and it was awesome. And what's great about it is that building last night was electric. It was a playoff atmosphere, and for your young players, Christian Brown, who's now a starter, and he's arguably the second best player on the Nuggets roster this season.
Don't
thus
miss
far.
KCP at all.
No, he's playing phenomenal. You know, and so I was sitting on the seats right next to Kyle Speller where the players check in.
Yeah.
And you can glean a lot of information about their wiring. Christian Brown, after being there and seeing him come and check in, his mentality, he is a certified dog. That dude is a ball playing Jesse, great mentality. You know what else was really fun is I got to see how hard these coaches were coaching. And for me, that's the stuff I look at because I'm like, basketball, NBA, you just roll out the ball. It's game 8 of a 82-game season. These coaches are probably kicking it. Michael Malone, Ryan Saunders, and David Adelman were coaching their tails off. And the best example I saw of it was Hunter Tyson getting coached the whole game. It was like they were summoning him to different areas defensively, and there was something that clicked in that game defensively, and it was phenomenal.
It all started when Malone got the tech. When Malone got teed up, that lit a fire underneath that, right? Because you start the second half, you're down by 13. It felt like one of those games where it goes, well, crap, you're down AG, you're down Jamal, you're playing against like the odds-on favorite right now to win the West. Ask most people, like OKC looks like a juggernaut. And when you're down that many important players and you don't have these guys who are established veterans who have been there, who have done that, granted, Christian Brown is an NBA champion. Russell Westbrook is he's 35 years old, but he's a first ballot Hall of Famer whenever he decides to hang him up. You still feel like this version of the Nuggets isn't accomplished enough to take on that type of opponent while that injured. Malone fired them up with the tee. Absolutely got this team going. And while I'm excited about what happened from beyond the arc and Russ going 75%, MPJ going 60%, Brown going 50%, it all comes down to the one thing that Michael Malone is known for: defense. Peyton Watson chokes at the free throw line, but doesn't hang his head, comes back, and against a bona fide MVP candidate, swats him at the buzzer.
It was wild. And I could see it happening. I watched after the missed free throw, the hustle to get back from Peyton Watson, to get in position, knowing that his greatest attribute, the best gift he can give this franchise, is his length and athleticism around the rim. And he does it in the biggest moment of what I thought was a massive game. So as a college football guy that I looked at the NBA with like, nobody really cares what's happening in November and of the NBA until for me before being even in this game and being there in that building, I always thought that the NBA season didn't start till the Christmas Day games. That's what I looked at it as. But now seeing the storylines of this youth development and growing up before our eyes narrative that happened and played out in real time, it made me realize just how important some of these early season games can be for NBA franchises, and this was absolutely one of them.
Jokic, again, I say all of these stats, right? I've talked about Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, Russell Westbrook, Michael Porter Jr. having, without a doubt, the best game of the year so far. And
shot him back into the game and in the third. We just heard that from Rob on the Shot Moz, the text line. I totally agree.
100% he did. I haven't mentioned a 23-point, 20 rebounds, 16 assists, triple-double.
Just a
ho-hum.
Laugher of a game for Nikola Jokic. Just what he does. And what I loved about it, there was his shots weren't necessarily just going down at ease. And so he unlocked so much of the floor because he's just so dang good being in the right places. And in fact, what isn't even in that triple-double scoreline is how well Nikola Jokic played defensively. Just getting his hand on just deflecting passes, just being smart. It's so fun to watch. Like watching him in person up close, it makes you realize how large of a human being he is and how much ground he covers and how he truly is full send Nikola Jokic every time he steps on the floor.
This game certainly doesn't decide a season, but it does matter for what we know the Nuggets are or what we hope that the Nuggets are going to be at the end of the season. Especially going up against a team that you're going to have to go through Oklahoma City Thunder to get to a final. I don't see a world in which they're going to get beat in the first two rounds. Maybe you have to match up with them in round two. Obviously, many, many games to go before we figure that out. But I think you're going to have to go through OKC. I worried that going into this game, that without the help around Joker that I thought Denver needed to win this one, I was worried that if Chet Holmgren 8 just went off for, a 25-point, 15 rebound, 5 assist game, that you were going to start hearing the rumblings of this is the next guy. It's Chet's time to start to take over the mantle. Because you're already hearing that with Wembanyama and the Spurs, the next guy to take over, the next big, right? The next efficient, lanky number 5.
The next modern big that does it all, right? And so the passing of the torch moment is not going to happen anytime soon.
I was waiting for that. And it happened on the defensive side. That it's very, very clear that Holmgren's going to be, and if not already is, an amazing basketball player.
So wild seeing him in person, how skinny and lanky, and he's so coordinated though for a dude that is built the way he. Like my wife was sitting there, she goes, "What's wrong with him physically?"
But Nikola manhandled him
as he should. He couldn't find his range. I thought the Nuggets, all 5 Nuggets, particularly it was like late second, and really, it was the third quarter. Third quarters where the defensive effort from those Nuggets, those young Nuggets, mixed with Nikola Jokic, MPJ, was all over the floor defensively. You know what I liked about last night, Raj? And this plays into the conversation of at least slowing Chet Holmgren down, and frankly, even slowing down Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, was that these coaches can coach this version of the roster really, really hard because they're young, they're hungry, they're finding their way in the NBA. And there are times where you do wonder if that same addition of the Nuggets and the identity of the Nuggets exists when Jamal Murray is out there. And so this is a knee-jerk reaction, all right? But when you see Jamal Murray, the longer this thing plays out that he's not healthy or he's not fully healthy, is he going to start looking and be like, I need to either up my game in every aspect of how I play, how I am coached. Is my coachability there? Or these guys are going to replace me. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I mean, they did just sign him to an extension.
I mean, playing time is the ultimate. I mean, that's the ultimate deal. And I stand by my take on Tuesday, I believe it was, maybe Monday, when I said that I want to see this youth movement and I want to see a fully healthy Jamal Murray with no excuses. And I'm not talking about him making excuses. He never does. I've never heard him make an excuse. But there's no but he's not healthy. I don't want that anymore. I want to see the best addition to the Nuggets because guess what won them a title in 22? Was their defense, their tenacity, their grit, their never say die. Like that's what won them a championship. And of course, Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray being clutch in the playoffs. But as a team, that's something that I felt like they didn't have last year in the postseason. And I want to see more of it. I saw last night.
Again, they looked great. A huge comeback victory. They go on a 19-6 run, a 24-3 run overall. They claw back into this game after trailing by 13, a 40-point third quarter. They lock it down at the end. Julian Strawther, the putback dunk that he had, what was that? Where did that come from? That was the coolest thing I saw all night.
His stat line will not show a dominant performance. That was a great game play last night.
He struggled shooting.
He struggled shooting. 1 for 7 behind the arc. But he played phenomenally defensively. And that's the thing that you and I both talked about. Can he prove his mettle in a Michael Malone system where he can be a net positive on the floor as a defender? And if you look at he was plus 12 on the day, plus 12 in his plus minus when he was playing. And he only had 9 points. What does that tell you? He was making significant plays without the basketball. And that's exactly what I think this Nuggets franchise needed to see. Raj, I have one more thought. There's been a lot of talk. I don't know if you tuned into the morning show. I feel like my insane take has hijacked the morning show. That's about what they talked about for at least 2 hours.
They've talked about it for about 3 straight days.
Yeah,
but you have made their show for them. Congratulations. Double work.
Being in the building last night and watching how the Nuggets beat the undefeated Oklahoma City Thunder.
Oh, hold on.
No, stop.
It's
Let
not
me
the
speak.
same thing.
That game last night has made me lean even further into my take that the young Broncos, the hungry Broncos, the ones that want to be coached, the ones that play great defense are going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They're going to look to the Denver Nuggets as their inspiration to take down the undefeated team in the NBA or NFL.
How many championship rings do the Oklahoma City Thunder have combined of all of their players?
This is a regular season game, Raj. It's a regular season game.
How many Super Bowl rings does Patrick Mahomes have?
We're not talking about the postseason. Talking about an 8-0 team that does not want to go 17-0. It's a perfect one to drop. Just the perfect one.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emy. We'll have an opportunity for you guys to win a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. We'll tell you guys how to do that on the other side. Also, we'll be joined by the voice of your Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey, live from Winnipeg to give you a preview of the Jets and the Avs, an update on injuries, tell us who's starting in goal as morning skate is underway in Manitoba. McGahey joins us next on Altitude. We are giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala, and it's time for a keyword. Send this keyword and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. The keyword coming off of a monster triple-double and a win against the Thunder is Jokic. Jokic. 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Text the keyword Jokic. We'll call a name coming up at 11:30 a.m. And if we call your name, you're going to have 5 minutes to call back and claim those tickets. If we call your name and you don't call back, we're going to just announce another name 5 minutes after that.
So bottom line is that you gotta listen.
You gotta
listen. And if you spell Jokic wrong, I'm not helping you.
No, I can't.
If you've been in these parts and you spell it wrong, I hope you lose.
The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by the Nuggets, the Avs, and more. When you get the chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, great drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com right now to get your tickets. There's less than 100 left, so act now. You'll also be able to see this guy there as we welcome in the voice of your Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey, live from the frozen tundra of Manitoba up in Winnipeg. Connor, what's up, dude?
A couple of things. A, am I invited to the gala?
You are invited to the gala, and you better be there.
Okay, great. I'll be there. Might have to sneak in the back door, but I'll be there. And number two, it's warmer here than it is there. So that just tells you a lot about what's happening with Denver weather. Warmer here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, coldest intersection in North America, than it is in the Mile High City. Tough.
It also tells me that you're pretty soft. Because you fled from the good frozen tundra of the Mile High City here, Connor.
Yeah, I totally did on purpose. You know what? Forget my job. I don't want to do my job live and in person. I'll just stay back so I can show my Stanford how tough I am.
Yeah, I hope so.
Exactly.
And if you're really tough, you'd be like me and Vic Lombardi or Andy Lindahl that do outdoor broadcasts at high school games in the month of October late at the NAC.
And Raj was there. We did the outdoor game at the Air Force Academy back in 2020. Raj, that was, I don't want to hear Mike talk about being cold outdoors ever again because that was polar.
Mike,
That's
you don't know
we
what
had to
cold
do
is.
Was it windy?
Dolphin Stadium.
Was it windy?
Yes.
Because wind is the great equalizer.
You don't know what cold is until you saw that game. That was miserable.
The fact that we survived is a minor miracle.
All right, Connor, I'll give you your man card. You can have the Sanford-approved man card. I'll give it to you.
Hey, I grew up at 10,000 feet above sea level in the middle of the woods in Colorado, so I don't want to hear you take that from me ever again.
And I grew up at sea level in Seal Beach, California. Sounds like a tough place, doesn't it?
Margaritas and tacos all day. Oh, Connor, we got Avs coming up tonight, 5:30 pregame, 6 p.m. puck drop on 92.5 against the 12-1 Winnipeg Jets. Get us started here. What's going on with the injuries? Is Cale Makar going to play tonight? Who's starting in net?
We'll go with the second question first. It will be Alexander Georgiev back in the building where he found his footing, really, in Game 2 of that first-round series last year. The first game the Avalanche should have won anyhow. It was a 7-6 final in favor of the Jets. But yeah, it'll be Georgiev to start things off tonight, and then not sure yet on Cale Makar. Just saw him walking through the dark underbelly of Canada Life Center here in Winnipeg, and so walking is a good sign, and so hopefully he's skating, and we'll have an update from Jerry Bednar hopefully in half hour or so.
Connor, I don't know if I'm making too much out of this, but being in a building where a team is just scoring at a ridiculous rate in the Winnipeg Jets, what importance for Alexander Georgiev in a statement do you think tonight is going to be?
Yeah, it has to be a statement, Coach. It really does, because he hasn't had a statement game yet this season, right? There hasn't been one game where you've been like, all right, we can build on this. This is where we go. Upward and forward. His only win, he played fine. He's played fine in a couple games, but it's an overtime win to the Anaheim Ducks. If you want to take that with a grain of salt, you can. So you need the goalie who's supposed to be your number one to play big in big games. And I think that Winnipeg wins Central this year They're averaging over 5 goals per game. For context, the Avalanche led the NHL last year in goals per game at 369. So that just tells you. And the only loss of the season, Winnipeg scored 4 goals. They lost 6-4 on home ice versus Toronto. So not only do you need a big save tonight, you need multiple big saves. And the Avalanche can't take a penalty because this power play is clicking at 44% for Winnipeg. That won't last. But right now, they are the only reason that Colorado doesn't have the number 1 power play in the league. So you have power play goals from 9 different skaters from the Winnipeg Jets, which is incredible. So it's a balanced attack. And, when you go up against a juggernaut offense, you need your world, and that's exactly what Georgiev needs to be tonight. It needs to be a statement game for number 40.
Connor McGahey is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com. Speaking of things that they're either not going to last or they're going to persist throughout the season, is Winnipeg's 12-1 start, obviously they're not going to go 81-1, Connor, but is this hot start something that you foresee continuing throughout the season? Like, is this just a team that felt like they got bit in the first round when they should have gotten out of it, and that's like the kick in the pants they needed?
I think this is a team that has probably more Jekyll and Hyde properties than maybe any other team in the National Hockey League. And only when it comes to regular season versus postseason. And Raj, that starts in the back end with Connor Hellebuyck. I mean, Hellebuyck is a Vezina-winning goaltender. He already has 2 shutouts this season, one of them coming 2 nights ago here versus Utah. But the split personality shows up in the postseason where he's totally different. And the Winnipeg Jets are totally different. And that has been their storyline when it comes to the playoffs, with the exception, of a couple Western Conference final appearances, in the past 7 years. I just think that they're trying to – it's like the Avalanche losing in the second round for all those years before finally making it through to the Western Conference final in the Cup. Now we're talking about Winnipeg being one of the best regular season teams in the NHL, which they are, which I think they will be. The question will be answered in April, and if they can, make it through to another Western Conference final. And with this roster playing this way, with this goaltender, there's no excuse that they can't come out of the West. So they're going to be, I think, atop the Central this year. I think Dallas is the second best. The question is who falls in after that. So their only enemy is themselves, really. And, again, that's going to be answered in the postseason coming up after 82 games.
Will Hellebuyck be in the net tonight for the Jets?
Yes, I believe so. I actually had to leave Scott Arniel's press conference to talk to you guys. I didn't hear.
Sorry about that. I feel terrible.
Okay. You guys, my priorities stand with my friend. So,
well, I appreciate that. I do take some credit. I don't know if anybody else will back me up on this, but last year in the postseason, after the Georgiev was starting to circulate quite a bit, I came up with $5 for Connor, $5. Will you make me a promise if tonight, yes, tonight, the Avalanche score 5 on Connor Hellebuyck, that you will put that in the broadcast?
Oh my goodness! If we put 5 on Hellebuyck tonight, first of all, I'll have to pick myself up from the floor in the state of shock. But 2, once I recover from said shock, I absolutely will.
Yes! You heard it there. Connor McGahey will be on the call this evening. Again, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 5:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli and a 6 p.m. tip against the 12-1 Jets. They're looking to become the second team in NHL history to have 13 wins in their first 14 games, joining the 2007-2008 Ottawa Senators, who also collapsed in the playoffs, Connor.
Yeah. I mean, and it's, it's one of those things where we know how good the Avalanche is. And, sorry, I'm just walking out to just take a peek and see if there's a number 8 on the ice yet. Let's see. Looks to be a little bit optional. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, so no 8 yet. Trying to keep you as current as possible here live from Winnipeg. No Cale Makar on the ice, no DeMonte. I'm not sure if this is an optional skate or not, so we'll figure that out. But what was the question?
No question. I was just making the point that, Winnipeg's going for a big run, and it honestly, unless they do anything in the postseason, it doesn't matter. But we will hear from you tonight, my brother. Actually, before you get out of here, I got one more for you. We talk about all these young players and all the injuries and all the secondary and tertiary players that need to step up for the Avs, but I feel like we're taking Nathan MacKinnon as granted as we take Nikola Jokic on a day in and day out basis. Just describe what he's doing over the past few games for me.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about, historic streaks that he's sharing with Wayne. You're talking about both him and Makar. MacKinnon is sharing numbers with Gretzky. Makar is sharing numbers with Bobby Orr. When you're talking about all-time great players, you have to start talking about MacKinnon and Makar when it comes to the history of the National Hockey League. And that's just not modern history, that's overall history. Because whether it's the home point streak last year for MacKinnon, whether it's his second streak of 13 games with a point to start a season ever, whether it's Cale Makar and, just a casual 90-point season last year, or a game shy of tying Bobby Orr for his 15-game points to start a season. I mean, you have two of the all-time greats, and MacKinnon is pretty much almost a 2-point-per-night player. I mean, I said it the other night, including the game where he had 5 assists. MacKinnon has a multi-point night 32.8% of the time, which is unbelievable. Not just point streaks. You're talking about multi-point nights. And it's rare air when it comes to Nathan MacKinnon. And now that he has the trophies to justify the naysayers that he's one of the greatest, I think you have to put MacKinnon and Makar in the conversation for some of the greatest players at their positions, considering what they continue to do on a regular basis in NHL history.
Connor, thanks for your time, man. We'll hear from you tonight. Send us a text if you see Makar on the ice, and we'll relay it to the people. Thanks again.
You got it, boys. See ya.
Appreciate you.
Connor McGahey, the voice of your Avs. Again, tonight, 6 p.m. puck drop on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can listen to that anywhere you go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Coach, you doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down in your thought process that because the Chiefs have not blown anyone out this year and they're winning close games and Patrick Mahomes is throwing interception after interception, and he's just not the same guy, that the Chiefs are gettable and that we are guaranteeing a Broncos victory this Sunday. Are we taking into the account that while you've agreed that it seems like the Chiefs are playing with their food, have we taken into account that when Patrick Mahomes needs to be good, he is good?
I am taking that into account.
Even though that he's top 5 in third down passer rating and touchdowns on third down and fourth quarter situations this year, Mahomes has 4 touchdown passes, which is sitting right now at, I believe, tied for third in the league. His touchdown percentage in the fourth quarter is all the way up at 8.5 right now, which outside of Joe Flacco, who hasn't played many games, it's like Russ and then Patrick Mahomes.
We just put him in a statistical category, Gary, that you're not guaranteeing, but saying that the Chiefs are most likely going to win this game. You just compared him to Russell Wilson and Joe Flacco.
Oh, no. I was throwing Flacco out. I am showing you, however, that Russell Wilson has outkicked his coverage this year.
Here's the deal, okay? Yes, Patrick Mahomes is awesome. He's the witch. We've said it a million times. What I do believe is that if you want to use those stats on me, all right, I'm going to use a very simple stat on you. Is Patrick Mahomes undefeated in his career?
No, he's not.
Is he so damn good that he never has lost a game?
He is not.
Okay. And is the Broncos defense still very, very good? Okay, you don't believe it. I do. They had one bad game. One.
They had one bad game, but it was a big test for them, and they failed it.
I expected it to happen. It was a bad matchup for the Broncos as a team, period. Everybody's a bad matchup right now for the Baltimore Ravens offense. Everybody. And I don't think that the Broncos offense did their part staying on the field when they should have stayed on the field, or that game is a whole bunch of, it's very different. This team is gettable. And I listen to the morning show and I hear Moj and I hear Lombardi, I hear Vic. And the thing that's different about those guys and me is that I haven't suffered through in person the last decade of the Broncos getting the wheels beaten off them by the Kansas City Chiefs. I only know the last 2 years, really following this team closely. I was coaching 3 years ago. Wasn't watching every game of the Broncos. You know who else doesn't know the history of the Broncos Chiefs over the last decade? Bo Nix, Devon Vele, Audric Estime. Heck, even Nick Benito. If you look at his record, Zach Allen, he's 1-1 against the Chiefs. This is a team that is comprised of a lot of players in impactful positions that don't care about the history of this game. They don't care that you're Vic Lombardi and you're Mark Mosier and you're bringing all of your prior wounds to the table. To any single Sunday, anything can happen. And I put my faith in the Broncos defense and Bo Nix's legs. Period.
Make sure you guys stay tuned all morning long rather. We have your opportunity to win a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. Again, I gave away a keyword about 15, 20 minutes ago. That keyword is Jokic. All you have to do is text the keyword Jokic with your first and your last name into 303-504-0925 to enter. We're going to call a name out at 11:30 a.m. That's just under an hour from right now. If we call your name, you'll have 5 minutes to call us back. If you don't, we'll call another name right after that. We'll keep going until someone picks up the phone. The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by the Nuggets, the Avs, and more when you get the chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, great drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefiting community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com right now to get your tickets. There's only 100 left. Act now. Coach Mike and Raj, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Josh Grismer filling in for KJ today. He's having some car issues, but we expect him to be back tomorrow. Welcome over, Josh Grismer, Mix 100 Morning Star.
Tell you what, man, we got pop radio on here.
Pop radio.
I can hear. I was like, we got something different here today.
He's playing Jason Derulo. That's a Mix 100 thing.
Yeah, I like it, man.
Coach, at the end of yesterday's show, you teased something about the CU Buffs. You're very high on the Broncos.
I'm high on this weekend's game against the Chiefs.
High on this weekend's game against the Chiefs.
Very high.
Are you the same for this weekend with the Buffs against the Red Raiders and the Flying Tortillas?
I'm just a little bit more cautiously optimistic. Texas Tech's a weird place to play. And this season, Joey Maguire's Red Raiders have been all over the map. They started the season off with an overtime victory over Abilene Christian. Not exactly anybody that you lost to in recruiting battles in the state of Texas, just to put it bluntly. They got the brakes beat off them by Washington State. In the Palouse, another strange place to play. And then they ripped off an impressive run of beating North Texas, who's a really good Group of 5 team, 66-21.
North Texas has Army this week.
Could be an interesting one. But that doesn't fit my narrative if North Texas beats Army, of Army knocking off Notre Dame, because I still believe that's going to happen. Maybe they still could, but then they won't be in the playoff. They beat Arizona State by 8 at home, beat Cincinnati at home, and then they went to Arizona, who's been just falling off the face of the earth as a program. They beat them on the road. Got obliterated by Baylor at home, lost to TCU. So I was like, this team is so freaking up and down. And they win in streaks and they lose in streaks. The game at Iowa State, where you showed grit, you showed that you're a physical football team, you win the game on the ground, the go-ahead touchdown was a really cool Wildcat design play. They do some cool things on the offensive side of the ball. I like their offensive coordinator.
Why don't I see the Wildcat as much as I used to back in like the Darren McFadden days?
Everybody had a Wildcat plan.
I loved that stuff.
So defensively, so as it continued to progress, people had Wildcat plans. And what it ultimately was it was Ashton Genty type of defensive structures to stop the best running back in college football. You just play 9 people at or near the line of scrimmage, dare them to attempt a trick play where they're throwing the football.
Who was the guy for the Dolphins when the Dolphins had their Wildcat package?
Oh, man.
Because they were the first
I love
team
our texters, man. Our texters and our Twitchers are so good.
Because they were the first team.
Was there a Ronnie in there?
I think it was a Ronnie. It was not Ronnie Hillman.
Was it Ronnie Brown?
Ronnie Brown sounds right. I think I can see Ronnie Brown in a shiny turquoise Dolphins uniform, which, by the way, they need to bring those back. They also need to bring the orange. Like, I thought when Miami had those orange alternates back in the Ricky Williams days, those things were sweet. Was it Ronnie Brown?
Ronnie Brown, who actually has a section in the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, where the Wildcat was immortalized. He had 17 carries against the Patriots, I believe is where I'm seeing it.
The 2008 Miami Dolphins.
2008 Miami Dolphins. He had 17 carries, scored touchdowns on runs of 2, 15, 5, and 62 yards.
Hell yeah.
And a touchdown pass of 19 yards to tight end Anthony Fasano.
How much fun was that? You had Ronnie Brown and Ricky Williams in the backfield.
That sounds cool.
What? I missed that. I want more of that stuff.
And even better, the fact that his running back mate in the backfield was on the same substance that Mark Mosier accused me of being on when I predicted that a hometown team that's 5-4 was going to beat the Chiefs on the road.
The old pipe weed.
The old hippie lettuce. Cadillac Williams.
Cadillac Williams was part of that offense?
No, but they were a backfield tandem at Auburn. I believe.
Who?
Cadillac Williams and Ronnie Brown.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ricky Williams was a Texas Longhorn.
He's a Longhorn. Originally from San Diego.
Sorry, I digress. Back to Texas Tech.
A lot of digression. Yeah, I think this. I don't believe that Coach Prime and this overall organization is going to allow the snub, if you will, of being ranked 20. really outside looking in the college football playoffs initial rankings this week. But if they are, they're concerned with the wrong things.
Well,
I don't believe that's the case.
I mean, he said in his presser last week that we would prefer not to be ranked.
So I love that.
And then he came out, I believe it was like 2 days ago when he spoke, either yesterday or 2 days ago. He said, "Listen, now we're hoping to climb." But I don't think this is they're looking at it in terms of a slap in the face. I think Colorado is happy with being as under the radar as you can be with Shedeur, Travis, and Dion at your program. I think they're trying to go zero dark 60 mode.
I'm going to go really like coaching fraternity mode here for a second. Why I'm concerned about this game. So Joey McGuire, the head coach of Texas Tech, I know him very well. He was a high school head coach at Cedar Hill in basically southeast of Dallas. Great high school head coach. I recruited a quarterback from him. So he ended up going on to Baylor, was a linebacker coach, and his ties in recruiting in the state of Texas are so deep. Like he was like the president of the Texas High School Coaches Association. So they have a good roster, Raj. I'm just going to tell you that. They have talented football players. He went out and hired this offensive coordinator that I have always admired from afar. He's young. He's youngish. The reason I admire him is I got fired at Western Kentucky as the head coach after just 2 seasons. So yeah, you can say I'm an idiot. I am. They weren't very good and haven't been like, they're actually having a good season this year, but haven't been very good except for when they hired this dude, Zach Kittley, from, I think it was Houston Baptist. He was a coach at Houston Baptist. And their offense was scoring like 70 points a game. Guess who his quarterback was? Bailey Zappi. And so it was a twofer. Got Bailey Zappi and Zach Kittley, this offensive coordinator, to go to Western Kentucky. All of a sudden, Western Kentucky's lighting the world on fire. I'm like, okay, yeah, they're better off without me. The Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. Well, he left Western Kentucky after 1 season, and he joined forces with Joey McGuire in this build at Texas Tech. He's really creative offensively. He's like a younger version of Lincoln Riley, where he came from the air raid tree, but has added all kinds of cool, creative little niche type plays to the air raid system. So they are capable of throwing the football. They're capable of scoring in the red zone. They did it against the best defense, or at least the top 2 defense in Iowa State. And while they did win 23-22, they moved the football. And I was impressed with how they played against a team that has been winning with really good defense and special teams. They almost outdid Iowa State in what they do.
I mean, the Buffs have been winning with great defense over the past few weeks.
It is a lot of man coverage. It's a lot of man coverage. And with a lot of man coverage, it's what, if I'm a head coach, it's what I'm asking my defense coordinator to do, because it takes away easy completions. If you're playing against Bo Nix, that's what I'm telling the defensive coordinator. Man. Because you take away just easy free access throws. You ever watch a game, you're like, why do they keep giving up that 5-yard completion
like
over
right in the middle
and
of the
over
hash.
and over and over? Or just, yeah, exactly. Or just on the sideline, the quick out or the 5-yard hitch. And they just like all day. That gets a quarterback's rhythm up. You play tight, contested press man coverage, you take away a lot of those gifts. Now, what's the downside of man coverage? You give up some downfield opportunities. And you do bank on the fact that your corners, your nickel, your safety, who will play some man coverage against slot receivers, will hold up over the course of the game. This is just one of those games where I'd say if I'm a betting man, I don't touch it, because if they do find ways to throw the football down the field, and it depends on accuracy, it depends on guys making contested catches, then I think this is going to be another just classic CU fourth quarter fireworks type of a game. And if they're not finding those efficient completions against tightly contested man coverage, I think they beat them by at least 2 scores.
CU's are a 3-point road favorites at Texas Tech, 2 p.m. on Fox on Saturday. 4 games remaining in the regular season. If they run the table, they've got a really good shot at getting into that Big 12 title game. And this is probably the toughest game that you have left. Utah, they're falling apart without Cam Rising. still a difficult game, but you have that at home.
It's really not a difficult game.
I know.
Utah's so dysfunctional right now.
I know they are, but
they have the head coach in waiting on their defensive coordinators, the head coach in waiting, but then Kyle Whittingham, like he probably should hang up the whistle, but he doesn't want to because he wants to go out on the right way and he's not going to. There's just a lot of issues with Utah.
Every single year, though, at the end of the season, it feels like Utah unseats someone who's ready to make a big-time move.
They always have a great defense. But they're going to have to cover this group of receivers, and they're going to have to deal with Shedeur Sanders.
Like 2 years ago, you beat number 4 USC. You beat the wheels off of USC 2 years ago and keep them out of a chance of playing for a national title. The year before that, they beat number 10 Oregon. All these games coming at home, and they're night games. We know how tough it is to play in Utah at night. They just win the late season games, and I can't get it out of my head. Honestly, and
Cam Rising was the quarterback for like 11 years. So if you look back at 2018 games, that was Cam Rising playing quarterback. 2006, yep, Cam Rising.
He's still a spring chicken. He's 19 years old at that time, not 32. I hate feeling like this because I always make fun of Vic and Moj about it. And I don't know if they're just rubbing off on me. Like I just have, it's a skeleton in my closet with Utah. And it's the reason why I've been talking up like so heavily about Patrick Mahomes. It's this weird nug life feeling that I can't shake, and I don't know why I have it.
I'm going to give
I
some
always
advice.
Make fun of them.
I'm going to give some advice
all the time
from my marriage counseling about 20 years ago. All right, yeah, I've been married almost 20 years. I'm old as balls.
You got
here's my
19 and a half on
here
me.
is my quick marriage counseling advice to all of you scar-laden Denver sports fans, CU sports fans. It's this quote. And I'm talking to Moj, I'm talking to Vic, and I'm talking to you, Raj. Don't get historical. Don't get hysterical. Period.
my brother's the worst at this. You ready? He's the worst at free agency, and he's the worst at the trade deadline. And he just wants to see action. And then right after the action takes place, he never goes back and reflects and says, well, that was a bad signing or that was a bad trade. But and I say that, I kid him. But I think that there's so much more that goes into it relative to whether you're trading a player or acquiring a player. Contracts go into it, vision goes into it, locker room goes in. There's a lot of details that go into that.
That clip was named Peyton on the defense yesterday. Not sure that was saved correctly.
Well, it was on Baron Browning. Baron Browning's no longer a Denver Bronco, which I do think, Raj, I do believe this does come into the conversation that I wanted to have with you. And I
find a way to pivot into
it's
this.
coming.
Be
It's
my
coming.
guest.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
Make your magic.
The amount of times that I've had to tap dance in front of a room full of players that I'm coaching and just, try to weave something together. Here's what I got, right? The Denver Broncos moved on from Baron Browning. Correct?
Correct.
There is enough hope, trust, and belief right now in Jonathan Cooper. Big deal. Gave him an in-season deal.
4 years, $60 million.
Nick Bonito. What do you have? A 6-game sack streak that was ended against Baltimore, unfortunately. Zach Allen, who obviously is more of an interior threat, but certainly a pass rush element. Jonathan Franklin Myers has been a great pass rush. He's the only guy who got a sack against the dang Ravens, or a hit for that matter.
It's a big-time sack. That sack at the beginning of that game, it gave me hope. I went, oh my God, like they can screw up so badly 2 plays into the game, but they could hold off on this offense, and then that was the last time that I was excited.
And then the guy that I was most excited about in the preseason training camp, watching him on a daily basis and playing really good football, but hasn't yet been unleashed on third down situations, that's Jonah Ellis. Jonah Ellis is a big reason why the Broncos felt like they could move on from Baron Browning, in addition to the fact that Baron Browning was going to command a big deal, and they chose the better and more productive of the 2 players between Jonathan Cooper and Baron Browning, and they made the right choice because Jonathan Cooper's available. All that to say, Raj, I heard yesterday on Kreckman and Lindahl, they were talking about what was different about the Denver Broncos defense, where they got away from their identity of what got them to the place of being 5-3 as a team when they did make the trip to Baltimore. And I totally agreed with it. It was the first time I'd heard the conversation. I'm sure it's been on several of the shows, but I alluded to it ahead of the game. But I don't think you can even remotely overstate how challenging it is from a schematic standpoint when you're putting together a game plan, when you have an all-world threat at the quarterback position with his running ability. So I think that the Broncos got away from pinning their ears back and playing a ton of man coverage and blitzing 5, 6, sometimes even 7 or 8, depending on how many they add to the blitz that are man coverage players. And then they get a running back and maybe even 2 tight ends to stay in protection. Now you have 8 guys going after the quarterback. You can't do that against Lamar Jackson, because guess what? You miss with the first guy, it's 60 yards. 60 yards. So you have to play more zone coverage. You have to be more second level accountable with the linebacker position.
Going into that game, though, knowing that Lamar was hobbled.
But did you really know?
Raj,
did you really know that he was hobbled? He didn't practice. He took it. There was nothing even like significant that had happened in the season. He just didn't practice. He got rest days. He got veteran days. Like he wasn't. He's still a running threat. I have him on my fantasy
team. He ran
team.
once. There was one designed run that he had in the game.
But that's in the game, Raj. You have to put together a game plan leading up to the game.
So you don't change the game plan during the game when he's very clearly not running?
The threat's still there. And that would be reason for criticism for Vance Joseph for not making that in-game adjustment. Like, let's just go hit the ever-living crap out of this guy and bring 6 rushers to the party on a snap-by-snap basis. That's what I think is going to happen. That adjustment is going back to who the Broncos are on the defensive side of the ball, and that is creating havoc for opposing passers, just like you did with Aaron Rodgers. Frankly, just like you did early in the season against Geno Smith. I mean, you got plenty of hits on Geno Smith. That was a miserable day to play quarterback. And certainly like you did against Baker Mayfield, who's looked really good statistically in just about every game except for the game against the Broncos. That's what the Broncos need to get back to, and I believe they will get back to that. And I also don't think that Patrick Mahomes is playing right now, and this includes the Buccaneers game, all that elusively in the pocket. He looks a little bit, I'm not saying he's lost the step. He'll be in the playoffs. He'll be healthy. He'll do crazy things. But he is a sackable quarterback right now.
I'm sure the perceived knee injury, which, I mean, again, he came back. He was fine. I'm sure that doesn't help.
It didn't look good, did it?
No, but he's this guy that I can't remember who I heard say it earlier today. It was one of the national guys. Actually, I want to think it was Nick Wright who said it on Fox. Like, it's amazing how many times LeBron James can sprain his ankle or break his foot and actually have that not be the case. And he just comes back, quarter later, a couple of plays later, and he's fine. He doesn't miss any significant period of time. Mahomes is that guy. Mahomes is the dude that, like, it looks like he pops his knee out of place or should tear an ACL, and he'll come back 2 series later and then play the rest of the season. The same thing's happening in the National Hockey League with Connor McDavid. He's the same dude. McDavid screwed up his knee going weird into the boards. He was supposed to miss 3 weeks. He missed 10 days. 10 days. He's back on the ice last night. It's just, there's these types of players that find a way to stay healthy. Luckily, like Nate's been that guy for the Avs. Broncos haven't had all that much of a hard time with injuries lately, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Shoot, did you see their injury report yesterday? It's more good news for the Broncos. Looks like PJ Locke's going to be playing. Luke Wattenberg might be playing.
Coach talked about PJ Locke in his presser yesterday and was talking about like the importance of having that player in the secondary, and the thought was we're getting him back. Like he didn't come out right and say it like, hey, listen, there was part of the reason why we lost this game so badly was that PJ wasn't in there. But the energy around his answer was PJ makes a massive difference for us.
The other one that I thought was maybe no coincidence, and it's so hard to project how productive this player is going to be because he just hasn't been available since he's been a Denver Bronco, but yesterday, Drew Sanders came back and was practicing. He was on the field.
How much are you really going to play him, though?
I'm not saying for this game, but I do think for the big picture wise, I think they like what they have in DeAndre Tillman as a potential edge rusher. So I think it may be a placeholder, Tillman is, and not getting the impactful snaps of the 3 guys that I mentioned, Cooper, Benito, and Jonah Ellis. But I do think they like Drew Sanders to be a twitchy edge rusher when he's fully healthy, and it looks like he's cleared all the protocols to come back from a torn Achilles.
I don't know. I don't know if you want to rush him back. I feel like Sanders is a guy that you hold off as long as possible and you just plan for next year. You're good enough without him right now. Like, the defense is good enough and the quarterback pressure it's fine without him. I would exercise an abundance of caution.
The other one, man, is when I saw that Luke Wattenberg was back to practicing, that made me not just want to stand on the rooftops to proclaim this Broncos victory over the Chiefs this weekend. If he's playing and is cleared and is healthy, the upgrade from Luke Wattenberg over Alex Forsythe, just as an anchor, a guy that can just hold his ground and not get pushed into the quarterback, is a massive one. I'm not just going to stand on top of the tallest building in Denver. I'm going out to Mount Albert and standing on that to say that the Broncos, because he is that big of a difference.
You really haven't liked Forsythe at all.
He's been fine. The problem with Alex Forsythe, he's pretty good on the outside zone game. He's been good out in space in the screen game. But there are times when you get a elite, heavy interior pass rusher, he gets pushed into the quarterback's lap. And that is the worst type of pass rush for a quarterback. You can't navigate it. You have a human being in your airspace within 2 seconds. And that's happened not every play. I'm not saying that I don't want to talk so much on hyperbole, but it's been a bit more of an up and down with Alex Forsythe in the stead of Luke Wattenberg. But Luke Wattenberg was playing great football because I questioned moving on from Cushenberry. I did. I was like, do you have the guy? And then I watched the first 4 all 22 films. I'm like, dude, Luke Wattenberg is a really strong, and he can anchor, which means that he's just not getting pushed back in pass rush. And so while I do think that Alex Forsythe has filled in admirably, it's just a big difference.
But do you expect more Chris Jones in the A gap this week then? Like if Forsythe gets snaps?
That would be probably one of my biggest concerns. And if that's the case,
if you bring him inside a little
move
bit.
the pocket, move the launch point in the run game. Like I keep saying, utilize Bo Nix when the situation dictates that you should run your quarterback.
Okay, so bring me through game planning for a game breaker like that in Chris Jones.
It's a real thing, man. It's a real thing. So here's the challenge. Interior pass rushers are some of the hardest game plan answers to have. And the reason for it is because typically you use your running back and or tight ends in the chip game to chip an edge rusher on their way out in their check down route. Or even at tight end position, a lot of people are using a chip and then they get vertical and then you hit them and it's a big explosive play because you find a avoided area of the field.
It's a Travis Kelce special.
100%. 100%. The issue with an interior rusher, and that's why Zach Allen's having so much success this year, is that you can't get as effective of chip help interior because running backs are trained to look to their tackles to see where is there a body that is starting to show the color at the quarterback. Boom, I'm going to go get my shoulder pad right in his rib cage ASAP. It's a lot different when an interior rusher is walking a interior offensive lineman right back to the quarterback. What can you do? You can't chip your lineman. You're not going to go and run as fast as you can into a center's back and hit him because you knock that center off of his pass set to begin with. So there's a lot of challenges with it. What you do end up trying to do is that when you're sliding your offensive line one way or the other, if that interior defensive pass rusher lines up on one side or the other as opposed to head up on the center, then you get your help and you get center guard, two people on him at once. That's how you do it. The hardest thing to do is when he lines up as a zero technique, which means I am a nose playing head up over you, Raj. Like that is tough. It's tough to find help mechanisms.
We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. Again, we gave away a keyword. It was Jokic just a handful of minutes ago. You still have time to get that one in, first and last name, with the word Jokic to 303-504-0925. We're going to call a name coming up in about 15 minutes from right now. And if we call your name, you're going to have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If you don't call back, we're going to go to the next person, and then the next person, and then the next person. We want you guys out there. We're going to be there. Coach Mike's going to be there. We talked with Connor McGahee a handful of minutes ago. McGahee's going to be there. By the way, we do have an update from Winnipeg. Cale Makar was on the ice in a blue power play jersey.
So he playing.
Expecting to play.
So really good news on the injury front. Most importantly for the Avs, but secondarily as it relates to the gala. What is it? The gala?
I think it's a gala. Is it a gala or a gala?
It's for sure gala.
It's gala?
I'm sorry, it's gala.
I take it from Josh.
Okay,
Josh
so,
is high society.
So with you guys telling me that and clarifying, I will be healthy and I am trending toward recovery. The back has gotten better and I will be cutting the rug at, yes, the gala.
I'm going to give you guys another keyword on the other side. Again, we're calling our name coming up in 14 minutes from right now. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy. NFL notes are next as well.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League here with Coach Mike Sanford and Alex Ryanemi on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Before we get into those, they're not KJ's NFL notes today. They are Josh Grismer's NFL notes as he's filling in for KJ for the day. I have another keyword for you guys to qualify yourselves to get into the Mile High Dreams Gala. This one closes in 8 minutes, so get on it. Your keyword is Casey. 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 Text that word into 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but Casey is the word. It's what happens when Joshy G comes over for Mix 100.
You know what? I was looking forward to us getting a little grizzly on the NFL notes, and that's exactly what it seems like is going to happen.
Text those in again, Casey, C-A-S-E-Y, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We are going to have our first name, our first winner, coming up at 11:30. If you hear your name come out of my mouth, you'll have 5 minutes to call us back, and you will be going to the Mile High Dreams Gala.
And you will probably meet Casey. C-A-S-E-Y.
Casey Middlestat will be there.
I'm looking forward to meeting Casey Middlestat.
I'm sure there's going to be a handful of Caseys
We're
there.
both former Minnesotans. You know?
Go first.
He knows a little something or two about a Mick Golden Light.
Oh, I told you that. We'll get to NFL notes here in a second. This is way more important, Josh.
It is. It's all good.
My neighbors are from Minnesota, and they're out of town this week, and we're getting a ton of snow, right?
Do you know their access code to get into their home and steal all of their Mick Goldens?
They don't have any, but we did an alley party to try and meet some of our neighbors in this new development. We don't know anyone there, so we threw one probably 3 weeks ago. And our neighbors came. We got talking about, Minnesota, where you're from, and I went, my favorite thing about Minnesota is a Michelob Golden Light. They're in Minnesota right now. She sends me a text message, goes, hey, we're not going to be home for a week. Can you shovel our front walk in our driveway? I'll bring home a case of Mick Goldies. Coach Sanford, there's a 30 rack of Michelob Golden Lights.
Are they bottles?
I don't think they're bottles.
It's a big difference.
It's not a big difference.
It's a
really
big
not that
difference.
Big
It really is.
You know what? We don't have them here, so you'll get what you like, or you'll get what you get, and you'll like it.
And I won't throw a fit.
I
promise you I will not. But there is a difference because the bottles just show off the amazing golden color.
Michelob Golden
The first
Light.
one that you've had in, say, months or years, you feel like you won the gold medal. They're so golden.
There's a 30 rack coming to the house.
That's big.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Joshy, what's first?
First off, I would like one or two of those if that's okay.
Fine.
Second of all, you guys, Sean Payton spoke at his Wednesday presser about the situation where Tampa Bay did not end up going for 2 on the Monday Night Football game. We also found out something else about the Broncos and their miracle play versus Baltimore. Let's take a listen real fast.
Yeah, I saw that. There's a lot of discussion about it. And so there's so many variables that go into it that analytically don't punch in. I know the footing was an issue. All right. I don't recall how many plays they had run during that game inside the 5-yard line. But, there's times where, like, for instance, the play last week where we threw it to Sutton, he threw it to, we had that as a 2-point play. All right. But I'd rather score 6 with it. Like, I don't save my best for 2. Let's say there's 5 passes you like inside the 5. Then on the 2-point list, there's your top 2 or 3, and then maybe a couple runs, whatever.
So what do you guys think about this really quickly? I want to throw it out to you and ask, when you have the chance to end a game, do you take that against the Chiefs? I think you have to.
When I asked the question of Coach Payton, by the way, blue ribbon for longest answer yesterday at the presser. Not a big deal.
Also, blue ribbon for getting interrupted, probably the quickest of any question asker.
He cut me off in 3 seconds.
And I predicted it yesterday.
It was awesome.
I told you, you're going to ask this question, and you are going to get Sean-splained to death.
And I did.
Yeah,
do you know how good it feels, though, when you do ask Sean a question and he goes, good question.
Good question.
Good question. Dude, my day's made. I feel so good.
I look at it exactly the opposite, because that means that you just threw him the biggest softball on planet Earth. I like to choose violence and say, what's the question?
The question was, when you're going up against Reed and Mahomes and you tie the game late, why not just go for 2? Because if they get the ball in overtime, you're going to lose the football game. You have to. If you're in that situation, you cannot, under any circumstances, do what Todd Bowles did last Monday or this past Monday. You can't do it, especially that late in the game. You have to go for 2 because they're inevitably going to get the ball back either in regulation and march down the field. They didn't. The only reason why Kansas City didn't win that game in regulation was because DeAndre Hopkins wasn't ready for a quick pass on the short slant. Did not look back. That's the only reason why they didn't win it in regulation.
Well, because he's just not there yet.
He's not.
He's not there with the unspoken aspects of the playbook that Patrick Mahomes is playing chess.
He will be.
Well, Hopkins at the moment he was a checker guy.
I believe that Peyton, if in the same situation, he's going for 2.
My advice from a fired football coach to a football coach making $18+ million a year is actually save your best for the 2-point play. Save it. Because you're going to need it to make me sound really, really smart on Monday.
Coach did tell us, though, yesterday that the Sutton to Bo Nix touchdown that's a 2-point play.
Yep.
And he used it for 6 because he wants more points out of it.
Did he use it in a game where the game was... I guess it was
still there.
It was
that
still
was a
game.
very relevant touchdown.
I digress.
It was a very
real
relevant
quick,
touchdown.
I want to just point out something, Raj.
What's up?
We just got Grizz back from Pop Radio.
We did.
He did such a good job of reading that first NFL note in sports mode. I want the rest of our NFL notes.
Yes.
In Mix 100 mode.
Like TikTok upspeak?
Yes. I want you to finish every statement with a crescendo.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Take it away with story number 2, Josh Grismer.
Well, guys, I'm not sure what sound we play in between these, so I'm just going to choose this one.
Here we go.
All right, thanks, Dak. Story number 2. One matchup that can't go unnoticed this weekend is actually the new addition of DeAndre Hopkins to the Kansas City Chiefs. I know we just touched on this. However, I am curious to see how PS2 is going to do against Patrick Mahomes and DeAndre Hopkins, with DeAndre not necessarily knowing all the plays very well yet. Patrick Mahomes does talk.
You can't keep it straight.
Patrick Mahomes does talk about this really quick. I want to show you this clip and then ask my question.
We'll move him around and let him do what he's special at, and that's catching the football, winning one-on-one matchups, and getting open in zone coverage. And so it's just going to help the entire offense, not only for him, but helping other guys get open as well. And obviously with the big game that he had this last game, I'm sure there'll be more eyes on him this week, which will in turn help other guys get open.
So my question to you fellas is, should PS2 even be on him, or are there going to be other guys opening up that PS2 needs to cover during this weekend? Because Hopkins is still relatively new to the team. I know you can get open. He's good at that. I understand that. But what is your guys' take on this whole situation?
I'm so happy you asked him to do this.
I didn't hear a word he said. I have no idea what we're talking about because I was so incredibly infatuated with Mix 100 voice guy.
It was so good.
It's so good. Wait, what is the question?
DeAndre Hopkins. I think the question was, and I have the same brain fog. Do you blanket DeAndre Hopkins with Pat Surtain?
Yes.
Is that it? Yes.
That's my question. Thank you, Raj.
Before we get in and answer that, we've been giving away keywords all day, all morning, to get you guys qualified to win a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. You've been able to enter at 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, and just about 10 minutes ago. Our name that has 5 minutes from right now to call back at 303-504-0925 is Vincenzo Cortese.
Vincenzo!
What a name.
Vincenzo Cortese.
Cortese, let's go!
You have 5 minutes to call 303-504-0925 and get into Josh Grismer's ear. If you do so, you are going to the Mile High Dreams Gala. It's cocktail attire, so make sure you're looking snazzy, dressed to the nines. Nothing suits you like a suit.
And just, out of the slight possibility that Vincenzo is from Minnesota, be awesome to share a Mick Golden Light if he brings one.
I think we have to smuggle those into the venue.
Wouldn't be my first time.
Vincenzo, you have 5 minutes. Clock starts right now. If he does not call back, we'll have another name.
Is this the most unhinged NFL notes ever?
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Because I still don't know the question.
The question is, DeAndre Hopkins.
Yes.
Getting his
football
footing
player, right?
Football player.
Yeah. Plays for, the Chiefs.
Football player.
The Cheeks.
Football catcher.
Oh, catcher.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Yes.
Should you blanket him with football pass swatter, Pat Surtain?
Yes.
You're a dork.
I was gonna call him a dweeb. I was trying to find the right 90s.
But at least I'm fun.
Do you seriously put
you do.
Surtain on
You
him and
absolutely
have
do.
him follow him across?
Yes, you should, 100%, because that is Patty Mahomes' favorite new toy. So use the best corner on planet Earth, blanket him, play man coverage. I don't care that you give away the fact that you're playing man coverage because you have the pass rush to get home.
I mean, are you nervous that Xavier Worthy is going to get you? Because that means Xavier Worthy is now a Riley Moss target for the entirety of the
Riley
game.
Moss is in position.
Is he going to get beat over the top?
He was in position. He was in position. Lamar Jackson made some incredibly accurate contested throws down the field. Riley Moss was there. Riley Moss is bigger than widow Xavier Worthy. He's very widow.
Is he as fast? Because that dude is fast.
What are you trying to say about Riley? Can't run? You trying to say Riley Moss can't run?
White man can't run?
All right. Hey,
is
you
that
know what?
the sequel of the show?
I hope Patrick Mahomes thinks the same thing and just targets Riley Moss, and that'll be 2 interceptions for the Broncos.
I mean, Worthy isn't. He's certainly not a world beater. I think he had either 0 or 2 receptions for negative 10 yards last week. I'm not saying I'm terrified.
He has the ability. He's super, super fast. I was at the combine when he ran the fastest combine 40 in the history of the National Football League.
He can zoom. He can buzz. All right, Josh, what's next?
Guys, real quick, I did want to interrupt. We did have Vincenzo call in.
Vincenzo Fugazi?
He called in, and on top of this, he said he's not from Minnesota, but he's lived there before.
Okay.
And he has had a bunch of those Goldens.
Mickey Golden Light.
I love it. I love it.
Does he still have friends that could potentially next day mail him, maybe even 2-day mail?
What a name. That's the best name I've been able to call out in my 6 years at altitude. Vincenzo Cortese?
That's fantastic.
That's something out of The Godfather. You made
really
up that
is.
name. Let's be honest, Vincenzo. It's not your real name. Come on. That's a pen name.
So good.
His name's probably Vince Cooper.
Vince Cooper. Fugazi. It's a... Joshy, what's next?
All right, guys, we're going to do another one of these.
I will beat Noah Lyles.
Because I have no idea what button we pressed to skip from one story to another. But Christian McCaffrey is ramping up play, and he could possibly play as soon as this Sunday versus Tampa Bay. Reports out of San Fran is that Christian is practicing with no restriction and no pain. In fact, I got some word here from Coach Shanahan. Let's hear what he had to say real quickly.
Yeah, it was good. We didn't do too much, but had no pain, was good yesterday, and excited to get him out there today.
People all around the fantasy football world are rejoicing right now, hopefully to rejuvenate their season halfway through. These types of nagging injuries that kind of carry out throughout the entire season, what can we expect from C-Mac if he even makes an attempt to play this week?
Josh, where were those nagging injuries when he was taking away all your playing time at Valor?
Well,
they had to wait until the NFL. He couldn't help you out when you were in high school?
It's because of Christian that I did not get a shot at the NFL. Let's just say that.
Well,
it's because of him.
I actually showed up to a Valor Christian game, and I'm not going to lie. There was Christian McCaffrey scored 6 touchdowns or something every single which way you can score a touchdown at basically every position. And then they put in this dude, and I'm like, I'm leaving. I was there to scout and evaluate, and I think that dude was Mix 100's own Josh Christopher.
It was me? That's who you saw?
Oh, my God. I'm trying to say Gala, right? Gala is what we...
Gala.
It's not Gala, it's Gala.
I've always heard it Gala.
All right.
Gala might be like the northern, Canadian
thing. It's like data and data, right? It's kind of the same thing,
I think you're doing a northern accent.
Hey, Siri, how do you pronounce Gala?
Is your phone turned?
Typically pronounced as gala.
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 Do you have like this? Do you have like the Spanish version?
I gotta change series. That got weird.
that little
was
vocal
strange.
fry.
Yeah, she's like gala.
You want to go to the Mile High Dreams Gala?
Oh, and so it's crescendo mix
Gala.
100 vibes, man. Let's go.
McCaffrey's going to be great for them. Coach amended his preseason NFC West champion with the 49ers yesterday.
Isn't that what I said all along?
I'm not entirely sure. No, I thought you switched it
Did
up.
I say Rams?
I said Rams. You had. Did you have the Niners?
This sure as hell didn't have the Cardinals or the Seahawks. I'll tell you that. I stuck with it. I stuck with the 49ers. That's what I believe, because I said that they're getting players back.
This is what all the concussions do to me. I can't remember what we did yesterday.
It also is potentially a little.
No, you're right. You had San Francisco. I had the Rams. All right, so you stuck with the Niners because
I gotta watch you, Raj. I gotta watch you, man. You also put it out there in the airwaves that I said the Broncos were gonna beat the Ravens. We had to go back to the tape.
CTE is eating my brain to shreds right now. This is not my fault.
Hey, you know what, man? It's a powerful drug, brother. It's a powerful drug.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Congratulations to Vincenzo Cortese, who is going to the Mile High Dreams Gala.
And he will be bringing Mick Golden Lights.
We'll be back in a few minutes. If you guys are upset that you didn't win the Mile High Dreams gala tickets like Vincenzo Fugazi? Congratulations, Vincenzo, for winning those things.
Vinny. Hey, Vinny.
Vinny. I have an uncle, Vinny.
Yeah.
Vincent Anthony Rapace.
Oh,
the most Italian name you've ever heard in your life.
Make sure you introduce me to him at some point in time. I want to make sure I get the right people on my side.
It's a good guy to have.
Yeah.
If you guys didn't win those tickets, you will have an opportunity to do so in the afternoon. Every single hour on the 20s, you'll have another chance to add a keyword in. So 12:20, 1:20, 2:23, 24:20, you'll get another keyword. And if you text that in, you'll get an entry. And then coming up right after the 5 o'clock hour with Kreckman and Lindahl before they hand things off to Berto and the 5:30 pregame show for the Avs and the Jets.
6 o'clock tip. I did it.
You did it.
6 o'clock drop.
6 o'clock puck drop with Connor McGahey. Makar, by the way, game time decision, but was on the ice for morning skate in a power play.
Trending in a good way.
Trending. You'll have an opportunity to win tickets again in the afternoon. We're giving away another pair. So make sure you guys listen all day long on the 20s. Get those keywords into 303-504-0925, and you can still go. You can hang out with us. All of your favorite Avs, Nuggets, Mammoth, Rapids players will be there. You don't have to hang out with Mike Sanford, but he seems like he's going to be a great guy. If you want to be our best friend like Ty is on the text line, you can bribe us with cases of Michelob Golden Light. He says we'll trade for Avs tickets, and honestly, I am very seriously considering this. Michelob Golden Light case. A question came into you on the Champ Mazda text line. Coach, who covers Travis Kelce?
I believe it is a by committee coverage assignment, but I do love Justin Sternad in his athleticism and his length to be somebody who is primarily covering Travis Kelce. And then I love the fact that you can line him up over Travis Kelce and blitz him. And then have a little Brandon Jones, maybe even PJ Locke insofar as he's back, which we think he will be back, as a second-level cover player. But the biggest thing with Travis Kelce, he eats versus zone coverage. Don't play zone. Do not play zone. Play man.
Why has it been so hard to adjust to tight ends like that over the last 5 to 7 years in the NFL? I still feel like there hasn't been a fix. We talked about the advent of the Wildcat. We talked about the great days of Ronnie Brown, and people were saying it was Cadillac Williams. It was not. Ricky Williams was on the 2008
They
Miami
were college
Dolphins.
teammates, we established.
Yes.
Ronnie Brown and Cadillac Williams.
We know that you saw the NFL transition to see the Wildcat and then completely stop it, and now it just doesn't exist in the NFL. Why hasn't that happened with the vertical threat tight end?
A lot of the answer for the explosion of elite quarterback play over the last 10, 15 years, the answer has been to keep a roof on top of the coverage, which is going to be zone coverage. You're going to play a lot of cover 2, which is obviously 2 deep half defenders. In the middle of the field against cover 2 is gaping wide open. So the combination of speed and skill of these wide receivers coming out of places like Texas and California that play year-round football, 7-on-7 all the time because they have great weather. These quarterbacks are obviously so advanced compared to what they were maybe 25 years ago. It did open up the field space in the middle of the field. And then the other answer was cover 2 man, which is 2 deep half players to keep the lid on a man coverage look. The problem with 2 man is that you end up matching up a linebacker, which I know it's crazy. I just said Justin Sternad should cover Travis Kelce, but you end up matching a linebacker against a very skilled tight end. And I think as these offenses in high school and college football over the last 2 decades have evolved more towards the Mike Leach style of offense, these tight end body types were starting to be utilized at a younger age as receivers, so their skill sets advanced as well. I like middle of field closed coverages, meaning single high coverages, being cover 1, maybe a little bit of cover 3 mixed in against a dynamic pass catching tight end, because there's just less space to operate over the middle of the field.
So you now have your 3 main man matchups. Sternad on Kelsey.
With a little bit of by committee. You know, you blitz Sternad too, and PJ Locke and or Brandon Jones would be there to cover Travis. And so you disguise the pressure.
Okay, so by committee with Kelsey, but led by Sternad. This is what you would be game planning as a coach. Blanketing DeAndre Hopkins with Pat Surtain. Follow him wherever he goes on the field, and you guys just play one-on-one the whole day. Xavier Worthy is a Riley Moss target, or do you throw Worthy on Smith-Schuster? You allow him to move around from...
Yeah, and I have a lot of trust in Jaquan McMillan as a cover player, especially to high point the football and his speed. So I would say if you're playing, if you're playing Riley Moss on the outside, say the outside biggest threat, then I'm great with that. And if that is Xavier Worthy, I feel good about it. And then maybe Jaquan McMillan plays the slot, biggest threat. So you do want to have a semblance of like consistency with. You don't necessarily want to play it just like man-to-man in basketball where you're just following every guy around the field at all times. But I think you do that with PS2.
Line is moving toward the Broncos and has been for the past few days.
Because Vegas listens to me.
Vegas listens to me, Coach.
We know, and I'm actually going to Vegas.
Say, you're leaving tonight
tomorrow. But I'll be here on the show still.
Are you?
I'm going to be on the show.
Are you going to do it from like the Circus Sportsbook at Stadium Swim?
I wish. I'll be doing it from a hotel room.
From a Marriott.
I'm going to watch my father in his 49th year of coaching, his last guaranteed football game. I shouldn't announce that because he hasn't announced it. But he's probably going to retire.
I mean, how many people in Nevada are listening to
We got
football
thousands,
updates?
hundreds of thousands. But yeah, so I'm gonna watch his last guaranteed
49 years, Coach.
He's a ball coach, man.
It's
a ball coach.
That's nuts.
And his journey, man, to think like the dude coached that with the San Diego Superchargers with Junior Seau, and he's still doing it with a bunch of, 4A football players in Nevada. He just loves the game and he loves impacting people. It's going to be fun because we're bringing the whole family. There's not enough room at the inn for all 5 of us, so wifey and I are going to get a little Vegas time, if you will.
All right.
Drop the 3 kids off at Grandma and Grandpa's house.
So Dad is coaching what could be his final football game.
They're gonna win
of nearly half a century, and you're going take the Rugrats before the game.
Hey, I'm just calling my mom's bluff. She says all I want is more time with my grandkids. Well, here you go.
Coach has to win a game. What are you doing? I mean, you're putting your dad at a disadvantage right now.
No, my dad loves the boys.
He knows it.
He loves my 2 little rascals. He likes them, I think, more than I do. Which is typically the case.
Grandfathers are for.
Right? Typically the case.
Baltimore and Cincinnati tonight. Baltimore 6-point favorites on the short week, going up against the Bengals, who are starting to bangle. They're getting red hot, 4-5. This is a huge matchup tonight in terms of whether or not Joe Burrow can get back to the playoffs. Is this a better matchup for Cincy than it was for Denver? Cincy's defense is gettable.
I think Baltimore just continues.
To roll.
I do. I think they had the rude awakening in Cleveland. That's just one of those. That is the definition of a trap game. I feel like Cleveland is a trap team because they're just always kind of gross. Like even last year when they did some good things.
Dominant defense last year.
And the Broncos beat them. Do you remember? I was at that game. I just watched them. I'm like, these guys aren't that good. I just think they're a trap franchise. Just the perfect trap. Just because their uniforms stink. Helmets are bad. They got a weird elf, a Keebler elf.
I don't get the elf thing. The elf,
they're always in quarterback purgatory.
I mean, they have been ever since I've been alive. When's the last Browns quarterback that you saw that it was there for a long? Like you thought it was going to be Baker Mayfield, wasn't. Thought it was going to be Deshaun Watson, certainly wasn't.
It was back when I was in my 20s.
Tim Couch
and Bernie Kosar was throwing the football for the Cleveland Football Browns.
You do an old guy's voice really well.
You know what you do?
It's not an old guy's voice, it's just his voice.
You do a pop star's voice really well.
Thank you.
It's one of my favorite things that has ever been asked of anyone on this show. Those of you who are just tuning in and getting ready for PhD, KJ's been out today. He's having car trouble, so we went over to our friends at Mix 100 who share a wall with us, and Josh Grismer is a superstar in the morning show there. we need to get Joshy in to run the program. So he did KJ's NFL notes.
Very sports-like. to start.
Influencer style.
But he started out very sports guy. And I didn't like it. I wanted to hear the guy from Mix 100, and we got him.
I'm surprised you didn't hit the like and subscribe button, please.
Not yet.
No,
we'll get
not
there.
there.
Give me one more show. We'll get
Can
there.
you do me like a TikTok dance when we get out of here?
I will say
absolutely not.
Josh Grismer has a phenomenal behind-the-scenes picture of my stance as I was getting ready to deliver a fire topic.
It will be tweeted out.
And so just
I will show
look
the
up
world.
for Josh Grismer.
Coach Sanford stands very aggressively the whole show.
Power stance, man.
Power stance.
I only know one way.
If you guys did not win tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala, you can do so coming up in the afternoon. Keywords coming up on the 20s every single hour. Kreckman and Lindahl will give away another winner. Avs and Jets tonight. 5:30 pregame show, 6 p.m. puck drop between the Avs and the 12-1 Winnipeg Jets. For Coach Sanford, for Josh Grismer, I'm Alex Ryanemi. We will talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
No good. Rebound, Joker, lost it to Caruso. They win it with a 3. 10 seconds left to go in the game. Tie it with a bucket. Gilgeous-Alexander has it at the midcourt circle. 5 seconds left to go against Westbrook. Puts it on the floor. He's down the lane. Layup no good. Rebound Watson. Jokic has it. And there's the horn. The Denver Nuggets shock the undefeated Oklahoma City Thunder. They beat them tonight by a final of 124 to 122.
Wow, really? Worthy of this? Suck it, Thunder. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements, AAAHomeImprovements.com. They're the best. We'll set you up. We'll knock it down in 18 minutes. Find out details how you can win tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. Details on that. Tyler, you doing all right?
I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. Scotty, my man, what a game last night. That was something special.
Big game.
Big
game. Huge game.
Well, when you go from 5 guys off the bench to 3, guess it was a little something. So I guess it did mean a little bit more as he shortened his bench a little bit, Malone, and got the W.
I'm not sure they had anybody left to play, though. Too soon for a Christian Brown All-Star campaign? Do we got to get it going?
It's low-key very interesting. And if you had a situation where Christian Brown made an All-Star game before Jamal Murray, wouldn't do me. How would that go over?
Hold on. Too soon to say Westbrook back to the All-Star team? Hey, let's go, buddy.
I'll tell you this, man. Let's just forget about the first couple of games. He has been everything that you want on and off the court. And I don't know, man, if he was a bad dude with the media before, that ain't the way he's been these days. He's been terrific. So check, and check for Russell Westbrook.
I was talking with, I think I was talking with Andy on the way in, and I gave me a thought, kind of a no dumb question, but it's not really a dumb question. Who have been some of the, and he said he could play. Denver needed a instigator, a-hole, whatever you want to call that.
They
role.
needed to keep Talib.
They exactly. So I said, what are some of the great instigators that have ever played on sports teams in here? And think about it. And I came up with these names. Kadri. Right. And they're guys that, and here's how you could quote them. You hated them when they were somewhere else, but you loved them when they played for your team. No one loved Kadri when he's in Toronto, and then guess what? He came here and everybody's, he's a good guy. He's
Just real quick, though, because he got himself suspended right around the playoffs.
It's okay.
Well, we weren't all in.
But hold on, let me finish.
We eventually were all in.
I thought we were all in.
I know what you're saying.
Claude Lemieux.
Sure.
A-hole. But you know what he was? Turtled.
He did turtle.
But you know what? He was our a-hole.
A little like kind
Bill
of embarrassing.
Romanowski.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely one of those.
But he started here. But
he started in Philadelphia.
Oh, started in Philadelphia.
You're right.
He played 8 or 9 years, or 7 or 8 years.
I don't
in
even think of him as an Eagle. That's a good point.
Wait, when was he with the Niners?
He went to the Raiders after us.
I thought he was with the. Didn't he get a ring with the Niners? Am I wrong on that?
I don't remember him at the Niners.
I could have sworn he got a ring somewhere else.
He was on Doug Flutie's Boston College team that had the Hail Mary.
Raiders?
We know.
But anyway, all right, but Bill Romanowski.
Oh, you're still, yeah.
Thinking some other good.
I mean, I would put Aqib Talib in that category.
Aqib Talib,
for sure.
you can put in there. I'd even put
Kareem Jackson, maybe.
Maybe no, but I'd put what was the other Jackson that played defensive line? Malik Jackson. He was an instigator, right? The point being, there were guys that probably other teams hated, other towns hated, but were loved here in Denver.
Yep.
What do all those names I just mentioned have in common? Claude Lemieux, Bill Romanowski,
Dogs,
Talib, Jackson, Kadri.
They had attitude. Is that where you're going?
They all won championships in Denver.
Ooh, that's a good one.
They all won championships in Denver.
That's a fun one.
They all, and there's probably more. And now Russell Westbrook comes here.
I'll tell you this, man.
Could that be the next?
I like Reggie Jackson. Good dude.
Great dude.
Night and day difference
Oh,
with
yeah.
energy and attitude with Reggie Jackson and Russell Westbrook.
See, that's the thing. Even when Russ isn't performing well, just the energy that you're talking about, it's worth it just for that.
Well, you got to swallow some castor oil once in a while with Westbrook, right?
You know, the energy is so similar to our guy, Brucey B. And Brucey B, man, I don't know if you were watching the bench, tricky depending on where you were. Brucey B and his cowboy hat and
Cowboy boots.
all that. He was up off that Raptors bench cheering those guys on. He had plenty of spirit.
Great teammate.
Almost got kicked in the head by Julian Strother as Strother was looking for a loose ball. But Brucey B had that energy. Reggie Jackson had no energy.
Bruce had energy, but I don't know that he had attitude like Russ has got.
Brucey B was a pretty confident fella.
Yeah, but there's a difference.
But you know who had attitude on that team, and he was also the nicest guy in the world off of it? Jeff Green.
Oh, well,
Jeff Green, you didn't mess with on the field, on the floor.
No,
on the floor, you weren't mess with him. And the nice guy. I tell you another guy, and he didn't win a championship, but the sweetest guy off the thing. Don't mess with Paul Millsap.
Okay, we're going back a little bit, but all right.
Now they didn't win a championship. They lost. That was year in the bubble that they lost to the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. But do you remember that? Down 3-1, and all of a sudden Clippers decided to talk trash to Paul Millsap. And he got up in Morris's face, and after that, they won 3 straight and won the series.
I think Christian Brown is bringing an attitude.
He's got an attitude.
He's got an attitude. A lot's been made about his offense performance, but I thought he was tremendous on SGA defensively. Obviously, we got the dunk that caused the fight, but he's starting to get it. It's contagious, right? You get a guy or two around, and all of a sudden it's contagious.
I just don't know, and this is the question that Danny and I were talking about. Do championship teams, don't they have at least one guy on there that you would call a dog?
I would say so, yeah.
I mean, can we think of a championship team that can't say they didn't have a dog?
No.
Yeah, and almost like a loose screw. You know, a dog with a loose screw that ain't afraid to get himself kicked out of game, ain't afraid to take a fine, ain't afraid to step up, you know.
You know what's funny is that the rap on Jason Tatum was that he was too nice and that he didn't have that quality. I mean, they won it anyways. Not exactly sure who that guy is for the Celtics, but you know,
Brown. I don't think you mess with too much.
All right.
I mean, I think he's a good guy, smart. But I think in game, he ain't afraid to get in your face and do something.
I tell you what I saw, which was such a great highlight, is Ja Morant giving LeBron the business. My God, that was so
after
good.
LeBron gave him a little
he gave
business.
him too small, and then he came back, and he is so small compared to LeBron. Then he's running into him all,
What
pumping
a
out
soft
his
technical, though. Come on, right? I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, but you know what? As Malone said after the game last night, 95% of my technicals are there for a purpose.
Yep.
There for a reason. So Ja Morant drawing that tech, fine, man.
Well, I guarantee his teammates
Cool.
loved it.
Oh, did you see the meltdown with JJ Redick on the media?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go, brother. Welcome to the big leagues, my friend. Like everybody's terrible except for LeBron over here. And he was so soft to like stomp off the press. I already answered that or whatever he said and stomps off. He's 8 games into being a head coach. You're having walk-off moments in press conferences 8 games in?
Because somebody asked, what do you do as a coach when guys aren't playing hard?
Chill, bro. Chill, my man. You got a short fuse this early into your...
That's an elitist.
I love it, man. I think it's just so great. More Laker meltdowns, the better. And our Nuggets are 5-1 in their last 6 and playing like that without AG and Jamal?
And I'm telling
Dude, come on.
The bigger picture in all of this is April, May, and June. Right? I mean, think about it. The bigger picture in all of this is April, May, and June.
All right. Reggie started pretty hot too and fizzled, a little bit older. Scale of 1 to 10. And I think he keeps himself in phenomenal shape, Russell Westbrook. Do you think that same energy and ability will still be there in those months too?
Yeah, I do. Because I think that's just how he's wired. Reggie's wired a different way. And I'll say this about Reggie. Reggie didn't have a whole lot in the tank left, and he tried. I mean, he's out there. Remember, he's like limping. You're like seeing him get twisted. They go, he ain't playing tomorrow. And he's back out there playing, about 50%. The thing that will drop off on I mean, Russ was 10 of 15 shooting. Russ can't shoot. All right. So, but what did he learn last night? In those 10, 3 of those were cuts to the basket, dump off by Joker, let me lay it up. Oh, by the way, boom, 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 here's a basket. Joker had a turnover on one of them. Russ stopped at the free throw line. Joker did one of those behind the head.
Yeah.
And Russ also, when he saw he was going to throw it, I think that's, oh gosh, he does that?
We'll figure that out.
Yeah, you'll figure that.
I'll get that together.
Last night's game it was nothing. It's game 9. What is it? 8, 9?
8. 5 and 3.
Game 8 of 82. Doesn't mean anything. Good win. Needed that at home. But it's a building block for Peyton Watson, Julian Strawther, who didn't shoot well but hits 2 big free throws late. For Russell Westbrook, who's had to push in the starter, supposed to play 18 minutes a game, plays 32, 9, 7, 4, whatever it was. And you know, Zeke Naji, got to get in there, got to do something when you're in there. Hunter Tyson, perfect role. You know, he still hadn't made that 3, but you know what? God dang, that guy's
Keep
gonna
shooting.
He's gonna block
going.
shots. He's gonna get your tough rebounds.
He's gonna run around.
He's gonna run around it and be a baby dog. You know what? He's a little puppy that's still got the sharp teeth that bites your hand, and you don't realize, dog, come on now.
You give him the minutes.
Yeah, and I just think the more, I mean, you need Gordon and you need Jamal to play, and I have a feeling Jamal will play tomorrow. I don't know. I haven't
Really?
heard. I just feel like it's either tomorrow or Sunday.
Okay.
Playing like that gives you an extra day if you want to let Jamal really get healthy. But I don't know. I asked Tyler.
The concussions?
Well, no. As a guy that you're playing, all of a sudden you get hurt, you miss a game.
You see Spags go in there?
That backup starts playing really, really good.
You start trying to feel better.
You start trying to feel better a lot faster.
Well, this might have been a huge blessing in disguise because you had no choice but to rely on the young guys. And now, not only did you have to put them in there, but you might have actually earned a little trust in the young guys. And you might have a little bit of a reason down the road to go to them.
You know, it's funny.
Get Julian Strawther hitting big shots, though. And I'm going to give you another credit. Michael Porter Jr. was horrible
First half.
in the first half.
Not second half.
1 of 6.
Yeah.
And the second half, third quarter, he gets 15.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think you said it, one of you two said it this week. Michael Porter has to be that guy, especially when others down, if you want any chance to win. When it's his turn, he's got to do what he did in that second half.
I'll tell you this. Over the past couple of years, there have been times in the last 5 where he's been on the bench. That ain't happening this year. I do not even envision a scenario where he's not out to close a game. I really don't. Not this year.
I hope not.
And
hey, you know what? Credit to even Peyton Watson, who breaks those 2 free throws at the end of the game, hustles his ass off to get down the court.
That's all nerves, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. But you know what? He does what he's good at. And when it's all said and done, he got it done with what he was good at. Gets the block shot. Good effort. Guys are just giving effort all over the place.
Yeah, what was remarkable, too, he had consecutive games hitting a big 3 late.
Well, he had a 3 earlier in that quarter, late in that quarter when they rolled up a.
You know what Malone said about that too, which I thought was cool, is there's no way to replicate this in practice. You can't. There's no way.
No one plays that hard in practice.
It doesn't mean that much. You can't do it. You can't feel the crowd. You don't ball off. Nothing. You can't do it. You've got to experience it and put that money in the bank.
And I thought there was a great, last thing I'll say, coaching moment by Malone yesterday. They were smothering Joker the whole first 3 quarters or the first half anyway. I mean, he get the ball, and there's 3 little bodies around him all the time. You notice that fourth quarter, because John Morant has the ability as good as anybody to get to the rim. Did you see how many times there's always a couple bodies on not John Morant, but on SGA? I mean, all of a sudden they started doubling, getting the ball out of Shea's hand, didn't they? And all of a sudden he wasn't as big a factor in that fourth quarter.
The Nuggets did something else too. They made an adjustment, which is pretty funny that they made an adjustment, a big one, earlier in the day and implemented it that night. Details on what
it was good too.
Details on that, which is funny. Plus, we hear from Jonathan Cooper, who's our guy. Hang with Mr. Cooper. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you're probably searching for solutions right now. You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that's going to work. You want the best. Of course you do. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Well, my friends, call Advanced Hair Restoration because they have completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you've got a receding hairline, thinning hair, or a bald spot, Advanced Hair can address all of those concerns with their simple one-day Advanced FUE treatment. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Guys, Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and now it's your turn. Check this out. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. And on top of that, Advanced Hair guarantees that your hair is going to grow for life. That's a hell of a guarantee right there, guys. That is a for-life guarantee. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. It's why they address my hair loss, and it's why you should do the same. So go get a free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR. If you qualify, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that has redefined hair restoration at Advanced Hair. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
All right, we have some great news for you. Not good news, great news. We're here for great news all day today. Nothing but great news here. Giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. And when I mean we, I mean the collective. And it's time for a keyword. So here's what you do. Send this keyword and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. The keyword is Watson. We'll call a name at 5 p.m., the collective. And if we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If that person doesn't call back, we'll announce another name. The Mile High Dreams Gala. Gala? What do you want to go with? Tell me what do you prefer?
Gala.
You want to go Gala?
Gala.
It's
Gala
absolutely
sounds-
Gala. It's not Gala. It's Gala.
Let me go to the gala.
Okay. Well, Gala? The Mile High Dreams.
It's actually Gala. Gala. I'm going with Gala.
The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by the Nuggets, the Avs, more. When you get a chance to meet your favorite players, delicious food, unbelievable food, drinks. Think about just getting like a hotel room across the street of that Spring Hill place.
Well,
Just post up at the hotel.
Well,
Forget about driving
you,
back.
You don't have your empty nester. Why don't
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can do that. Great drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com to get your tickets. There are less than 100 left. That's it? Really? Seriously? There's only 100 to go? Wow. All right, well, get on that, man. Good luck.
A quick shout out and congratulations to Billy and Amber, who have texted in and says my fiance and I both religiously listen to you guys daily, and today we are getting married. They're listening on their wedding day. Congratulations,
Wow.
Billy and Amber.
Holy cow, the beginning of the end. That is
Everybody,
fantastic.
you know, when you want to set the mood, you put on PhD. That's what you do.
Yeah. I got to break a Thursday afternoon wedding down, huh? We're going to the courthouse? What are we doing there? Give us some details on that one.
Dude, you got excited. You started slobbering. What did that come
I'm
from?
losing control.
You talk about getting married again. You
Hey, your
start
face is
frothing.
healing up, though.
You know-
I mean, it's like radically better.
Well, I appreciate it. I think internally, though, things are messed up.
Mm.
But the outside is better. See, I'm spinning all over the place. What am I doing here? Let me tell you.
Maybe you knocked some teeth loose.
I think I might have. Yeah. Well, let's hope a little loose. I'm just saying, man. Corn is out.
Apples. I got a red apple.
I can cut it with a knife and fork, maybe strain it.
Eat it on the back.
So check this out, man. The Nuggets played a zone defense.
Loved it.
Okay. Christian Brown was asked, how long you been working on it? He goes, we put it in earlier today.
Nice.
That is kind of awesome. When you think about like football and everything that goes in, the practices and all the basketball, it's like, why don't we give this a shot?
Hey, we had a quick 5-minute meeting before the game. Decided to play zone today.
Love that, man. You want to break that down for me? How that happens?
It's easier. And here's the difference between basketball and football. Every play you put in, the guys, especially if you're a veteran, probably have run it one other time or another. Problem is the language, right?
Mm-hmm.
The language is what guys have got to change to. Dive off the B gap. Okay, then it might have jet one wide X Y Z blah 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 blah. And it's basically a handoff. Every kid that's played right now that's on the Nuggets squad at one time or another have played a zone defense in their lives.
They've done a 2-3 at some point, maybe a 1-3-1 in there.
They've done a 2-1-2, a 1-2-2, a 1-3-1. Last night was more of a 1-2-2, which is what I liked.
Mm-hmm.
So every kid, and especially AAU, none of them want to play man-to-mans. They all just come down and most time play zone, it seems like. So every person on there, the only one I worry about is maybe Joker, but he's so freaking smart. You could probably say, Joker, here's what we're doing. And you go, okay.
Christian said we had an issue rebounding initially because where are we supposed to be in this with rebounding? But, you figure
rebounding his zone is harder, but you got to have a mindset. You got to be aggressive. And I said this last night. George Karl was the first guy that I said it and just really stuck. Good rebounders rebound out of their area.
Okay.
Like Dennis Ross, like there's good rebounders, but the ball's got to come right to you and I'll get the rebound.
Did you know they were going to play a zone before the game started?
No, but right when I saw it, I went.
What'd you say?
I thought it was good. I thought
Did you pick up on it right away? Was it like,
it's
whoa.
easy to tell.
Okay.
Yeah, Those are easy to see. And hopefully you got help for Shea on penetrations from the top. You got the wing and the point. Hopefully you got enough guys now you can cover the outside because they were just trying to shoot outside.
It just looks weird in the NBA. That's all.
Yeah.
It just looks
I agree.
strange. But the concept of we worked on it today, we put it in. It's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool.
But you know what? Good in this college, and college has different rules how to play a zone than the NBA. They don't want you in the lane and the defensive 3 seconds. But in a sudden, you say a good zone looks like man to man.
Right.
Well, I've been looking at zone defenses my entire life because I'm a Syracuse fan, so that's
Right.
all they play for 37 years.
And in college, they just do many things. You just play a straight up 2-on-2 or what do he call his? He called his something. Amoeba D, I think they called it.
What,
or something like
Boeheim?
that. Yeah.
I don't know. To me, I called it dare you to shoot. In the NBA, though, usually the shooters are too good. I would think they would just destroy a zone. I think you would get killed. Listen, man, the Thunder still scored 122 points last night, okay? It's not like the Nuggets won this one by a million.
Yeah, but the number one defense that was giving up 93 points per 100 possessions gave up 124.
Do you think, and of course it'll be better having AG and Jamal back, but do you think, because they're 5-1 the last 6, what we've seen essentially in the last 3 games or so is the Nuggets team that we'll see for the rest of the year?
Well, and I've been saying this. Here's another thing when you're playing, and Malone said it in the postgame, when you're playing against a good half-court defensive team, you can't walk the ball up and give them into their strength. You can't just play into their strength. And Denver had, 2 fast break points at first half and ended with 20 or 22?
Both teams were running and gunning.
Yeah, they started.
Especially for zone defense being played. I mean, that was running and gunning.
And sometimes teams that and they only were averaging 100 points. Sometimes teams that average 100 or a defensive team, they don't want to play fast. So you got to try to make them play fast.
All right, good for the Nuggets. We'll get more on that as we go on. Fun game. In terms of the Broncos.
Oh, and by the way, we've yet to talk about Joker's monster game.
We can get into him later.
I know, we'll get it later.
Remarkable statement really quick by Malone. He said it was the best overall performance I've seen from Jokic ever.
Wow.
Dan, maybe you have that sound. He said it pretty much off the bat. Oh, no, I got it. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I can't speak for anybody else, but I've been with him for 10 years now. And for anybody to say that Nikola Jokic is not a good defender, I would question their basketball intelligence, and I would question how much film they're really watching. Because you don't have to be athletic guy blocking shots and pinning them on the glass to be a good defender. You don't have to be a great athlete to be a good defender. Nikola Jokic has tremendous intelligence. He has the best anticipation I've ever seen, and he has a want and a will to win. And he's the anchor of our defense. We were top 8 last year in defense. And Nikola's contest numbers, deflection numbers, and you talk about it, all the pick and rolls, all the actions that he's put in, he's a thoroughbred. He's able to go play through all of that and make plays on the other end as well when he's getting doubled and triple teamed every night. So it's incredible. We know who Nikola is. I think he's a great defensive player. And I think he's proven that time and time and time again.
Well, we didn't get in that quote, but he did say it was like the best overall performance he said ever, which is, think about that. Let that settle in for a second. That's how remarkable last night was. Great night. Great night. Great vibe. And I do think some regular season games do mean more than others. And I think that one did. It wasn't the same against Utah. A couple previous nights on, win by 20. It's Utah.
Well, this is the team that hadn't been beaten and leading the Western Conference.
Mean a little something extra, Westbrook, you think?
Oh, probably. Well,
yeah. I bet it does.
It's been so many years.
I don't care.
But I don't know. Once you get traded or moved from a team, you always want to beat the team you once won.
Yeah.
But who does he really hate? You think he
LeBron?
really hates? Yeah.
Maybe.
I would think.
Oh, we see them in a 3 weeks.
You think he has bad feelings about Oklahoma City? They were pretty.
No, it's not about bad feelings. It's like you could have great feelings about your former team, and it always means something extra.
Yeah. The Broncos yesterday. Let's give props to Jonathan Cooper. He was asked about his big deal. What a significant day for him.
Yeah, it wasn't too long, honestly. It was about maybe 3 weeks at most. And, yeah, the process was pretty quick and easy and simple. I have really, really good agents. And, the people across the team, they like them. And they're just – the process went really smooth, and I feel like I didn't need to take it any further than what it was because I love this program, I love this team, I love the organization, and I just felt like I didn't need to go any further, and signing it there in the hotel, it just all worked out as well as it could, and then I'm still pissed off about the game. So,
well, he dropped an organization in there.
There you go. Dude,
he's Canadian.
I guess so.
Last night, I watched and broke down every single pressure and sack from Jonathan Cooper of the entire season. And, man, there are so many things that you don't even realize are going on. Like the Seattle game, for example, I think he got 2 sacks in that game. Easily could have been a 5-sack game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was a borderline Michael Schofield performance out of George Fant from Jonathan Cooper. His sacks this year, he's got 5.5 sacks, and his sacks are kind of pedestrian. They're more or less like hustle, be in the right place, right time type of sacks. But the pressures that he accumulates, that's where this dude is dominating right now. And I mean, the amount of times that if you wanted to do like 0.2 seconds longer, how many extra sacks he would have had, we're probably talking about a 12 or 13 sack season already this year if you had a 0.2 second advantage.
What kind of career do you think he's going to have? What's his best comparable, do you think? What's his ceiling, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
could he be Shaquille Barrett-like?
I mean, that would be
that'd
phenomenal.
be awesome.
That would be absolutely phenomenal.
But that is what happened to Shaquille after about 3-4 years. He just, he did that with Tampa.
Yeah,
not the
well,
Broncos.
Jonathan Cooper got paid after he had done something, and so did Shaq. But Shaq, when he left the Broncos, he didn't have any suitors. The Broncos didn't want him, but nobody wanted him. Tampa brought him in on like a $2 million deal or whatever it was, and then he explodes.
Then he has 19 sacks.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
I don't see Jonathan Cooper ever being like a 16 to 18 sack per year kind of guy, but I would see him being 8 to 10 every year kind of guy.
Very consistent.
Yeah.
Very, very consistent guy.
He's rushing over the right side more times than not. Probably 9 out of 10 times he rushes over the right tackle, which in today's NFL, that's actually where you put your premier pass rusher. You put your premier pass rusher over the right tackle, not over the left.
So with Jonathan Cooper, Nick Benito, and Jonah Ellis, and then you have DeAndre Tillman, who has a couple sacks in there too. How much more do you need, if anything, to that room?
Well, you always need to bring in more. Losing Baron Browning, you need rotational players. And that's what we had in 2015 was you had depth at every single spot. The next guy that came in, whether it was Shane Ray, whether it was Shaq Barrett, your next guy up had talent. So we've got our starters locked up. Our offensive line has got better depth than our defensive line and our edge rushers group, but we've got a better starting group on the defensive line. So they need to add some depth because without Baron Browning now, the drop-off is very significant from Jonathan Cooper.
When you say depth, though, that feels to me mid-range free agents, later draft picks, something.
Well, you're not looking
like
for any
that.
starters.
Okay. So we're not looking for high-price pass rushers or high-placed draft picks.
And don't forget you're getting Sanders coming back maybe by the end of the year, too.
Well, yeah, he started. He should be back in 3 weeks. They want to give him all that time. Is he an inside or an outside guy when he comes back?
He doesn't know. I don't want to knock.
Right, though,
I don't want to knock Scotty's guy, but he is getting dangerously close to DeMarcus Walker. I don't know if you guys remember when we drafted
of course,
him,
second rounder,
and he just couldn't figure out what the hell to do with him. Do we put him inside? Do we put him outside?
Right.
Drew Sanders, do we put him at linebacker? Do we put him at edge rusher?
Yeah, where do you put him, man?
That's the defensive coordinator has got to figure that out. If you remember what Vance Joseph said in his rookie training camp, said, we're not sure where to play him. All I know is every time he's out there, he brings havoc.
Here's where
I want to play that guy.
I would put him at edge rusher just based off of need. You've got some linebackers now. I feel great about the linebacker room, especially if you ever get Alex Singleton back.
You feeling good about Sternad being like a guy?
I feel great about Justin.
Okay, cool.
Yes, I feel great.
Cody Barton, we're good on?
Awesome.
Okay, Singleton will get healthy, hopefully.
What is his status? I can't even remember.
Well, he's out for the year. I mean, he's got Achilles,
what
doesn't
did he do? He tore his Achilles?
I think, double check me, Dan, but I thought Singleton was an Achilles. I thought.
ACL.
ACL.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember ACL and he played the rest of the game.
I mean, the Broncos could definitely use some depth at both positions, so they might bounce him around. They could use some depth at linebacker and at edge rusher.
You're a big Drew Sanders guy.
Well, I mean, it's Arkansas, so you pay attention. And like I said, his rookie year, Vance Joseph said, we're not sure where to play him, inside or out. Legge even said, too, they got to figure a spot and say, okay, learn this one. But Vance Joseph said in one of his pressers, we don't know where to play him,
So
but all I know is he brings havoc when he plays.
He does bring havoc, but he doesn't know where to bring havoc to a lot of the time.
But he hadn't played since his rookie year.
I gotcha. Now, listen, I'm looking at this guy, and he is a freakazoid. He is 6'5" and so fluid and whatever. But every time I was watching Drew Sanders, he was a bit of a mess.
But the last time you watched him play football, he was a rookie.
Well, he played last year, yeah. Yes.
Right?
I would like to think Drew Sanders is an outside linebacker. That's what I want out of
Well,
Drew Sanders.
now that you've lost Barrett Browning, it would be nice if you could get another one. You've got Jonah Ellis still, so you've got on one side a decent backup. On the other side, I can't even think who the
DeAndre Tillman.
Oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Listen, what I like about Sanders compared to Benito, for example, Sanders is much more stout than Benito. But Benito's lithe. Is that a word? Lithe? Slith? Slivery?
Slith?
He's one of those guys.
Wiry.
He looks like Von Miller to me so much. The thing that just throws me off is that stupid number. Like watching a pass rusher wear 15 is just. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head.
I've gotten to the point where I like it now.
I
used to hate it, and it drives quarterbacks insane because everything's about the mic point, and you used to know the mics just based off numbers, and numbers being jack squad now. But I think Jonathan Cooper and Nick Benito, they look good in 0 and 15.
0 and 15 is our pass rushers.
You had a 5 for a while. Wasn't Browning 5?
Browning was a 5.
So you had 0, 5, 15.
Ellis is, I think, a more traditional one.
Drew Sanders is going to need to put on some weight if he wants to play edge rusher, though. He's only like 230. 230.
What's Benito?
Less than
I don't know.
If it says he's more than 230, I'd raise a double eyebrow on that one. But he's incredibly athletic.
He's listed at 240.
Drew Sanders is bigger than Benito.
He looks bigger to me, but I don't know. And Ellis looks bigger than that.
Drew's listed at 6'3", 233, and Nick Benito's 6'3", 240. So they're very similar.
Okay. Benito's that tall?
I think we get some fudging on the Benito numbers there. I don't know. Who knows? Listen, it'd be great to have them both on, and I'm a big Drew Sanders fan too. He has 3 weeks to get ready, but that could be a fun. Like we didn't get anything at the trade deadline, but you get him back. Like there's a possibility that could be kind of exciting. Meanwhile, in the offensive end, we should dig through it because you need help like kind of all over the place. Huge win for the Nuggets as well. We have that keyword. It's Watson, y'all. 303-504-0925. First and last names as we try to qualify somebody for the Mile High Dreams Gala. It's PHC on 92.5. So many great opportunities for you every day if you take advantage of them, and I want you to take advantage of yours waiting for you at Mike Maroney Chevy GMC in Longmont. Also, Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder. Black Friday savings are happening all month long on their incredible lineup of Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras. If you want something tough that can handle these winter weather conditions here in Colorado, they've got you covered with amazing deals or low financing options at both locations. And remember, Maroney means more. 3-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. Free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and you heard that right, anywhere in the entire state. They'll hunt you down, or they'll just find you because you'll tell them where you want your car. Don't let these peak savings slip away. The best trucks do go fast.
So start your journey now at Mike Maroney, ChevroletGMC.com. That's Mike Maroney, ChevroletGMC.com. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. You guys, delay or cancellation today for the kids?
Canceled.
Canceled. Wow. After a delay yesterday, it was canceled today?
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
No delay. either no cancellation.
Nothing, just business.
But there was probably a third of school late because the roads were pretty. And her school kind of goes up on a hill, and one of the moms decided to drive their Mustang, and she was slid off the side of the road at the bottom with a little kid in it, and I'm thinking,
I don't understand. I got this text from Douglas County School District at 6:00 last night. 5:47 last night that they were canceling school on Thursday for all of Douglas County. I'm like, hold on. Like, there hadn't been any extra snow. There hadn't been what's going on here?
Well, I mean, it kind of just lightly went on, but I thought the conditions were pretty even, if not a little better this morning than yesterday.
well, the roads.
I mean, it didn't stop. It kept snowing.
The roads in Littleton were nasty.
Are you not in Douglas County? Are you in Jeffco? Oh, do you not want me to say what county you live in?
Well, I'm in Jeffco, but the kid goes to school in Littleton.
Littleton's not Jeffco? Boy, no dumb questions. Is that so Littleton's its own district?
Well, there's a Littleton school district and there's a Jefferson County school district.
There is. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dan, what?
Well, it's unincorporated Jefferson County, and then there's Littleton. So two separate.
So Littleton's
places.
its own thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. I had no idea Littleton was its own sort of deal. It's like their own buses, their own little school departments, and the whole thing.
And they didn't cancel. Not soft. Not soft.
Douglas County, man. Step up, Douglas County. What up, DC?
Wasn't my problem.
Okay. Oh, there you go. So we're all good. Everything's good. We're all good. Yeah, here is this Malone sound. I just have to check in with you guys because the kid thing to me is, I find it,
Well, you're an empty nester.
Mm-hmm. I'm a big jerk. Big selfish jerk. Here is Malone about Jokic.
And Nikola Jokic, I mean, that's one of the most complete games I've seen him play. The 23-20-16, but he had 8 deflections, 2 steals, 2 blocks. He was our defensive player of the game. I thought he was outstanding. CB, 4 of 8 from 3, shooting the ball with no hesitation, great confidence. Michael Porter, 24 and 7. So, to beat a team like OKC, Vic, it takes everybody. But I obviously, for a 17-year vet to have that kind of a game was tremendous, and I'm really happy for us.
No dumb question real fast just on that, because we hear it all the time from Malone. Classy, professional, that when he answers a question from a guy, he uses their name.
I was just wondering that, actually. I was wondering, does he do that for everybody, or is that a Vic thing?
Almost everybody.
You're making me feel bad.
Never use your name, huh?
Not in 4 years.
Yeah, he has. I've heard him say D-Mac. Last year,
not even in the blue court.
Last year, I heard him say D-Mac.
He has not. I promise you, he has not.
Because it had been played, wouldn't it?
Darn right it would have. Hey, you ever?
I could have sworn he said.
He
D-Mac.
says Vinny for Vinny, Bennett for Bennett, Vic for Vic, Katie, almost everybody else, Ryan, Harrison,
Scotty,
Brendan.
how many years you been doing this radio thing?
Yeah.
30.
Scott.
Have you ever been around a dude that makes sure that his question is a part of the answer more than Darren McKee? I've never met anybody that plays their question other than
Let me ask you this, Tyler Columbus. How many talk show hosts do you know who host shows that go and ask questions, my man? Tell me who else does it, brother. And I'll tell you who else plays it.
That's fair.
And when you want to get out there, my fine feathered friend, you can throw whatever you want out
there.
Hey,
we all got roles.
I don't want to pat myself too hard on the back, but the day that, I see some of my fine feathered friends that drive other radio shows asking questions, post-game, pre-game, whatever, will be the first day I see it.
I was talking to Scott.
Well,
I was talking to Scott.
I will say this. I rarely ever hear Dan play my question.
No.
And I ask quite a few questions.
Scotty's there.
Go ahead. You think I would hold back on that?
Oh, well, Dan's your boy.
Dan, please include Scott's
No,
voice
I know.
on every single question, even on questions that
are stupid,
aren't even answered. That's my question. Just have Scott ask a question that is about, it doesn't.
This because
put his voice on there.
I was trying to go upstairs, and then they had the GM on, so I'm gonna go home. How was Westbrook in his post? Because he did the
he was great.
thing last night, didn't he?
He was great. He was missing his hat, like a little toque. And he goes, "Oh, where is it?" And they ran and they got it from his locker, and he was real nice. He goes, "I'm putting on my thinking cap." And he matches, check this out. He matched his glasses
To his hat?
To his shirt.
Oh.
So he had a purplish shirt, and he matched his tinged purple glasses to his shirt. The dude is a stylish dude.
He is stylish.
You know,
is it stylish or weird?
Okay.
I don't know that I define Russell Westbrook as stylish.
It's thought out.
Well, that's for sure. I mean, he puts a lot of effort into it. I'm not who puts more effort into their clothes, Cam Newton or Russell Westbrook.
Well, Russ got his own clothing brand.
Yeah, what's it called?
He designs it.
I mean, you're matching your glasses to your shirt?
Oh, yeah.
Like, how many glasses do you think Russell Westbrook has? I smashed my face on pavement. I'm lucky I have a backup pair. I bet he has 30, 40 glasses.
Go get some new ones yet or what?
No, I haven't had time this weekend. That's a big thing. Get my new glasses. I'm going to get the eyes checked. Yeah. No. These are my backups.
His web pages honor the gift. Men's and women, holiday 2024. Got all these. That's a cool little.
Well, those look kind of nice.
I think he's a great. So what, you don't like his style? He is stylish, man. He thinks about what he's doing.
He's weird. He's a weird dresser. Yeah.
Well, Aaron Gordon does the same thing.
Joe Burrow's going down the Russell Westbrook route.
Most of the guys, I don't think care. Actually, Michael Porter Jr. is a pretty good dresser.
There's only one or two NFL guys that play the NBA dressing game, but there's a couple.
Von Miller can once in a while.
Here are the guys on the. First of all the guys on the Avs, it's boring. They all wear like $2,000 suits every day. And that's it.
The tight European cut.
They're not cheap suits, Dan Tanner, but they're not the most expensive suits in the world. They're all the same. So I can't say anybody's better than anybody else. Christian Brown does not give a crap what he wears. He just sweats. That's it. Jamal doesn't give a crap what he wears.
Sweats usually.
Wears sweats. But a lot of guys really do think out what they're wearing.
Although
Joker's been different this year so far. He's been more casual this year. Relatively. Compared to what he used to be doing.
Yeah, he was dressing up for home games, and then he might go sweats on the road.
But it's a fashion show on the runway for AG and Russell Westbrook every single night. You see AG's fit last night?
That was sweet. I mean, it's one of those sweaters, and it's purposely mismatched, and it's one collar's higher than the other, but the pants match the sweater perfect. I thought AG looked cool last night.
Peyton Watson, I'm not so sure. You can go through it.
He just gets big diamond necklaces, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. How are you as a dresser there, Tyler, on the
Well, I'm a dress pants, a button down, and a tie is about as nice as I get.
Would you wear that on the road?
Yeah.
Were you required to wear that for Broncos? I forget back in your day.
Mike Shanahan would make us wear suits. Pete Carroll would let me dress like this in my sweatpants. Depending on the coach, but Mike would make us wear suits for sure. Only on away games. Home games, you can wear whatever you want.
Yeah, to get on the plane as a member of the broadcast team, we had to wear sport coat and slacks.
As a young guy, I got in trouble one time because I forgot dress shoes, so I wore tennis shoes with my outfit, with my suit, and he was not happy about that.
And by the way, Dan, did Vic Lombardi drop off one of his?
But nowadays, tennis shoes that's the look.
Everybody wears
they're legit like the look.
All the NBA guys wear tennis shoes, or
dress
sneakers. Yeah, that is the look. Everybody wears it. So, pretty cool that came around, right? Like you can wear a suit and sneakers.
I like it. I got a bad foot, so wearing sneakers over a dress shoe makes my foot feel better.
Did Vic drop off any of his suits for you, Dan Tanner?
Not yet.
I was looking at Vic last night. He really does dress good.
Well, he's a great dresser.
Dude.
But isn't he about 5 inches shorter than you?
He's 5 inches shorter.
That's my biggest concern with Vic dropping off his suits for me. I
think he weighs like 135 pounds. He is extraordinarily skinny, Vic is. You might want to go with Mark Mosier. That might be a little baggy, actually. He's at least the same height as you.
Height-wise,
he'd fit in.
Yeah. And you know Brett Kane has 0 suits. So, I mean.
Do you think he has 0 suits?
I think he'll be.
I bet he has 1.
I bet if he either has 1 or he's going to Men's Warehouse sometime this week before the gala.
I bet Brett has 1 because when he was a college athlete, I bet there was probably like all reason you had to dress up for something because he played college baseball for 4 years.
So what are we talking about?
Suits.
Yeah.
When we come back, we'll hear
Then we can do another guard breakdown.
Hell yeah.
Sean Payton and Bo Nix about the Chiefs.
Don't make me put a tie on the doorknob now.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Guys, you deserve to look and feel your best. I want you to look better, feel better, sleep better, and who does not want all of those things? Call Revitalize Health today. Stop wasting time. Don't settle in life. Don't settle for not having high energy. Your workout's not going as far. You've gained a little weight. Call Revitalize Health. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. Whatever your body needs, they're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you're going to feel amazing. I've been going there for 7 years because they've been phenomenal in my life, and I promise you I wouldn't keep going back unless they're awesome. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. And let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Yeah, well, that's the heart of a champion, and they've been in a lot of closer games this year. They've had some injuries like all of us. They're playing really, really good on defense. So, what's interesting sometimes is, historically speaking, many of you have covered this league for a long time, and if I asked you about the Montana or Steve Young 49ers, we all think of the offense always. Those guys had fantastic defenses.
Yeah, what is this Chiefs team, man? It's a good question that Sean Payton has to sort of grapple with and figure out, kind of come to terms with, I suppose.
Well, they're undefeated. They're arguably the most complete Chiefs team ever, if you assume that Patrick Mahomes and the offense will come to life at some point. And I tend to be in that camp, that Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL, and at some point that offense is going to find its magic that it's always had. It feels weird right now because the offense has not found that magic, but they've never had a defense like this. They've had defenses that have been playing good football over the last couple of years. I don't think they've ever had a top 5 defense ever since Patrick Mahomes has been there. So if you assume Pat Mahomes will be Pat Mahomes at one point, that's a scary football team.
And why their games have been so close?
Well, because like I said, the offense hasn't figured it out yet. So I guess a little bit of just blind faith here that Pat Mahomes is going to be Pat Mahomes, the best quarterback in the NFL at some point.
Think about your Chiefs, man.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, they're your Chiefs. I know they're your Chiefs. Coming here wearing a Royals hoodie. I mean, come on, man.
Well, that I can't see as my team.
Well, I mean, I'm not shy about it.
I was trying to go back and look last year at the Chiefs, who, by the way, are defending Super Bowl champions, right?
2-time. 2-time.
And it was in preseason. Okay, here we go. Last year, start the season, lost to the Lions 21-20. Beat the Jaguars 17-9. Got 41 against the Bears 41-10. But then he beat the Jets 23-20. Beat the Vikings 27-20. Beat the Broncos 19-8.
Listen,
point being, their offense, even last year, wasn't great till all of a sudden you got mid-late October.
And it clicked.
Well, even when they lost the Broncos, they scored 9 points. That was October 29th.
The Chiefs and the Bengals are not that dissimilar. The only difference is the Chiefs, when they struggle, they find ways to win games. When the Bengals struggle, they lose early in the season. But both teams, for the last handful of years, when you get to the halfway mark, you're like, oh, man, this is the year. This is the year to beat the Chiefs. Bengals, man, they suck. They can't figure it out. And then all of a sudden they turn it on.
Good game tonight, man. Bengals-Ravens.
Yep.
Woo. That is a good one, man. That is a good one.
I think Tyler's right in the sense that they started because last year their defense carried them early last year also. And other than the one blowout win they had against Chicago, they scored 41. They were 26, 24, 23, 17, winning games in that nature. To me, they're just doing what they did last year. I'm not sure they're doing anything different than what they did last year.
You know, the Thunder were undefeated and going into last night. They lost.
True.
I think you carry a little something with you when you're undefeated. I think you carry something with you. I think it gets trickier as time goes on. Again, this is just a vibe.
Yeah, I mean, the stats would tell you the more games you play, the more likely it is you're going to lose a game at some point.
Something's going to happen, right?
See, DeAndre Hopkins, he picked up 86 yards on 8 receptions last week, and that's without even figuring out the most important intangible of being a Chief. And that's the second effort plays. That's the scramble drills, right? That's just getting that sixth sense with Patrick Mahomes. Once DeAndre Hopkins figures that out with them, that's pretty terrifying.
2 years ago in 22, Patrick Mahomes, they won the Super Bowl because they won back-to-back Super Bowls, right?
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, or 3, I guess, Mahomes had 41 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. 41 led the league. Pretty good. You know what he was last year? 27-14.
Okay.
I mean, that's just run of the mill in what they do. They won the Super Bowl.
It's about what Russ had, isn't it? What was Russ?
Russ was 25-8.
Yeah.
You know, Mahomes already has 9 interceptions this year right now.
Yeah, he got 11 touchdowns, 9 picks. So I don't think they're any different than last year. I think they're talking about, like we talked about with basketball.
Yeah,
they're playing the regular season. Get wins however you can.
First 20 games.
Get you home field. Get into the playoffs, and now we'll go.
You know what must be sad? Maybe sad for Broncos fans, Broncos country, America, is this game is just not a big game for the Chiefs. It's like they're not. You think they're hyped up about playing the Broncos? They haven't lost to the Broncos at home since September 17, 2015. Mm-hmm. Listen, I get it. Every game's important. Every game means something. But you realize this is, CUCS.
And you do know Mahomes' last 2 games, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception. So now all of a sudden, maybe he's starting to play a little better.
Yeah.
And now, as you both have mentioned, they've added DeAndre Hopkins.
I get it, man. We were having the same exact conversation last year at the halfway point. Boy, this is the year to dethrone the Chiefs. And I know the Broncos beat them, so I'm not
shut them down, really.
I'm not delusional that the Broncos didn't beat them, but the Chiefs were still the Chiefs when it was said and done.
Yeah, I guess. But you have lulls, and I'm not saying they won't be again because they got Mahomes. They got Kelsey. The defense is playing better. They got Andy Reid. But you get dips and valleys. You do. It just happens. It's natural to happen. So we'll see.
Do you remember what the score was when the Broncos beat them last year?
I do not. It's relatively easy, though, wasn't it?
24-9.
Yeah, it was
you held the Chiefs to 9 points.
It didn't feel like that tough of a game. But we find out later Mahomes was sick and he wasn't himself, and they didn't, want to use that as an excuse. But
the part that concerns me the most is that Travis Kelce is turning it on. Okay, he had been quiet, and then the last 2 games, 100 yards, 90 yards. Travis Kelce's probably getting in shape. He's probably figuring it out. He's probably a little bit ticked off. All these people saying that he's over the hill, and he's figuring it out.
People are calling him all sorts of names. And recovering from the Eras Tour is not easy.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
you've been to Japan, you've been to Australia.
Exactly.
And you know how they beat them last year? Let's go back and do some history, because I think there's still a formula.
Mm-hmm.
Russ threw it 19 times, 12 of 19. 114 yards, but he had 3 touchdowns. No picks.
Efficient. Probably pretty good in the red zone, obviously.
Williams, 27 carries, 85 yards. McLaughlin had
not a lot of offense then.
33 carries.
Were there turnovers in that one? Were there
Denver didn't.
Casey coughed it up a couple times.
Mahomes had 2 interceptions.
There you go.
Justin Simmons. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Mahomes gives the ball away. It's the most remarkable thing about this team, that they win games making the mistakes that should cost them games, and they still win them.
But he's starting to clean it up. It looks like the last 2 games, 5 touchdown, 1.
Your Chiefs.
My Chiefs.
Do you just love Mahomes?
I do love Mahomes. I hate that I love Mahomes.
You know what? I don't hate Patrick Mahomes. I love watching Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Yes, I hate the Kansas City Chiefs, but I love watching the Kansas City Chiefs. I will watch every game that they're on.
Do you know who else loves Mahomes? Bo Nix.
Well, I love it. I think this is the epitome of why you want to play in the NFL. You want to play against these defenses. You want to play against these legendary coaches. You want to play against these Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and so I think it's the best. I think when you get to play.
All right, do you buy him on that?
2 games he stargazed because he said similar things about Lamar the week before. I've never met him before. I look forward to.
He said he grew up watching Lamar Jackson. Lamar's like 8 years older than him.
Yeah, but if Lamar's 22 and you're 14, doesn't it feel like if I watched this guy all through high school, I grew up watching him? Something like that. Yeah, he's not that much older, but a 22-year-old thinks a 33-year-old is washed up.
Absolutely, I buy the fact that you get up for games like that. That's what it's all about, and that's why last week meant a lot to me. Last week when we were talking about the Ravens, that game meant a lot to me because I wanted to see our guy live within the same stratosphere as Lamar Jackson. Just live in the same stratosphere. And I promise you, Bo Nix is feeling that also because he knows that it didn't go well against the Ravens. He knows that looked like the big leagues and he was in the little leagues. And so he wants to prove to the world he can be in the same stratosphere.
Let me go you Bo Nix and Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
And as you said, Lamar's not that older. Not that much older. I told you a story when I told George Brett when I was drinking that you're my favorite kid growing up. George Brett's only 7 years older than me. So, so that's Bo.
I know.
Actually,
that's Bo Nix and Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is 3 years older
So
than,
there you
than
go.
Bo Nix.
That's
3.
pretty
I was
funny.
watching him growing up. He's 3 years older than you.
That's pretty funny. That's good.
How is he with Mahomes' age-wise?
Let's look it up.
Well, while you do that.
But you're exactly right. There's going to be guys that were
He's
Nikola
5
Jokic
years.
fan. Five
5
years
younger
I
than
mean, that's
Mahomes.
nothing. Nikola Jokic, the guys go, man, I watched you all the time when I was growing up as a kid, and he's going to come back, hang his banner.
Yeah.
He's going to be 45. This guy's going to go the game, and the guy's 40.
Here's mind-blowing. Is Jokic 30?
I think he just turned, didn't he? Or is in December?
I don't know, man. Is he 30 years old?
29.
29.
But I think
He's about to be 30 in
Yeah, he's
February.
Yeah.
February. We talk about Jokic like he's an old
He's got
man.
10 years in, though.
He's 30.
Yeah, basketball age is different.
Yeah. Especially nowadays.
What an old guy. 30.
Hey,
oh, my
with
God.
the contracts they give out to guys, would you not keep yourself in shape to play until you're 35 or 36?
No doubt about it. We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. It's time for Should I wait till exactly one? Oh, okay. All right. So let's take a break. We'll give you the keyword for the Mile High Dreams
Call
Gala.
your friends.
And we'll do no dumb questions because we got Shefty on. Big game tonight. We got Adam on. We got a great story for Sports Not Sports. A great one. One of the quirkier sports moments I guess it's sports, but it's not sports because it's about soccer. And then,
That kick, you talking about that?
Oh, don't give it away. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. 90%! So, oh man, if it's more than the weather that's getting you down, the answer is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Yeah, you go through it. You're like, it's not a big deal. Then you just start dealing with it. Then you just say, I guess I just got to live like this. Most guys put it off. So you're not unusual if you have been. I'm just here to tell you there's a brighter future for you with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That's all. I'm just here to give you good news. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So listen, schedule your consult. The visit's $99. It includes a consult, a T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work, in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900. Visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, here is some more good news. We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. Time for another keyword. So you send this keyword and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. McKinnon. Mac Kinnon. MacKinnon. Do you know the difference between Mix and Max?
Sorry?
Do you know the
Mix
difference
and
between
Max.
Mix and Max? Like I'm a Mick MCK and he's a Mac
There's an A.
MACK.
Irish
There's an A?
and English.
Scottish.
I'm Mick Hastings.
The Macs are a little more Scottish than the Mix. But I'm a Scottish blend.
So I'm Mac Hastings.
Why is McGregor all Irish then?
MC.
No. Oh, he is MC. I was thinking he was MAC.
Yeah, isn't it? It's McGregor.
Yeah, I was thinking it was MAC.
It's MCG, isn't it? I think. I actually don't know.
How about McAfee?
McCaffrey. He's
McCaffrey.
he's a Mick, not a Mac.
Yeah, it's MC.
That's Irish.
MC.
Yeah. He's MC.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Irish.
All right, that makes sense then. Yeah.
So there you go. Anyways, some Irish Scottish stuff for you. The Mix and the
There you
Max. The Mix and the Max. It's close though.
So you're Irish.
I am, but as it turns out, there's a strong Scottish tilt to things. Mostly Irish though, but I've got some Scottish lineage. But let me tell you this: it's all there, and I'm not straying off other places of the world. It's just, you know,
I got a lot of Norwegian that came over to Scotland and Ireland. I think we took over.
Tyler's heritages. They changed their name. He's the only one.
Paul-Mbizio.
I know.
Yeah, Paul-Mbizio is the real last name. Changed to Ellis Island. They had to be more American. And if you meet a Columbus, I am related to him.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That is a crazy
Yep.
thing. All right, anyways, listen, we'll call a name at 5 o'clock. If we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If the person doesn't call back, we'll announce another name. Don't be that stupid. The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by the Nuggets and the Avs. You get to meet everybody, food, drinks, music. It is great. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com. That's ballarena.com to get your tickets. And there's less than 100. So this thing will sell out. This is a great way. McKinnon, the great Mac, as the Avs are up in Winnipeg tonight to take on a furiously starting Jets team. That will be right here, pregame at 5:30, dropping the puck at 6 o'clock. Okay, time for No Dumb Questions. Let's go.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
oldchicago.com. Order in. Go there. Tell them where you're at. It's Old Chicago. We love Old Chicago. oldchicago.com.
Strangest thing, either recently or in your life, you've ever seen where you said, maybe we are in a matrix because this just doesn't seem to fit. Have you had a moment where you like something happens to you, guy? Well, that's weird. Well, that's kind of that. I had 3 and
Go
1.
ahead.
I had 3 and 1 today. Stopped at 7-Eleven to get Tyler some chew.
Thank you.
Wow. Straight up shoe.
So, yeah. So I'm sitting there paying, and I look out, and there's this beautiful Bentley. One of the 2-door kind of Sportsters, which I think go about $224, something like that.
Okay.
Maybe higher now, $250. Sitting in, first strange thing, sitting in a 7-Eleven gas pump. Well, you don't see
What,
a
you
lot-
think they got a special
I
gas station they go to?
I think in my life, it's the first time I've seen a Bentley.
Is there a gas station at Ritz-Carlton?
Well, I don't know, but it's the first time I've seen a Bentley in a Quick Trip. Is it the one right here on the other side of 470? That's Quick Trip or 7-Eleven?
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. It's the first time I've ever seen a Bentley getting gas at a 7-Eleven.
Turns out they need gas.
That's strange.
A little bit.
Second thing, now I'm sitting there paying. I'm like,
Is it?
I'm trying to figure out.
Is it?
I'm trying to figure out. Well, it is to me. So I'm trying to figure out who's driving this.
Uh-huh.
So I'm watching. So I'm paying because I want to see. I'm a younger dude, probably mid-30s, kind of wearing blue jeans and just a ratty hoodie.
What's he doing with that?
With a ratty hoodie, I'm like,
What's he doing with that?
It seems like the guy should have leather gloves and penny loafers with the little spongy things on the bottom, driving shoes, driving gloves, and
driving shoes.
They have shoes. Oh, they have driving shoes.
Okay.
Well, just a dude in tennis shoes, jeans, and got a ratty hoodie and gets in there. Kind of strange. I'm not sure that necessarily fits. 30-something. It's $250,000 car.
I don't know about the Matrix part, but I'll tell you this. So I got a buddy that I coached football with one time that he's younger than me, right? And I've never known what he does for a living. No clue what he does for a living, right? Just young guy, really fun, super nice guy. And he's coaching my daughter's basketball team this year, right? So I'm going to pick up my daughter for basketball practice. I didn't drop her off. And I'm driving, and I'm like, hold on, I'm driving into a neighborhood right now. Like, where am I going? And all of a sudden, I'm in Parker. I'm in this neighborhood in Parker that I've never been in before. And I'm talking the biggest homes I've ever seen in my life. Like we're talking like 15, like Mike Shanahan style homes in Parker. And I pull in, and I'm like, this can't be right. Well, lo and behold, he's got a gym at his house that is a separate building.
That's awesome.
That is twice the size of my house. Twice the size of my house.
He didn't have to fight for gym time.
It doesn't have to fight for gym time. So my daughter practices at his house, and he's younger than me.
Something
and I'm
doesn't
like,
seem to fit.
And I'm like, what do you do? What do you do for a living?
So I found the car that was at the 7-Eleven. It's a Bentley Continental GT, $242,700 MSRP. So $240,000 car. 7-Eleven.
Mm-hmm.
Young dude, ratty clothes. Boom. Now I get in. He pulls out in front of me. I say, cool. Dude fires up a J. And I'm
inside
the Bentley.
You got Dan's attention.
And so now I'm like, well, it's either J or a cigarette, but it looked like a J. I'm going to say J sounds better.
You can't smoke a cigarette inside a Bentley.
But I like that you
you
spent
can't smoke
$250,000 on a car, and you're going to smoke in it, whether it's a cig or a J. But it was, and I'm like, I just think I'm in an ulterior universe.
Yeah, that does make sense.
That's three things I've never seen, all with one dude.
I can
he was high.
I can slightly top that, perhaps.
Ooh.
Slightly. I got an Uber ride today. If I can't ride my bike, it's easier for me just to, in snowy conditions, just grab the Uber.
I thought you had the weather beater car.
I do, but it's I don't even trust it. It's that bad. I really don't.
Talk to your McGlinchey Ford that you do.
Yeah, McGlinchey Ford. Mike Maroney.
Mike Maroney, yeah. I knew it was a name.
I was talking to a guy, and we were just talking about rich guys. And he knows one of his buddies works for a super rich guy. Super rich guy. And said that the super rich guy owns 9 planes.
What?
Like aeroplanes.
Mm-hmm.
So all right. So then he's a pilot that has got different, like they've all got to be like fun, like different style of planes that he likes to fly.
Who knows? But his buddy,
instead of collecting cars, he collects planes.
His buddy is a pilot for one of 9, by the way, for this just super rich guy. But we have these super rich people in Colorado. To your point, like what do these people do? I don't know sometimes. And he didn't tell me what the super rich guy did. He just goes, oh, he's super rich and whatever. And his buddy is one of 9 private pilots for the super rich guy.
Oh, we got 9 because there's different qualifications depending on the style of plane too.
Okay. He goes to me, this is how rich this guy is. They need a software update for one of the planes. So you know what this guy's doing?
Buying a new plane.
Buying a new plane.
Wow. Wow.
It's just my God.
Ted Harrison.
So, who are these people?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ted Harrison was
a
the
full-size gym, Scott. I'm not talking about a hoop.
That's big.
Guess how many hoops are in the gym? 6.
It's a
6
big gym
hoops
then. Big
inside
gym.
a house gym.
Ted Harrison, who owned the Miami Heat when I played there, owned Carnival Cruise Line, started Carnival Cruise Line.
Yeah.
Talked to his pilot. We got to fly in his private plane once, big 727-37 that they kitted out just for, comfortable flying.
Mm-hmm.
So I was talking to the pilot. I said, yeah, I'm his private pilot. What do you do? Well, I'm always on call. I said, that's cool. He said, well, it's really cool in the summer times. Mr. Harrison goes and spends the entire summer in Greece. I said, what do you do? So I just bring the family over there, and we may fly 2 times, 3 times all summer, but we have to be there on call. And so my family gets a Greek vacation every summer because he summers in Greece.
So funny.
That's money.
That's money, baby.
Tyler's money's play money.
Right. Right.
You want to talk about the Matrix? Get into the world.
Life
of the
comes
super
at you
rich.
quick, Scott.
Our guy Adam
decade in,
Schefter.
brother.
Speaking of a rich guy, because his numbers are published all over the place. Adam Schefter and his private plans join us in a second.
All right, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out Phil Long Ford. Stop wasting your time driving all over Colorado. Go to one car dealership and find the vehicle of your dreams and get the best price. Guys, when you go to Phil Long Ford, you get a different experience. They respect you. You're going to build a long-term relationship. You're going to get the best price. It's just what they do at Phil Long Ford. You don't have to haggle for it. You're just going to get a great deal. The interest rates are solid. The incentive deals are solid. And the inventory is incredible. As a matter of fact, the inventory is as strong as it's ever been. So whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, you will find that vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. Whether you're looking for a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, or commercial fleet vehicle, it's going to be at Phil Long Ford. And if you have not given those electric cars, the Ford F-150, or the Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mach-E Mustang, you are missing out. Go give it a test drive. You're going to fall in love. Guys, at Phil Long Ford, they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new or pre-owned vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at PhilLongDenver.com.
We have a really fun sports, not sports, coming up in about 15 minutes or so. We're waiting for our guy, Adam Schefter, to join us. Big game tonight. Cool game. Bengals, Ravens. That's awesome. These short weeks, though, are for the birds, man. It feels like we just got over playing the Ravens 2 seconds ago. They got to turn around. They're playing another game tonight. That's not right. It's not right. I love the Thursday night games, but man, oh man,
I learned to have a love-hate relationship with them though, because you hate it leading up to it, but then you're practicing. You're like, well, we don't really have to practice. We got a walkthrough. We got a couple walkthroughs, and then as soon as it's over, you get an extra bye week out of it. So if you survive the game healthy, it's nice.
Our guy Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. All right, Adam, what do you think of these Thursday night games overall in terms of, little shrug, little this, little that? What do you think?
Yeah, that is what I think, a little shrug, right? It's like, it's football, it's on. You get used to it. Like, I'm not a player. I'm not putting my body through it. So if I'm a player, you're asking me, I hate it. I hate it. If you're a coach, it's not enjoyable. It makes the week very difficult. But if you somehow find a way to win the Thursday night game, you love it because then you get a free weekend, decompressed, right? So, like, it just depends on everybody's standpoint. Like, players, Tyler, hate them, right? Hate them.
Yeah, until it's over. And then you're like, hey, I got a nice little weekend out of this thing.
Well, let me ask you an NFL question then. Let me ask you an NFL question. The 18 game, when it happens, and I think it will happen eventually, and maybe you have an idea of when, will it also come with an extra bye week and moving the Super Bowl back to President's Day weekend?
Yeah, well, I think that's happening. I mean, listen, I can tell you where I think this is going.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, where I think this is going is 18 games a few years from now. Roughly, I'm guessing 3, 4, 5 years from now. What are we? 24. The CBA is up in 30. Somewhere right before then is my guess. Right before, right then. 18 games. Every team gets in one international game. Super Bowl is President's Weekend. So
2 bye weeks.
That's I don't know. That I don't know.
Well, I mean, how else would you do it though? I mean.
Yeah, probably.
No preseason games. You know,
two preseason games, maybe one or two.
I like a preseason game and a travel to another place and scrimmage type thing.
Yeah, you make it work. You make it work. So the Super Bowl's President's Weekend. It's like it's the Sunday night of President's Weekend. Done.
Right.
Every team is playing an international game, which provides even more revenue. So the league then can give more revenue to the players playing the 18th game, which the league should be doing for going that long. Done.
Right.
Like, check it off. Just check it. Like, that's where it's going to go. 18 games, one international game, Super Bowl, President's Weekend, and the only question is when that's going to happen.
Out of this Chiefs team's undefeated, and we've been having a healthy debate about who these guys are in comparison to other years. Like, Pat Mahomes is turning the ball over a little bit more than he usually does. And they're not scoring points, but the defense is better. In comparison to other years, where would you put this Kansas City Chiefs team?
Probably not as good as some of the other teams, which doesn't mean a lot right now, because if they go on to win another Super Bowl and three-peat, I'm going to tell you they were just as good as those other teams.
Right.
And this team, in a way, is even more impressive because, again, you take the starting running back off the team, Isaiah Pacheco. You bring in a guy off the street. I don't care what you tell me about Kareem Hunt, but he was off the street. Nobody wanted him, wasn't in camp. Anybody could have signed him. The Chiefs did during the season, and now he's their lead back. They lost their top 2 wide receivers, Hollywood Brown and Rashee Rice. Take the top 2 wide receivers off a team and see how they're doing. How's New Orleans doing without Rashid Shaheed and Chris Olave? Like,
yet they're winning.
And so they go and trade for a guy that I don't care what anybody tells me that not many teams wanted in DeAndre Hopkins. And they gave up a 5th-round pick, right? And here he is. He looks like old DeAndre Hopkins on Monday night, like the best receiver in the league. Like, him and Patrick Mahomes are going to be this year's version of Tom Brady and Randy Moss, when people were writing off Randy Moss and he surfaced in New England with Tom Brady, and all of a sudden Randy Moss became Randy Moss again. So I think what they're doing is incredibly impressive. I don't think that they've been as good. They've had more turnovers. The defense is better. The offense not as good. There's differences across the board, but they're unbeaten. They're the last unbeaten team in the league. So you can say whatever the hell you want about them, but they're unbeaten.
When you're talking about putting an offense together, getting it going, is it more? And Hopkins is one of those examples of that. Now you get him in front of a Hall of Fame quarterback, and he's found the fountain of youth again. Is it more important to get that wide receiver, that talent, if it's available, or is it just bottom line that teams have to have a quarterback?
Well, I think they have to have a quarterback in any case. And I did get up this morning on ESPN, and we played this clip from Sunday Countdown. Teddy Bruschi talking about Randy Moss coming in. I thought it was very interesting. It was really, Teddy Bruschi is just outstanding at what he does. And he was talking about how when they acquired Randy Moss and Junior Seau, they had already won 3 Super Bowls, but it became a mission to win for those guys because they had so much respect for them. And in a way, I almost feel like that's a little bit what it's like with DeAndre Hopkins, who's got a lot of respect across the league, where these guys now want to go in and win for him, and he wants to go help them because he feels like they've given him some life and another chance and a chance to get a ring. And so he's trying to help them, and they're trying to help him, and it elevates everybody's performance, as it was with Randy Moss and Junior Seau back in the day with the Patriots. So, it's happening for all of them right now.
Why is Lamar Jackson so much more special than everybody else right now this season? So far, to this point. What is it about?
So much, listen, Lamar's having a great season, but he was the MVP last year, and he's playing very well this year. But why? What do you mean he's so much better than anybody else? Like, Jaden Daniels has been pretty good. Jared Goff has been pretty good.
I can rephrase. How far away is Jaden Daniels and Jared? Let me just start with Jaden Daniels. Where is Jaden Daniels compared to Lamar Jackson? What's the gap?
Are we talking about MVP, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, MVP.
I think Jaden Daniels and Jared Goff are right there in the conversation, and I think I think Jaden Daniels may be the most valuable player right now. Like, he's taken an ordinary team, an ordinary team at best. And I know Dan Quinn deserves some of the credit and some of the coaches. And Jaden Daniels has elevated an ordinary team to a first-place team.
All right.
Jared Goff has an entire state chanting Jared Goff. Like, as I said, like, when you got a whole state chanting your name like that, as a general rule, you're an MVP candidate.
Who then? Just last one here.
I don't remember Michigan doing that. I don't remember like Scott Hastings when he was playing for that. I don't remember that.
They thought my name was Bruce because when they call my name, I just hear Bruce.
Better. Who's had, if any, a better rookie year quarterback than Jaden Daniels in your memory?
CJ Stroud last year was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Better than what Jaden Daniels is doing.
Well, we can't judge him yet. We're 9 games in. CJ Stroud came on like gangbusters, and you could have said at the end of last year that he had the best rookie year of any quarterback in NFL history. Jaden Daniels is tracking to have one of those kinds of years. Let's see. It's going to be remembered by what he does in the postseason. Like, by the way, what if Jaden Daniels somehow leads the Commanders on some improbable playoff run?
Well, the votes may already be in. Hey, Joe Burrow's pretty good his rookie year, too.
Has a rookie ever won the league MVP?
Dan Marino, as a rookie quarterback, was unbelievable. Had the Dolphins in the Super Bowl against the 49ers in Palo Alto. And I don't know what he won that year, but I believe it was 80. What was 83?
I thought Marino was in his second year, not his rookie year as a quarterback. Could have sworn it was his second year.
Yeah,
am I wrong on that?
Maybe I'm off.
It's just amazing what he's done.
Jim Brown.
Daniels. Jim Brown? Oh, okay. Wow. So that's the last time it happened?
It's the only time. Yeah.
It's the only time it happened. It was Jim Brown. Wow.
A rookie won MVP?
Yep.
That's pretty
Jim
good.
Brown was pretty good. Jim Brown was
turns out.
Yeah, Jim Brown was unbelievable.
Jim Brown was pretty good.
All right. Are you buying the Broncos, Adam, or not? Are we whoa Broncos after last week?
Well, they're in a tough stretch here, right? They played at Baltimore, at Kansas City. We said this was not going to be easy. They had to find a way to steal a game somewhere along the way. They didn't do it last week. Let's see if they can do it this week. And you got to find a way to win one of these games that you're not supposed to win. They're not supposed to win Sunday. They're playing the unbeaten Chiefs. Nobody thinks Denver's going to win the game. If Sean Payton wants to play that as billboard fodder on Sunday morning for that team, Adam Schefter says nobody thinks you can win. Go right ahead. Like, that's the prevailing feeling across the league, right? Go ahead. I'm trying to fire up the team a little bit, but nobody thinks Denver's winning this game, correct?
D-Mac does.
I do think they're going to win.
Who's a better team, the Baltimore Ravens or the Kansas City Chiefs?
Oh, good one.
Well, the Chiefs have a better record,
Yeah.
so I think you have to say the Chiefs right now. But
Chiefs
I think
beat
the Ravens.
See, I would point out they were quirky losses that the Ravens had, and that the Chiefs are hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Listen, I'm not saying the Chiefs aren't a great team. Go ahead, Sarah. Didn't mean to interrupt.
I think they're both really good. I think they're the two best teams in the AFC, 1 and 1A. Right now.
What would it mean for the league if Detroit continues to play like they're doing and wins a championship after the foibles that they've had to go through for 60 years,
that
70
would be
years?
unbelievable. That would be a great story.
Is George Plimpton going to come back alive and lead the parade?
Well, like I said, I think it's the equivalent of the Red Sox winning the World Series or the Cubs winning the World Series, or what it would be like if the Buffalo Bills win a Super Bowl. I got to tell you something. For a while, maybe not as much. For a while, it was a little bit like that with Denver with the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Until the Broncos won in 97, so 97, 98. So, when there's a long-suffering city, it would mean a lot, and it would mean a lot to Detroit.
God, let me ask a stupid question. Have the Lions ever been in a Super Bowl?
No.
I don't think so.
Yeah. So
no. I'm telling you no.
Okay.
Well, you were telling me Dan Marino was Rookie of the Year MVP too. He was third in voting. He was third in voting his rookie year, though.
So, if the Lions have never been in a Super Bowl, see, the Bills have been there 4 times. It actually would be, if they were to win, the greatest of all Super Bowl stories this year. The most likely great Super Bowl story would be the Lions winning the Super Bowl. Give me a better one.
This year, yes.
Year.
But by the way, the people in Buffalo say "hold my beer" and they have an argument with you.
Right. Well, how about Minnesota? Minnesota probably has an argument too.
They've been there though. They've lost 3 times.
Well,
they've been there.
They should be in the same thing as the Bills.
I gotcha, but you've never been there? You've never even been there. I mean, that's the hold my beer moment. We've never even been to the stupid Super Bowl.
And they go last year if they complete a 4th down.
How many teams who have been around for 20 plus years or more, I don't know even the youngest team, have never been to a Super Bowl?
Rockies? Oh.
Rockies have been to a World Series.
That's right, they have been.
Rockies have been to a World Series. It is hard to think. All right, this goes to another one, Adam.
There's only 4 teams that have never been to the Super Bowl.
Who?
The
Browns.
Lions. There you go. The Browns.
Ooh, that's a
Jaguars.
Yep.
Texans.
You got it.
So the Texans and
But they're new.
The Texans
They
and the
feel new.
Jags. Who cares, man? The Browns. That's rough. So it's the Browns and the Lions are the most sad sack organizations, and then you'd have to go like in pro sports. What teams who have been around for 50 or more years have never been to a championship round? Like who?
The Browns would argue with Detroit. Buffalo would argue with Detroit. But the Browns aren't going to the Super Bowl this year. But Buffalo could.
But let's not forget, the old Browns team just kind of moved and won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah. But I don't think the people in Cleveland consider that to be the.
Well, they ain't going, so it doesn't even matter. All right, Adam, you're the best. What do you got going on this weekend?
How's your fantasy team?
Yeah.
Fantasy basketball.
Okay, you know what? Fred VanVleet's gotten a little hot lately. We appreciate that. I could use Lauri Markkanen to come back tonight. That would be good.
There you go.
I'm waiting for Devin Vassell to come back on Saturday. That would be good.
My God. Man, you go deep when it comes to fantasy basketball. Holy cow.
Damn right I do.
All right, go talk on the TV about stuff that you wouldn't tell us, and we love you, and we'll talk to you next week.
Come on, man.
See you, buddy.
Adam Schefter, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bang. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Time for Sports Not Sports.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
All right, we got actually a couple things here, but I want to start with this soccer thing. So it's important to explain in college soccer. It's not like pro soccer where the game's going to be over whenever the referee just sort of, I don't know, I guess it's over. In college soccer,
magical injury time.
Yeah, college soccer is 3, 2, 1, whistle. That's it.
It's such a weird concept, like not knowing when the game's ending. Really,
it's weird. It's very bizarre. But I played, high school soccer. We were the same way. College soccer, it wasn't random. It wasn't injury time. The game's just, here we go, 5, 4. It's like a game. There's a clock. There's a whole thing. This is Stanford against Notre Dame. Now, I have no idea.
Two big D1 schools.
That's right. I have no idea what the overtime, if any, overtime rules exist in college soccer. I'm going to guess it's just a tie.
Do they have overtime? I went to a college soccer game that went to a tie, and it was just a tie.
Okay, I'm going to guess that's it. I do not know. So I feel weird saying this was it. I don't know. Maybe there was another way to get a win. Part of this story, though, is the play-by-play. Because every once in a while, not only is the play remarkable, but the play-by-play call matches how amazing the play is.
So we're going to show it up here when you do that?
Oh, I don't know. That's up to Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner. I don't know how that works. Let me just describe the play, which won't spoil the play-by-play. The kid from Stanford, 3, 2, kicks the ball behind the midfield, behind
which is bigger than the football field.
That's right. The ball goes in as the clock goes to 0 for Stanford to win the game. I mean, it literally is one of the most remarkable plays in a sporting event you'd ever see. And it's not like the goalie really screwed it up either. It was like an unbelievable shot that found the upper corner that would have been tough to stop no matter what.
Just over the fingertips of the goalie.
All right, so, okay, good. We do have it here. All right, so are we going to play it, and then we can hear the play-by-play? So, Dan, if you want to run it.
And it's 2-2 with 6 seconds.
6 seconds, right? So, we're behind midfield.
Behind the midline.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dan, if you can run it. Or do you have to do the play-by-play with it? What are we doing here, Dan?
Ferguson draws level. Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that...
And there's 1 second left on the clock.
Unreal! Hooper!
All right, stop for a second. Play it again. Give me on a scale of 1 to 10 the orgasm factor of the play-by-play.
Well, he released a lot of tension on that goal, that's for sure.
All right, let's hear it again for his celebration.
Ferguson draws level. Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that...
First time. But the side view, if you're watching it on Twitch, the side view, you see the goalie's kind of there.
Dude, I don't think he could have done anything about that.
I mean, it's curving. You got to time the jump.
Is that one of the most remarkable plays in sports you've ever seen, period?
That's pretty amazing.
Was that Stanford that hit it or Notre Dame, though?
The only thing would have been better if he said, I feel better.
What team is that? I don't know.
I think that's Stanford.
I think it's Stanford.
So, real fast, is Stanford's football team going? And he's left-footed. He kicks on left-footed.
He's a lefty.
So, are you not, if you're the football team, going, hey, son, you mind coming out? Put a little curve on it, right upper right corner. Stub the follow through.
Boom.
It's like a punch 7-iron from 190.
How do you like the play-by-play call, though?
Oh, it's awesome. I think the play's more phenomenal.
The play's phenomenal.
Especially watching 40 soccer games this summer, right?
Right.
To now see somebody with this ability, which, my daughter say, I was watching you as a kid. Well, that kid's probably 8 years older than my daughter.
Hey, you can promise me I can see stuff like that at soccer. I'm going every day.
Oh.
We are getting massive requests to compare this. Let's go to April draft night. Here is somebody's reaction after the Broncos drafted Bo Nix.
Yes! Yes!
Oh
You
my
got your
gosh.
Justin Fields, baby.
Yes! Yes!
We'll see.
Yes! 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 Yes!
And you wonder why you can't be critical of the dude.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if you can put them together somehow, Dan. That would be the like. If
Yeah,
you
put D-Max.
Hold on.
Put D-Max call on the shot. That's what you got to do.
Yes!
Yes! Yes!
You got your Justin Fields, baby.
Oh, you got Justin
Yes!
Fields.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Now we got to do.
I don't think I can react to anything like that in my life.
Oh God, that was like 10 years of frustration. Just, that was a great feeling.
Well, you finally released.
Is that your last release? You haven't had one since last April? What did you sound like when you hit the pavement? I mean, the goal call might have been you.
I was like that commercial with the guy sees his wax statue melting.
Seriously, did you grunt at all? I mean, do you know if you made a sound? Did you scream?
No, no. It was so sudden. It's hard to describe how sudden it was.
Any cuss words come out?
No, Well, you couldn't see it coming. It's like Tony Soprano listened to "Don't Stop Believing" at the diner with his family. You don't see it coming. And it's just that's it. You do not see it coming, man.
What happened on that last scene?
Oh, he was shot in the head by the guy that went to the bathroom, no doubt about it.
You think?
Oh, yeah. I've been going through a little bit of a Sopranos binge on YouTube recently. It's pretty cool because they'll just take a character and they'll just give you their entire storyline through the entire series.
That's pretty fun.
So you can look at like a side guy like Benny, who is just kind of a young hood, and it gives you basically his whole story.
His progression.
Yep. Uncle June.
I liked Uncle
Carmine. Just is really, I didn't.
Who was the guy that was dating Tony's wife or sister for a while and then slapped her around? And then Tony came and took care of it. Oh, no. The wife, the girl, the sister took care of it.
You're thinking of Richie April's son, who ended up robbing the card game, and then they had to shoot him, and he was dating Meadow.
I thought somebody was dating somebody. No, not Meadow. The
sister?
The Tony's sister.
Tony's sister's
slapped
different.
Tony's sisters around,
Yeah.
and then Tony's sister had enough, shot him, called Tony,
Yeah.
and Tony had to.
Yeah, that was, oh gosh, what was his name? Not Ralphie.
Great actor, though. Yeah.
Because she dated Ralphie, too, but it wasn't Ralphie. It was...
He was also Wasu guy from Bad Boys.
Yeah, I forget his name, but I know exactly what you're
Great
talking
actor.
about. Oh. Good show, Sopranos. You watch Sopranos? Are you down with Sopranos?
I watched it for the first time when you and I used to do a show.
Mhm.
That was the first time we'd ever watched it.
You watched the whole thing, though?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good show.
Might be the best TV show of all time.
It held up. I have a hard time with old TV shows, but that one held up.
Yeah, I think so. Really, maybe the best TV show of all time.
It's really good.
Yeah.
There's some good ones out there now, too.
You got one right now?
Well, I mean, I think Yellowstone's been great. I think
It's coming back this week, right?
I think so, and I like the prequels. 1786.
There's a Yellowstone knockoff on Netflix right now called Territory. It's in Australia. Same concept. It's the largest cattle station in the world.
They lost me in Yellowstone when they blew up the bank, and she's okay, and she's smoking a cigarette.
That was a pretty badass scene, though.
I guess, but
I mean, first off, where'd your shirt go? Okay?
There's so many questions.
Second off,
you
like,
can't.
but a billion people die. You're like, hey, you got to hear.
Yeah, exactly, Tyler. I mean, right.
Don't let it get it to you, though.
I know.
I mean, but you are absolutely that guy that can't enjoy a movie because of stupid things.
I can. The guy, they go on for the cattle thing, and the old guy dies in the tree, and they go back and they tell the widow, and they still go on with lunch. I mean, the guy's dead. We go on with lunch. We're serving up baked beans.
Life goes on.
Take guys to the train station and go out and back and have a steak.
Well, I like the train station stuff, but this is the old guy's dead. He's coming back on a horse, riding back like dead husband, and we're still eating lunch.
Well, there was a party.
Well, here it is. It's 2:00. Let's go, Dan.
Well, I love it. I think this is the epitome of why you want to play in the NFL. You want to play against these defenses. You want to play against these legendary coaches. You want to play against these Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and so I think it's the best. I think when you get to play in this kind of matchup, it's much better than playing maybe a team that
big game.
You have the advantage over. So
Okay, we can go there. Day closer to this Chiefs game. Are you feeling the same, better, worse than yesterday? And what do you think will change or not change over the next couple days?
I feel the same that I always have. I mean, the information, we've already got the information. Like, if we were doing a court case right now, all the evidence has been presented. You can't put in any more evidence than what you've got right now outside of finding out that Patrick Mahomes can't play because of his ankle injury or something, which isn't going to happen. He's playing. So I know what I know about the game. I don't feel any different about it. I think that Colorado. I think that Denver has got a fighting chance in this game. But, man, I think people are disrespectful to the Chiefs right now. That's my take on it. Like, and not just you, but there's a lot of people out there that are flat out being disrespectful.
Really? Like who else?
To an undefeated football team. I mean, I'm just talking big picture. If you get on Twitter, the way people talking about the Chiefs right now, it's disrespectful. Like, this team is undefeated. It's undefeated, and arguably, if you assume that Patrick Mahomes is going to be Patrick Mahomes again this year, which I do because he's the best quarterback in the NFL, it is the most complete football team that the Chiefs have ever had.
So when I say they're fugazi, that's an insult.
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me?
Fugazi.
And it's just not true.
6 games by 7 points or less. Overtime game. Todd Bowles could have gone for 2. A little bit of an angst.
6 of the 8 opponents, playoff teams. Still winning.
Fugazi.
Bigger game for the team, all teams involved. Think about this. Denver Chiefs this weekend or Bengals Ravens tonight? Which is a more significant game in the league?
Bengals Ravens.
Has to be, doesn't it?
Because nobody thinks the Broncos can beat the Chiefs outside D-Mac.
And the Bengals almost have to win.
Mm-hmm.
You almost, if you're a Broncos fan, hope the Bengals lose, so by the time you play them, they may not.
I definitely hope the Bengals lose. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I want their season to be squat douche by the time that we run into them. I think this is a hidden giant story, Broncos upsetting the Chiefs. I think it's low on everybody's radar, which is why I like it. It sets up perfectly. And okay, fine. There's a lot of just, bleeding heart for your team logic here because on paper it doesn't make sense, aside from the fact the Chiefs have just squeaked by on this undefeated run.
Well, Vegas had the Broncos as 9-point dogs going into Baltimore, and they got them as 8.5-point dogs going into the Chiefs. So whatever the mismatch was against Baltimore, that's what the go ahead.
You know what that means right there? The bettors think the Ravens are a better team.
I think the Ravens are just a better team. I don't care what the records are. I'm just talking about what I can see and what I'm looking at.
The Ravens have got a University of Colorado offense, and Kansas City at this point does not have that. I personally believe that it's going to wake up, though. I think they've got a sleeping giant of an offense.
All right, we'll dig back into football here with Let's Football Go in a little bit, but I do want to ask another big question of the day. How big was the game for the Nuggets last night? Does that win matter more than the average regular season win?
Well, ESPN put them on there as the Nuggets turned the corner. So you woke up ESPN.
We woke up ESPN.
Listen, it's game 8 of 72
when
or
the
82.
Nuggets lost 102-87 to that same Thunder team just 2 weeks ago to open the season, did you think you would see what you saw last night without Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray? No, right?
And when they got down, and when they got down 16, you're thinking, uh-oh. I do think the Malone's technical was an appropriate time, kind of sparked
It didn't do anything, though. He did it on purpose because he's sick of Jokic not getting a call. You still couldn't get a call after the technical.
No. Joker got 4 free throws in the first half and not any free throws till like 4 minutes to go.
So it did nothing.
But other than spark your own team, which it did. They were able to hold on. They had a 4-minute stretch in the fourth quarter. They didn't score a field goal. Went 0 for 10. And still held on somehow and won with young dudes.
All I know is that was a fun game, man. It was a fun game for a lot of reasons. Both teams were running and gunning. It felt super fast-paced to me. It's a few games in a row now that the youngins have gotten a nice run in for the Nuggets. You're probably building some confidence that you may not have ever gotten if you didn't have these injuries right now.
I don't want to gloss over it like we did earlier, so we should point out this is the 5th time in NBA history a player had 20 points, 20 rebounds, 15 assists in one game. 5th time in NBA history Jokic did last night.
And Joker did it. Russ did it once, but the only other guys, you got to go back to Chamberlain in 68.
Apparently the last guy to do it was actually Russell Westbrook. How about that? And you know what that game really was last night? Pure energy. That's what last night was. Everything about the Nuggets. You know what it was? It was pure energy. It was outrageous. And it's Russell Westbrook.
A little slow on it, a little early.
I got it eventually.
Yeah.
That's what they talked about after the game.
Well, that's what he's going to bring. He's going to bring dog. He's going to bring energy, and I think this team needs it. We just heard Adam Schefter talking about Hopkins going to Kansas City, sparking an older team that's been there, done that, and now all of a sudden you get guys that a new, different energy. I want to win a ring too. Russ ain't won a ring. Could be the perfect guy they need.
Get it for us.
Christian Brown has energy, but everybody is saying Russell Westbrook, 17-year veteran, has more. Everybody says Michael Malone grinds on you. Russell Westbrook after the game said we're both psychopaths with that.
I do wonder if Malone's going to have to manage how much Westbrook wants to be on the court, because he's got the energy for it. He wants to be out there, but does Malone actually need to manage that for him, looking at him like, hey, man, we're in year 16 here, whatever it is. 17.
Yeah.
Let's be strategic about this, keeping you fresh as this goes along.
Pure energy. I love it, man. If this is the new brand, this is different Nuggets basketball.
It feels like George Karl.
You in throwback music to the 80s? To
Pure energy.
Who is that? Duran Duran?
Information Society.
Oh, there you go.
Come on, man. We should throw in some Nuggets highlights here.
Is this your college days?
Oh, are you kidding me? I am shutting down Bragg's on Marshall Street with this playing behind me. And because there's an area where if you've got a wristband and you're 21, you can go up there. But if you're a punk-ass freshman, 18, they allowed people in the same bar, though, which was weird.
You just can't drink.
You can't drink. So the guys could get in.
It's like Grizzly Rose.
Is that the way it was, really?
Yeah, you can get Grizzly Rose at 18.
I had no idea. So, yeah, we'd be there. The guys. The girls, of course, it doesn't matter how old they are. They all go into the 21.
Here, have a wristband.
Well, the bouncers would hand the girls the wristband to go there. But all the freshman nerds would be like, someday I will be there.
So did you jump in there with your leisure suit and start doing the robot to this?
I just started doing my DMAC thing, dancing. And I was like, I'll get there someday. We drank that bar dry and shut it down with Information Society blasting. I went home and met my wife the next year.
Well, there you go.
I had a lot of pure energy. Some weird laundry.
You held it in for 4 years. That's why. Here's a no dumb statement. Oh no,
go ahead.
A controversial statement.
Yes.
Duran Duran's the most overrated '80s band ever.
I hated Duran Duran.
I did too. I can't stand. And the Warden's dad loves. I can't stand Duran Duran.
Tyler, you know any Duran Duran songs?
No, I'm going to go take a smoke break.
Hungry like a wolf.
But I do have good news.
What's that?
For the kids out there. Douglas County School District has been canceled for tomorrow.
You got to be kidding me.
Just got a text.
It's
Breaking
sunshine. I can see the sun outside.
The Douglas County School District will be closed on Friday, November 8th.
Wow.
Please see your email for more information.
Unbelievable. But again, not your problem.
Not my circus.
Soft. You are soft, man.
I'm soft.
You're not soft. Douglas County schools are soft. Is Cherry Creek School, are the other school districts like this too?
I don't know.
You're canceling school at 2:15 p.m. when the sun's out and the snow's melting.
I did see Chris Bianchi put out a tweet saying that when this is all said and done, it's going to be the biggest snowstorm in November history. So apparently it ain't done yet.
Yeah, I heard they could get 3 to 5 inches tonight.
So you're saying it's snow.
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 I don't know, but if Chris is saying snow, is it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, can you imagine if there's so much snow, people at this radio station are here on Friday?
No, that won't happen.
I mean, you know.
Hey, them salespeople are Douglas County School District.
Our guy, Chris, this will end up as Denver's biggest November snowstorm since 1994. The first time with 5 straight days of measurable snow since 1991.
Why has he got to put little qualifiers in there like likely? Why don't you just say what it's going to be, Chris?
What are you saying about Chris?
I'm saying he gives himself an out. He might as well just write in parentheses, this is my out, likely.
Well, we'll be here tomorrow, no doubt about it. Dan, you going to be here tomorrow?
No, we're not going to be here tomorrow. No,
yes, we are.
Yeah.
Oh, we're here tomorrow?
No, we're here tomorrow.
You forgot.
No, I didn't. No one told me.
Oh.
We're here tomorrow.
Really?
We'll be here every Friday.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
I'm
free
considering
chili?
if I'm coming in tomorrow. I'll let
You're
you guys know.
considering it?
Yeah,
That
I might
actually
be here.
works out good for me.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's closer to my house here than.
Good. We got a game.
Yeah.
We got the heat.
Got the game.
Got the heat going on. Pretty good crowd last night, all things considered, by the way. Pretty good
It really
crowd.
was.
Pretty good crowd. A lot of other
And they stayed.
A lot of other NBA arenas would have had half that size of crowd, even for a big game like that. It's a pretty good crowd. Good job, Nuggets fans. All right, Let's Football Goes coming up next. All right, what's going on? It's D-Mac. You know, every day it brings a new opportunity. Yours is waiting for you at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont at 3rd and Alpine. Black Friday savings all month long on their incredible lineup of 2024 Ford F-150s. And if you want something tough that's ready to rock those mountains, handle the snowiest November ever. Because who could survive this type of conditions and anything less than an F-150 from Mike Maroney Ford Longmont? And Maroney means more. Every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Anywhere. Free delivery. So start the buying process now at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Hurry in. These peak savings will not be the last. The best F-150s will go fast. So whether you're heading to the slopes, the back roads of the Rockies, or I don't know, driving down Arapahoe Road, apparently, your adventure starts here. Hurry in 3rd and Alpine to see my friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. That's Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you. Do you guys think that's the best thing Dan actually does literally every single day is figure out that one little thing? It's pretty good.
He's gotten creative with it.
It's pretty good, Dan. I got to admit, man, I kind of look forward to something that's like nice piece of candy like every single day.
Scott's a tough compliment, man.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's good.
I think it's great, man. All right, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. Time for another keyword. The keyword, send this keyword, your first and last name, 303-504-0925. The keyword is Gordon, as in Commissioner Gordon. We'll call a name at 5 o'clock. If we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If that person doesn't call back because they're stupid, we'll announce another name. The Mile High Dreams Gala, what an event. Nuggets, Avs, Mammoth, mascots, us, TV people. All your favorite players and people enjoy delicious food, great drinks, live music, and more, with all proceeds benefiting community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com to get your tickets. There's less than 100. It will sell out. Ballarena.com. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner, what is first on the docket?
All right, we're going to hear from Bo Nix in just a moment on going up against a Spags defense when the Broncos played the Chiefs on Sunday. But let's go back to last Sunday and talk about the Ravens here for just a second, fellas, because Sean Payton always after the game says, I need to watch the film before I can really evaluate Bo Nix. He watched the film. After watching the film, Sean, what'd you think of Bo on Sunday?
And there's still so many learning moments for him. You know, in other words, each week is another class from another test. And I like the way he's progressing, and I like the poise after each series and after the game. You feel his maturity.
All right, so Sean said he liked what he saw. What did you guys say?
Thought he had a pretty solid first half. The offense as a whole had a rock solid first half. Mm-hmm. They moved the ball well. They had one incredible possession where they started the ball on their own 2 and took it the entire way. That was phenomenal. Anytime you could flip the field like that, that's great. As the game progressed, it got more and more sloppy for everybody, and not just Bo Nix. It got sloppy for the offensive line. It got sloppy for some of the wide receivers. O-line had their struggles, and then Bo Nix never trusted the O-line the rest of the game because of those struggles, and he was out of the pocket like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, especially when you talk, I think a young guy, it's a razor's edge in a sense. If he hits 2 more passes, we're probably sitting there saying today, man, Bo Nix was great.
Well, and especially if he hit Franklin in the end zone. Yeah.
Yep. And I think that, and they had the other one in the back of the end zone.
That's right.
And then the long end zone. I mean, he hits 2 more passes. We're sitting here today probably going, dude, that's the best game he's played.
They still might have lost.
They still might have lost.
Yeah.
But we might have been sitting here this week going, dude, something's going on. And I still think, and I guess I'm still waiting for that moment because I'm like you, I do think there's a game coming up. Maybe it's this week in Kansas City that all of a sudden that play hits.
Yeah, so that's the next step, right? So we've gotten one kind of wow game out of Bo Nix the whole season, and that was against the Panthers. But that was the Panthers, right? Now we're looking for I don't even know if wow is the right word, but we're looking for a competitive experience against the elites.
Yeah, I'm waiting for okay. I'm waiting for one of them games.
I guess the big question is, are these big misses like Tebow, you got to be kidding me, he'll never make that, or are they small misses like, oh my, yeah, he'll get that. I mean, that's going to happen. He'll fix that.
Well, for a guy that's as mature as he comes off as, and I would say when he's 24 and he played all the games in college and blah blah blah.
He's got a $4 million house in Castle Pines.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't know about a basketball court.
No, but yeah, he's got. He gets. I thought he got nervous, like Tyler just said, a little bit in the second half. Got a little happy feet. And any game he's struggling, to me, his feet just got happy and he didn't trust the pocket or whatever. But I do feel there's going to be a game coming up here in maybe the next 5. Maybe there's multiple. If you're going to come back on Monday and I'm going to go, okay, right there. There it was. And I think he has that moment. He hits 2 passes. He hits 2 more passes in that game. I think you go, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
So that's closer than when we saw the Jets game, which was just horrible.
I think he's relatively close in a lot of areas. I'm not sure about the deep ball. We seem to struggle a lot on the deep ball.
Be cool to get or a guy Plummer or somebody like QB on just to sort of hash out, maybe even Cloud.
Well, Plummer will hype him up because he hypes up.
No, well,
everybody.
I'm just the mechanics of throwing like a deep, like just what are you looking for? What is that slight adjustment? What's not quite clicking? Although I guess I would make
air time is missing. It's like a punt, right? You want hang time. That's what made Russell Wilson's deep ball so great. Russ didn't have a very strong arm. He never did. But he had the art of putting hang time on his deep throws where the guys could always catch up to it, right? But when you redline it and you put it on a rope, well, now you can't catch up to that thing because it's on a rope.
Feels like that's not that hard of an adjustment, though. Feels like that's something that just touch. Feels like you can figure that out. I don't know.
But it's kind of like we talked about the Nuggets earlier with these young guys, and Malone said it, you're not duplicating this or in practice. And this is just for Bo Nix. You're not getting that pressure of the game, live guys that want to take your head off.
You know they can't touch you in practice.
Yeah, you know that. Now I can settle down just a little more.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, Franklin, 45-yard touchdown pass. Boom, back of the end zone, touchdown pass. Now all of a sudden you're going, okay, all right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got to replicate that in games because practice doesn't matter right now.
He's got to have guys who can catch. He's got to have guys who can catch the pass too, though, right? He's got to have those guys too.
Well, how do we know those two can't?
Troy Franklin's not helping him, but Bo hasn't helped Troy at the same time, right? That's gone both ways between those two.
But
those two just can't get on the same page.
You had a tight end a couple of games ago help him a lot. You've had Cortland Sutton help him a couple times a lot.
Bo's accuracy will improve tremendously when he learns how to climb a pocket. Instead of getting antsy, instead of like bouncing right, bouncing left, hit the depth of your drop. And now climb the pocket and throw on the climb, and his accuracy will get significantly improved.
Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Bo Nix on the pressure and the challenge of facing a Steve Spagnuolo-led Chiefs defense.
Well, I'm excited. They're coming off a short week, so they're going to be, they got one less day, so they're going to have to fit some things in. But I'm excited about it. I think it's a good challenge for us, good opportunity for us. Obviously they got a great defense. They're playing at a really high level this year, have in the past couple of years. So exciting for us, with this opportunity, a first road divisional game. So, I'm excited.
Biggest challenge for Bo Nix facing the Chiefs defense, fellas, will be what?
They don't blitz at a super heavy rate. They're middle of the road blitz team. That's a good question because when you look at this Chiefs defense, they're number 5 overall. I don't know where their superstars are though.
D-line.
Well, that's for sure. They got a superstar there. That's fair.
It goes back a little bit to the question before, accuracy. I think if he's super accurate on the mid-range passes, then they've got a legitimate chance to win this game.
I'll say a challenge too for him is just swallowing, live to fight another day, especially in this game where you're likely to get a turnover, if not 2, from the Chiefs offense, meaning just be patient. Be okay. You kind of couldn't be patient with the Ravens. You're going for it on 4th down. You got to take advantage of your opportunities. You're scrambling around. Listen, I don't think you should give Mahomes the ball at the end of the half or the end of a game, okay? I gotcha. I know what he's going to do there. But the Chiefs aren't consistent with what they're doing with their offense either. So sometimes in this game, it may be better for Bo just, it's not there, throw it away. Don't turn the ball over. Live to fight another day.
You damn sure should not take the ball first in this game. You do not want to give Patrick Mahomes a chance at the double score.
Okay, I see you on that one. That makes sense. We'll see if they have a choice or not, but that's fair. Yeah.
Got to be better on third downs. Got to be accurate on intermediate passes. I think he does those two things. They'll be in the game.
Next story, Dan.
All right, Tyler sent us this morning. So Chuck Pagano, a Boulder native, was on the Pat McAfee show today, and he was talking about how good of a job Deion Sanders has done in Boulder in year 2, and something that he did not expect to be good on this team. Chuck kind of gets into that and explains it here.
To much chagrin, everybody was like, okay, maybe not, blah, 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 go 4 and whatever, in Prime's first year.
Yeah.
And now look what they're doing.
They're
the way
going.
Shador can sling it.
Yes, he can.
He can sling it.
And they got weapons all over the place.
Watching Travis Hunter on game day with you guys the other day, and he's for real, right?
He was cool. I thought he was really cool. Handled himself with incredible class.
Yeah. So I guess he don't go out, he don't drink, he don't smoke. All
Streams
he does
every
is
once in a while.
just
Entertaining.
ball, study.
Yeah.
Does but playing both ways and doing what he's doing on the football field, that's incredible. And the biggest thing is that offense is going to go. But the defense ranked 130th last year, total defense. Bringing a new DC. I don't know the guy's name. I apologize for that. I should know that.
Yeah, you should.
They got Sapp over there now. Damian Lewis, 2X, former Hurricanes.
Shout out.
Coaching it up on the defensive line over there. But
Chuck Pagano, happy with the Buffs defense. How surprised are you guys how well the Buffs defense has been playing this year?
Oh, it's been incredible. And Livingston, the defensive coordinator, has done it's amazing. Incredibly impressed. Amazing. Great job.
Yeah, Chris Livingston was the best hire that Deion has made. And it was criticized heavily because Chris Livingston didn't have any experience.
Yeah.
In the offseason, Deion went out and got a bunch of new coaches, including a first-time offensive line coach. He's got a bunch of first-timers on that staff, including Chris Livingston, who the highest he had ever risen in the coaching ranks was a safeties coach for the Cincinnati Bengals. He had never done the job, but he's been tremendous for the Buffaloes.
No, it's kept him in games, and if you can keep the opponent in touch with that offense when it starts clicking, then you can win a whole lot of games. Because that offense is, and I don't know where they rank, but that offense is as good as there is in college football.
By the way, Tyler, I was looking at the forecast, people are telling us every school district's closed, everybody's closed.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to get hammered.
And I'm just thinking, what time is that game?
Oh, it's a good question.
I'll look it up right now, but it's that could be pull a blanket up and put the fire on and watching the Buffs at Texas Tech. Actually, when are the Buffs going down there? When are they leaving are they already down there now?
No, they usually leave on Friday.
Friday? Get some snow and stuff,
Lubbock's more north, right, in Texas, I believe.
Take your word for it. I've been there, but I couldn't tell you where it is on a map.
More likely to happen. Little question here. Buffs play in the Big 12 championship game. CSU plays in the Mountain West championship game.
Does CSU control their own destiny?
Yes.
Okay, well then that's more likely. Because first off, the Mountain West is terrible this year. As you know what, the Big 12 is not very good either.
They got a couple teams nipping at their heels with only one loss in the conference, and CSU's 4-0, and I'm just assuming.
But the mere fact that they control their own destiny makes it far more likely because Colorado not only has to win 4 straight games, but they have to count on somebody beating Iowa State along the way.
So CSU.
Yeah.
The thing that's weird to me, and maybe just get off my lawn, is BYU leads the Big 12. And just saying, for me, BYU in the Big 12, just it feels weird.
By the way, my bad. I said Chris Livingston. Chris Livingston works at University of Colorado as well, not on the football team, but it's Rob Livingston.
Rob Livingston.
Yes.
Well, I was dumb enough not to correct you. I don't know. I just said Livingston.
Chris Livingston is on the support staff.
Close enough. Mile long, 3 inches deep. We got it. Let's see what time that game is. Yeah, man, that's a good one. 2 p.m. Come on. 2 p.m. on a Saturday on a snow day? Oh, man, that's a good one. Nuggets play Friday night?
In the snow? That's a good. Hey, get some snow on Friday and let Miami come in and see what snow's like.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a tricky. Yeah. I wonder if I have to go to that one.
Well, chances are you don't have to go to any of them.
I know. 2 p.m. on. I love that timing. 2 p.m. on a Saturday. That is so great.
First normal game of the year, it feels like.
Don't you feel like that is like perfect Saturday afternoon college? That is just right there. You can still have dinner. You can
sleep in a little bit,
you
have
know
a couple cups of coffee.
Golly,
maybe
man.
go get a sandwich at the sandwich shop.
Kidding me? 2 p.m.?
You can walk down to Target from your house and come back up.
You want to list every place I can walk down from my house?
There's a Five Guys. There's a Five Guys not far.
Keep going.
Am I right so far?
Of course.
Firehouse Subs.
Firehouse Subs is right there. Yeah. That's right. I can go there.
I'm trying to think what's all over. There's a bike shop. Isn't there a bike shop?
There is not. There's an animal hospital. I'll go see
there you go.
Kitties and puppies if I want to.
Oh, I got to show you a picture.
All right, we'll do that in a little bit. We have a great meltdown moment from, you're just going to love it. It's a great media meltdown moment on a team that you absolutely hate. This is great news. Coming up next.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Got some just great things about the Lakers. God, is there anything more satisfying than seeing, in particular, the Lakers meltdown? I actually think I like Lakers meltdowns better than Raiders meltdowns. I'm not sure exactly why. Yeah, Jay Huff is balling. Your little highlight.
He is balling.
Jay Huff with a reverse tip-in dunk for Memphis, who beat the Lakers.
If I were to ever have a beer with Michael Malone, seriously, I would definitely ask, why didn't Jay Huff get more meaningful minutes?
Well, nobody figured it out with him. I mean, he bounced around forever. Goes down to the G League. This dude is great.
I never quite understood it. The dude's 7'1".
Can jump.
He would put on a show.
He's
in the pregame warm-ups. It was the Jay Huff show. It was pretty awesome. I never got it. And every time he got in for garbage time, he would always kind of dominate the scene he was in. Kind of like 100. All right, anyways, that's got nothing to do with nothing. I'm happy for Jay Huff. He's a cool dude, and I'm glad he's getting some good run. He deserves it. So good for him. The Lakers. More satisfying when the Lakers are going bad, or give me another team. Red Wings or the Raiders, or is there anybody
it was fun kind of the last couple of years. Golden State had struggles, but they'd won, 4 championships.
You see that Kerr got booed by the Boston fans?
Which is hilarious. For not playing Tatum or picking Brown.
Right.
See, the problem with the Raiders, there's no face, right? The Lakers have got a face that is easy to hate on. And in order to be in that category, there has to be a face.
It felt like there were 2 ridiculous moments in the offseason. J.J. Redick, the podcast partner of LeBron, gets hired as the head coach. I mean, that just felt like, you got to be kidding me. And, of course...
LeBron had nothing to do with it.
Of course, drafting Bronny.
Right.
It just was like... Okay.
It becomes a reality show instead of an NBA franchise.
So they start off 3-0
Did you see the plus minus for Bronny though?
We'll get there. Mm-hmm. They start off 3-0 this season. 3-0
at home.
They've lost 4 of their last 5 games,
all on the road. They went 1-4 on the road after starting 3-0 at home.
Doesn't bode well. As Tyler pointed out, the only person to be in the plus minus last night and their 131-114 loss to Memphis was Bronny. 5 minutes. Hit a bucket.
It was a great 5 minutes, though.
But he was the only person in the plus.
You come in down 23 and you win by 19 or lose by 19, you're a hero.
Yeah.
But it is a funny little stat to see.
I thought he was supposed to be in the G League by now. Didn't they say he was going in November?
When does the G League start?
I think the next week or 2.
Okay. Whenever it starts, I'm sure he'll be there. I assume the day he's not on the Lakers bench is also the first day of the G League season. After the game, J.J. Redick, guys, so satisfying, had this interaction with the local Muggles.
I was, I've told a number of players that I played with when I got older, I was like, 8 for 12, It's going to regress towards the positive at some point. I'm going to have an 8 for 12 night, and generally I did.
JJ, you're talking a lot about 2 or 3 guys, getting them to put in the effort. You've talked a lot about wanting to play hard and LeBron being the guy that played hard in tonight's game. How do you address that with the team? What's your philosophy for approaching that?
I just did.
Walk off.
Dude, you've been a head coach for a minute. You haven't earned the right to walk off yet.
What was the question?
Made a shot.
That was a great walk off too. What? Was the question out of bounds?
No.
Okay.
He's a young guy. He just already threw his own self into playing that when I played.
8 to 12.
Occasionally does a coach sometimes get a question that is close to another question he's answered or sort of in the same neighborhood. Does that happen on a relatively regular basis?
Only when D-Mac's asking. Well, you did that recently. What was it?
That was with Bo Nix. That was a little while ago. It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. How do most coaches handle it?
Deep breath and answer it in a very just general way.
A walk-off moment as a head coach? A walk-off moment. Now, Michael Malone may have come in for a 2.5-minute presser where he was very brief. It was awkward. He kind of came in, came out. But I don't recall in all these years where, and if I'm wrong, Scott, please correct me. Do you ever remember a walk-off moment after a question from Michael Malone?
I don't remember specifically what happened, but JJ was feisty in his literal opening presser.
He was.
He had a moment in his opening presser that was like, dude, like you just became the head coach. Like, relax.
Yeah, he's always, listen, I think he's a great shooter, and he'd have been a great six man to have on a team late in his career here and so on and so forth. But I've always thought he carried himself very Duke-ish. And
That's a new one.
You automatically know.
How come I've never heard that before? It's so easy. It's so simple.
But you understand what I'm talking about, right?
Completely.
I mean, right? He acts very Duke-ish.
You're such a Duke.
Christian Laettner acted very Duke-ish.
Quit being a Duke, Scott.
Grant Hill's the only un-Dukey that I've ever met.
Is he, though?
Well,
he has some moments.
He hasn't to me.
Okay.
And I haven't seen him in the press act like a Dookie.
There's a sense of entitlement with all those guys.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Used to be like a domer. Now it's a Dookie.
It's kind of funny. Like, Bobby Hurley doesn't really have that attitude. He's more of like a blue-collar dude.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't really carry that.
But he's got you can still see a little bit.
Wait till Cooper Flagg gets in the NBA. Oh, my God.
He's only going to be there a year, so he may not get
He'll
saturated.
The guy's been overhyped since he was 10.
Yeah, but he may not get saturated.
Okay.
I think you go there 3 or 4 years at Duke, you get saturated.
With full dookiness?
Yeah, you become full Dookie.
Full dookie.
Yeah.
You don't want to go full dookie.
One and done, you're just a little Dookie?
Yeah.
Little Dookie's fine.
Yeah. You understand the Dookie, and if you're good, you're accepted into the fraternity.
Never go full Dookie.
Never go full Dookie.
Right. I love the meltdown, man.
Can't win an Academy Award if you go
cannot.
full.
You're not just,
You're not going to win it.
Can't go full Dookie.
Yeah.
I think JJ could use it.
JJ Redick is he's
full Dookie.
He's a Dookie.
He's full Dookie.
Yeah.
Which makes him a good broadcaster because that sense of arrogance and confrontation makes you compelling and interesting to watch on TV.
You're not afraid to hammer people.
But as a head coach that has to go through a long regular season and theoretical postseason.
It's 8 games in.
Yeah, dude. You're in trouble. They're in trouble. And by the way, LeBron killed it. He had 39 points. 6 of 11 from 3, 15 to 24 from he had an awesome game. But, we're going to stand around and just watch LeBron all day. The Lakers are going to be no threat whatsoever this year.
Well, and after a loss in Detroit 2 nights earlier, and Anthony Davis gets 37, he didn't play in this game. And he's a Kentucky guy. He can act Dookie, though.
Our Colorado guy had a bad game. Connect. He didn't do too well last night either.
I kind of like him, too.
I do, too, but, I wish all bad things against the Lakers. So I'm not really struggling for them.
Do you feel that way for the Chiefs?
No.
Chiefs or Lakers? Which one do you dislike more?
Oh, I dislike the Lakers. Wait, I don't dislike the Chiefs. I do not dislike the Chiefs. I don't.
Lakers or Yankees?
Yankees. It's the lowest pond scum of pond. It's nothing scumbaggier than the Yankees.
Lakers or Dodgers?
Lakers. I like the Dodgers. They got Mookie. They got Shohei. They got Dave Roberts, who's a hero of the Red Sox. They got like Red Sox heroes over there on the Dodgers. I don't hate the Dodgers. And they do things right. They spend money, and they're good for their fans. Why would anybody hate the Dodgers here? Except for pure jealousy.
Lakers or the Kraken?
Lakers. Kraken are useless. They're pointless. It's like
Lakers or Stars?
Lakers. Keep going.
Minnesota.
I really don't hate any, you guys hate any hockey teams? You guys really hate any hockey teams?
Yeah, I hate the Wild.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Why do you hate the Wild?
They became a thing. They were
Really?
a thing, yeah.
Okay.
Knocked the Avs out of playoffs a couple times.
All right, we got to call it a day. We go to number 38 in Rhino, where unlike schools, that's not canceled. Nate and Andy are coming up next. Altitude Sports Radio. What do you got?
I think it was.
Oh, was it really?
I think so.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I'm just looking at the board. Are you serious?
I saw a tweet
Are they here?
I saw a tweet from Andy.
Is it canceled, really?
Pretty
Seriously?
sure. Pretty sure.
Oh.
I guess we'll find out.
All right. Well, them in Douglas County Schools. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You got your Justin Fields, baby.
Yes.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Denver leads it by 4. Here's SGA. 20 seconds to go. SGA on the high right side. Turns on Jokic. Shoves him out of the way. Layup is up and in. Denver leads it by 2. They got a foul, and they do with Peyton Watson. So now Peyton Watson will go to the free throw line, and he needs to make 2. Boys are big. He's been good at free throws this year, but this is a lot of pressure. Free throw number 1. Missed it. Cannot miss this one. They can win it with a 3. Each team has 1 timeout left. You can't miss them both. Second free throw for Peyton Watson to put Denver up 3. No good.
I'll make up for it now.
Rebound, Joker lost it to Caruso. They win it with a 3. 10 seconds left to go in the game. Tie it with a bucket. Gilgeous-Alexander has it at the midcourt circle. 5 seconds left to go against Westbrook. Puts it on the floor. He's down the lane. Layup no good. Rebound Watson. Jokic has it. And there's the horn. The Denver Nuggets shock the undefeated Oklahoma City Thunder. They beat them tonight by a final of 124 to 122. Shea went to his left, shoots over Watson. Watson blocks it.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Redemption. Thy name is Peyton Watson. Yeah, you hit that big 3, and then, Andy, they had the possession where he didn't want to shoot.
No.
It was squeaky bum time for Peyton Watson. He went 1 of 2 on one trip to the line. Next one goes 0 for 2. It's like, you could put the game away. Also, terrible late game execution by the Nuggets to give the ball to Peyton Watson.
Yeah, well, but you hate to say that because who gave it to him? Well, are you talking about the free throws? Because it was Joker that threw it out to him.
Yeah, don't do that.
Do you think Joker didn't see who it was?
Maybe.
Did he just see a teammate, so I'm going to throw it to him? Or is that just Joker being Joker, where if you're on the floor, I'll give it to you?
Of the 4 other guys on the floor,
I know.
You would rank him 4th of who you want to touch the ball right there. Bad call by Nikola, but hey, Peyton Watson made up for it, got the blocked shot. Nuggets win last night, beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. Win of the year, Andy, not that there's a ton of competition.
No. Hold on now. Let's go further.
Okay.
Yes, win of the year.
Win of the
not
year.
A ton of competition.
Yeah.
This got to be an all-timer, isn't it? This team has been whooping your butt inside your building for at least a couple of years now.
Big win.
You got your rear end kicked on opening night by this team.
Mm-hmm.
They go undefeated. They wanted to stay undefeated. I think this is big. And not on top of it, we've talked about this. I really hope we're finally getting some confidence in Michael Malone that, you know what, I got some plucky young folks that I can play. How about Julian Strawther? Not a great shooting night. He kept missing them, but you know what I like about Strawther? He didn't quit shooting them.
Nope.
He kept taking them, kept showing the confidence. Now I'd like to see a few go down, but they're not in a place where they can have guys decide to, shrink up and not take any more shots. And the defense that they played last night, by the way, Russell Westbrook's officially a Nugget now, isn't he? After last night? You've had enough key contribution games now where he's your dude, isn't he? Scherzi? Are we Scherzi area for Russell Westbrook? You buying that? Buying the Westbrook Scherzi?
I was thrown because you said this like 3 games ago, but we can do it again. Yes.
No, I wasn't buying a Scherzi 3 games ago. Now I'm buying some of your stuff.
But what you're saying is you're not committing to the expense of the jersey.
Not yet.
But I will agree to purchase a jersey.
Here's my thing. Russell Wilson jersey, if you already got Jokic and Murray and MPJ and
Hold on, you said Russell Wilson.
I'm sorry.
I was thrown because you own a Russell Wilson jersey.
Well, I'm happy to give that to somebody if they'd like.
You can.
And I'm dead serious.
Yeah,
Just
and
text
also,
me and you can have it.
It's a XXL. You can cover your boat with it.
If you need something to hide from the snow that's coming,
yes,
that jersey will work for you. No, seriously, Russell Westbrook. We're talking
Jersey territory.
Jersey. He's earned you buying some of his apparel, hadn't he?
Last night, 29 points on 15 shots? Yeah, that's nice and efficient. Our buddy Harrison Wind over at DNVR tweeted this out. Win over the Thunder goes into the pantheon of most memorable Nuggets regular season wins in the Jokic era, which includes the 7, which was against the Jazz.
Okay.
When the Nuggets had 7 dudes. Gary Harris game winner against the Thunder, all-timer of a shot. The Wancho game against the Warriors. Remember Wancho had the block at the end?
Yeah.
He calls it the bailout against the Clippers. That was the AG corner 3.
Okay.
The unbelievable pass by Nikola Jokic to AG to hit the corner 3. And the Jokic headband game. Remember the headband game where he had the red headband on?
Okay.
Against Memphis.
Was he hurt or something?
He got knocked in the head.
So he had to wear the red headband.
He wore the headband.
Because of the blood thing, the blood rule.
And he was awesome that night. Yeah, that's where this one goes. I mean, you have Swatson coming up with the block last night. You have Michael Malone. Really, and this is my overarching takeaway from last night, because I know Westbrook was brilliant. I know Joker was brilliant last night. MPJ had a great game. Everybody played well last night, which is the only way that you beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. That, to me, last night, that was a great Michael Malone game. I thought Malone coached his ass off last night.
Oh, I agree, and I think he had fun.
He zoned OKC in the first half, which the Denver Post had a quote from Christian Brown where he was just like, yeah, he put that in today. Like that was a shoot-around thing this morning. They hadn't worked on zone stuff, and it was just like, yeah, we're going to do this. He zoned them up. He ran, especially in the second half, he ran a bunch of sets where he had MPJ running off of screens off the ball. He goes 6 of 10 from 3 last night. He scores 24. So right now, and this is a great time to start scheming more stuff up for MPJ. We talk about it all the time. The ball kind of has to find Michael Porter, and most of the time it's off of whatever Jamal and Joker are creating out there. But right now, it's you don't have Jamal, you don't have AG out there. So, like, design stuff for MPJ, and it's completely working. He's super comfortable out there. And then Malone said we're going to push tempo all night long, especially in the second half. They had 11 fast break points in the third quarter. That was another halftime adjustment that Malone made last night. He wanted that thing. He shrunk down the rotation last night. He played 8 players in that game. But Michael Malone had a great coaching game, and he was going up against one of the best coaches in the NBA, Mark Daigneault, and he got the dub.
Yeah, I had to laugh just because I kept seeing Malone. I mainly caught most of the second half. But I saw Malone a number of times. He's grabbing Strother and bringing him over during a free throw and talking him up and pointing stuff out. Did the same thing to our guy, Hunter Tyson, a few times. I feel like we've talked about this. He loves to get to coach sometimes.
He does. And he's coaching the kids right now. Last night he closed the game with the Booth Boys lineup, which was that was great to see. It was Jokic, MPJ, and then Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, Julian Strother. Like, Westbrook was on the floor on the very last possession. He put him in defensively, and honestly, SGA kind of blew by him. But Peyton Watson got the block. But he closed the game where he just said, this lineup's working. And he kept Westbrook out of the game at the end last night, and they closed it out. A great Malone game last night.
Yeah, well, it was. And again, I just think, Westbrook, as long as you're not relying on him to give you 29 every night, there's a role in him for this. He may fit better in the early returns on this team than he has a few of the other stops.
Well, and he's getting more comfortable on the floor. He's playing with Jokic in a lot of his minutes right now, which helps every basketball player in the world, and he's getting more comfortable out there with Nikola. He attacks the basket. Which
he's aggressive.
This second unit just hasn't had. They haven't had anybody. He makes things out of nothing on otherwise bad possessions, where last year would have been Jamal working for the second unit and dribbling around and taking a bad shot. Not to say that Russ never does that, but he can beat guys off the dribble and get to the rack because he's so damn fast.
Well, look, I said he's aggressive. He's not just aggressive to the rack. He's been aggressive with his defense. He's been chatting. He's been kind of mixing it up. Again, he's the heel they haven't had in a long time, and I think the team needs it.
5-3, the Heat are coming in. The Nuggets they're back, baby. We're back, everybody. Denver beats Oklahoma City last night, hands the Thunder their first loss of the year. We'll talk more about it as the show goes along. Nuggets and Chiefs conversation.
Nuggets and Chiefs, Broncos and Chiefs.
Broncos
Come
and
on,
Chiefs.
baby.
You said
Russell
Wilson.
We're
I
just
said
crossing
Nuggets
sports.
and Chiefs. My
Let's
God.
do it. We had Emeka Okafor get getting drafted to people early in a mock draft?
It's this damn Equinox has me confused. Okay?
We're both confused. We're just making our own leagues. The hell with it.
Speaking of Russell Wilson, look over your shoulder, Andy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, look who's on your TV right now.
Well, you should have heard. You would not have liked the
There's your guy.
ESPN conversation this morning.
Was it about Russell Wilson?
Very positive about Russell Wilson.
Oh, you can talk about it. You can have positive, negative. I don't even want to see his face or hear his name.
Well, there it is.
I know.
They're saying if they win this weekend,
and it's bumming me
you're
out,
going to see a lot of him.
He's going to get back on those Subway commercials. We're talking Chiefs. Former Chiefs long snapper. This is an Andy Lindahl booking special. Kendall Gammon is going to join us when we come back. That's right, legendary long snapper coming up next. Avalanche hockey tonight. Rad Power Bikes live read right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Have you guys taken an e-bike out for a spin yet? Have you gotten on one of these things? They're so much fun. And even in this inclement weather that we're having right now, Rad Power Bikes, they've got bikes in their line where you could go and rip it right through this snow and ice and rain and slush and get where you need to go. Rad Power Bikes, we're talking 16-plus years of innovation. It's why they're the undisputed industry leader. And they've been in Denver for 3 years now. They got a brick-and-mortar store at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Go in, talk to my guy Keegan. You talk Broncos with Keegan while you're shopping for an e-bike. If you're looking to replace your car, a Rad Wagon cargo and utility bike, you can put the kids on the back. You can haul groceries, deliveries, cargo, whatever you need. A whopping 375-pound payload capacity. And when you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. If you're looking for the perfect holiday gift for that special someone in your life, get them an e-bike from Rad Power Bikes. Oh, I'm so excited about our next guest joining us here on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Hey, we're going to get to the guest in a moment. First, we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala, and it's time for a keyword. Send this keyword and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. The keyword is Makar. We will call a name at 5 p.m., and if we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If that person doesn't call back, we'll announce another name. The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by the Nuggets, Avs, and more, where you get the chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, great drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com to get your tickets, and there are less than 100 left, so act now. The word is Makar.
Makar.
Text it into 303-504-0925. I'm a professional talk radio host. Now we'll get to our guest. We welcome into the show longtime Pittsburgh Steelers, New Orleans Saints, and Kansas City Chiefs long snapper. I've got him down for 234 career games played in the NFL. Oh, by the way, also a Division II national champion in 1991, playing for Pittsburgh State. Andy, by the way, Andy, do you know the Pittsburgh State mascot?
I don't.
We're looking for the Gorillas. The Gorillas.
Well, there you go. The gorilla doesn't get used enough.
Of Pittsburgh State. Joining us right now, a legendary gorilla, Kendall Gammon. Kendall, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing very well. I need you just to follow me around everywhere and just announce everything that's going on with me.
You have an awesome resume. I didn't want to sell it short, man. This is big for us right here.
Kendall, real quick, I got to tell everybody, Nate really does get excited. We had on, who was it? Brett Kern.
Yep.
The punter from the Titans years ago.
I love special teams.
He loves special teams. He's legitimately excited, and he was this excited to the point where you could hear in Brett's voice, like, are you messing with me, man? And I was like, no. This guy legitimately loves special teams, thus the enthusiasm.
Well, there you go. I like it. Obviously, I made my life on special teams. I was a backup long snapper or backup offensive lineman as well, but wouldn't have played the game if I couldn't long snap.
Yeah, it's you got a very long NFL career out of it. I mean, you go from an 11th round pick, a round of the draft that doesn't even exist by a long shot anymore, pick number 291 in 1992, and you're able to then parlay that into a 15-year NFL career. Kendall, how did you find the skill of long snapping, and how were you able to then sort of make that your specialty?
You know, it's kind of funny. People would think that I was born long snapping if I did it in the NFL for 15 years, but I didn't long snap until my third year in college. I was an offensive lineman. I was curious how the ball rolled out of the hands. It just kind of intrigued me. And I was messing around in spring practice one day, and coach came over, saw me, and said, you need to start long snapping also. And I said, no, I don't. I want no part of that. But they eventually got it through my head, and once I was going to be the person long snapping, I went ahead and worked on it. And I was just fortunate that it kind of came naturally. So between the natural side of it and working hard, it just kind of grew from there. And as you said, you've done your homework for sure. 291st person taken in 1992. So right away feeling really good about myself. But all the same, managed to hang around for a while.
Well, what's crazy about it too, Kendall, is like, and you're talking about sort of having found this in the 80s and early 90s, but like, and I know you, I think you kind of work with kids and people and sort of help them out in getting recruited and everything like that. Like these days, there's long snapper clinics that kids can go to get specialized in this. I mean, you can make this your path to a Division I scholarship and perhaps even an NFL career. And there are kids that are kind of making their mind up. They're 15, 16 years of age and saying, okay, maybe I'm not the biggest, fastest guy in the world, but if I can master this critical skill that can absolutely lose and win football games, that can be my ticket.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. And there is everything going on with that. And that's this day and age. Everything's specialized. But when you look at it, probably basically every Division I team has a scholarship for a long snapper. Most Division II teams do as well. It's important. If you have one and he does well, you don't really think about it. If you have one and he doesn't do well and it costs you a game, then all of a sudden everybody wants to know what the hell's going on. But either way, it's an important part of the game.
Well, it's funny, Kendall, because most guys, I used to work with Dave Diaz-Infante, who did it for the Broncos forever.
Yeah,
and
right. I know him.
he told me what you told me. You just either kind of know how to do it or you don't. I've watched guys try to do it. Like, it used to be, I think you came from this era, they tried desperately because you were allowed to be over the center and you got pop canned a couple of times or whatever, that they tried to make the backup offensive lineman make it work. And a bunch of guys, it's amazing when you can't do it out. You just can't do it. It would go short. It would go wide. It wouldn't be in the right spot. I mean, it really is a skill. I got to ask you. So I worked with Schlereth for a while, and he used to tell me a story about a guy in Minnesota that was just great at long snapping. They'd go and do the early special teams, and then he'd go do a radio show. Do you know who that? I cannot remember his name, but had you heard of him? Where he was, I guess, so unathletic they didn't want him practicing, so they got the special team stuff out of the way, and he got out of there.
Well, most of the time the special team stuff is early on, but it's late also. Yeah, his name was Mike Morris. He had a self-described nickname of Superstar. He did a heck of a job with stuff. He came a little bit before me, but yeah, I know who you're talking for sure, and he was never short on words.
By the way, he was all over the NFL. Actually, he was with the Broncos in 1986.
Well, I don't remember that.
There's a factoid for you. All right, Kendall, I suppose we'll talk about the Chiefs now, even though I just want to talk about long snapping.
I called him the bully on an interview earlier. He liked that.
All right, Kendall. This Chiefs offense, they've scored 27 points in back-to-back, or 27 or more points in back-to-back weeks now. Now that DeAndre Hopkins has gotten there, how much has he opened things up for them offensively? And are we now reaching the point of the season where the Chiefs offense has found its way?
It's starting to find its way. It may sound kind of silly to say, but I really think the upside, the ceiling for the Chiefs offense has got a long ways to go. I mean, Mahomes had a decent game for him, 34 completions, 291 and 3 TDs, but it still wasn't fabulous. And is D. Hopkins helping out with things? Well, the fact that Travis Kelce had a career-high 14 receptions this last week, I think makes that case as well. But this is an offense, and also with the resurgence of Kareem Hunt, who came in 5 games ago and has been rushing the ball basically 25, 26 times a game. This offense is starting to catch fire a little bit. I think the interior 3 for Kansas City, their guard, their center, and their other guard, are perhaps the best 3 in the league at that spot. So they're doing some good things, and I think as Hopkins gets more ingrained to everything, you're just going to see his role expand even more. The dude can still play.
Okay, so we talked earlier. There's a theory out there that maybe the Chiefs are not what they've been or not as good as the past and all that kind of stuff. But I told you how we all feel that have to deal with you guys in the division every year. You don't ever count the guys out. Again, I still can't get over the fact that Bowles didn't go for 2, neither can Nate. You got to take that chance when they give you 2 yards to win a game. With this team, is there, I don't want to call it a boredom, Kendall, because I may be a little bit disrespectful, but they remind me of the Patriots where come December, we know they're going to turn it on. Do you feel that ever there? I mean, is there ever kind of like, oh gosh, the regular season, especially when you're undefeated? I mean, what do they have left to prove at this point?
Yeah, you're right about that. The big rallying cry this year obviously is to three-peat, to do something that's never been done. Last year it was just, when Big Red, head coach Andy Reid was talking to the team, he mentioned the fact that you've got a chance to set yourself apart and be one of only 8 teams that have won it back-to-back. So he keeps having something to go after. But this team, they're the 7th youngest team in the league. Yet they're very veteran because they played a lot of young kids early on, because that's what you got to do if you're giving your quarterback $500 million, which he deserves every penny and probably more. But I don't know. We don't take it for granted. We just expect it. And it's almost like this team in general just is mature and they know how to win. If you need a field goal, they're going to go get you a field goal at the end of the game. If you need a touchdown, they're going to do that. Generally, if you need a stop, they're going to do that also, although this last game proved that theory wrong as you watch the Buccaneers drive down and score the game-winning or what was the game-tying touchdown. And as you guys mentioned, and I agree also, that why Todd Bowles didn't go for two is beyond me, because if you ask anybody before the game, okay, you got the ball at the 2-yard line to score to win against the two-time champs, will you take that chance? Most everybody would say yes, yet he said that because of the field, he chose to just tie it up and get into overtime, which I don't understand considering they just went through the Chiefs defense like butter just before that to score it. So I don't know. It's interesting. This Chiefs team, and I put the credit to Andy Reid and what he does, how he communicates. I think he's a savant when it comes down to the play calling and what he does. And then you've just got some pretty good players on the team right now.
We're talking to Kendall Gammon of KCSN. He is the former Chiefs long snapper getting set for this matchup. Kendall, you were also, longtime radio color analyst there in Kansas City. So you've watched the brilliance of Steve Spagnuolo very closely for a long time. He's 5-2 against rookie quarterbacks as the defensive coordinator of the Chiefs. So Bo Nix has got a challenge for him. I mean, this guy's a championship defensive coordinator, one of the greats to ever do it. And he's a guy that game planning week to week, he is absolutely elite at it. You've watched him much more closely than we have. Tell us why Spagnuolo is so good at this, why we consider him one of the greatest DCs in NFL history.
Yeah, when you talk about that, he's got 4 Super Bowl championships, 1 with the Giants, obviously, then the 3 with the Chiefs. But you know what? He just seems to have a knack. He doesn't have the crystal ball, but he can see it somewhere because he seems to draw things up and come up with plays at the right time. Just has a good feel for the game. I think we've said this for many years that he really doesn't know what he has on defense, quite honestly, until you get to the middle of the year. And if you look at his past teams, they generally came on defensively towards the end of the year. So if that's the case, that would be fabulous. But I think it takes him a while in regular season games to figure out how he really wants to use personnel. A couple of years ago, he was forced to play a lot of young D-backs, and he admittedly said he didn't like to do it, but he had no choice, and he hoped that their speed and their athleticism would make up for their lack of experience. But now you've got those guys who have the experience and they still have the speed and athleticism, so they're doing some good things. Now, if they have an issue, I would say it's in the lateral movement of their linebackers and covering either tight ends or backs out of the backfield. So I would think Sunday, this is a day where the Denver Broncos could make some hay if they do some of the things that the Buccaneers did this last week.
All right, but what do we expect out of the field? So, Kendall, the last time I was there would be 2016, that Christmas night game. It was raining like heck.
Oh, yeah.
The field looked like a bog to me. Guys couldn't get their footing. Nate and I know there's a Kansas, right? Kansas plays a college game there the day before. What are you expecting the field to look like?
I would think, and barring any unforeseen circumstances like rain and things like that, it's generally in great shape. It's a heated field. When I say, you know what I mean, but I'll explain it, which is underneath it's got the coils, so they keep it at a certain temperature to continue to get the grass growing. They have grow blankets on it during the week. They have grow lights on it during the week, so they keep that natural grass going. I would expect it to be in good shape. I remember the game you're talking about because I called that game, and when you have that much rain, I think most places, even though they can really filter a lot of water in the drainage side of things, if you have too much at one time, there's sometimes some things you just can't deal with.
Talking to Kendall Gammon right here. Kendall, on that defense, Chris Jones obviously is the headline star. Trent McDuffie has come into his own. There's names all over the place. Karlaftis is a beast. Drew Tranquil is a game breaker. Nick Bolton's a problem. When you take a look at this Chiefs defense, after Chris Jones, who in your mind is the next best player in this group?
Oh, man, that's an interesting one. I probably have to say Nick Bolton because he's just made a lot of tackles for loss this year. He's had 7, and 2 or 3 of them were literally at the end where it basically wrapped up the game. Now, he did a good job. He was doing what he was told, what was called by Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator that we just talked about. But I think he's one of those guys. I think, and you mentioned them, but Drew Tranquil also, because the guy knows all 3 linebacker positions. And when Nick has been out in the past years or even in the game sometimes, he's the one that puts on the green dot. And that's somebody who was cast off by the Chargers a few years ago. For what reason, I have no idea, because he's been a great addition to us. So I think those two right there. And then probably McDuffie. He doesn't fit the mold, being 5'10", 190 or so. So he's not like what you've got there in Pat Surtain, the second, who's actually the dad I played with, and he was just fabulous. So he doesn't fit the mold, but McDuffie is one of the good defensive backs in the league.
All right. Who do you guys fear the most? I don't know that you fear anybody, but who makes you the most nervous if you got to see him again in the playoffs? Is it that Baltimore team? Is it, Joey Burrow's got something to him, and I love Burrow because, Kendall, you got to imagine in the division, I'm not enjoying this time in Bronco history.
Right,
but,
I get that.
Yet I'm sure you guys felt the same way with Elway and Manning.
Yeah.
But Burrow is the only one that's gone in there and done anything. Is it the Bills? Is it the Ravens? Is it possibly, even though they've got a lot of work to do, the Bengals? Who don't you want to see in the playoffs, or is there anybody?
No, I think they stack up well against everybody. That's true, but I think it's the Bills. I think that team is built the best to have a chance to unseat the Chiefs this year. That being said, I mean, the Baltimore game could have gone either way this year as well. And as you mentioned, you're right. Burrow's the only one who's really come in and done it. When he came in that AFC Championship game, especially after the Chiefs went to the locker room with a lead, and then he came back out and led them to the Super Bowl, and Burrow and the Bengals. So, I don't know. I think the big thing is, especially if we get anybody at home, we feel really, really good. That is the Chiefs I'm talking about. But as we saw last year, the Chiefs can go on the road against everybody and still get it done. And again, I go right back to the coaching side of things. And Andy Reid, I just think he has something about him. I played for some good coaches. I played for Cowher. I played for Ditka. I played for Vermeil. I played for Herm Edwards. I played for Jim Mora for a little while. I mean, and they're all great coaches. But I don't know. There's something about Andy Reid that I just think is different. And he's built a little bit different way. And the way he communicates with the players, to me, is unique.
Kendall Gammon, everybody. Broncos and Chiefs coming up on Sunday at 11 a.m. at Arrowhead. Kendall, man, great stuff. We really appreciate the time. Thank you for joining us today. We'll get you back on the show when the Broncos and Chiefs match up again at the end of the year.
That sounds great. I appreciate it, guys. Have a great day.
All right, good stuff there with Kendall Gammon. Also, I would agree, Andy Reid is built a little bit differently. The keyword is McCarr. McCarr, text it in to 303-504-0925. By the way, he is a game-time decision tonight. Avs, Jets, 6 o'clock on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, time to tell you about Colorado Off-Road. If you're looking for truck or 4x4 accessories, Colorado Off-Road's the place. If you want to go check out a great selection of bed covers, they've got displays all over the place. And with all the snow, I know I've got 2 trucks, one for my son, a little old Ford Ranger. I wish it had a bed cover because there's a ton of snow in the bed of his truck right now. Colorado Off-Road's a place to go. You can go check out all their display models. I've got one on my big truck. It's an F-150. It's a tri-fold. He's got cushion one. He's got rolled up ones. He's got ones you can fold up. That's the one that I've got. That's a hard body. Or they've got the power ones, but they're all there at Colorado Off-Road. And this time of year that you probably want to get one on there, give him a call. And I know he did one right over the phone with somebody when I was in there a couple weeks ago. He is Jerry Jones, his wife, Wendy Jones. They own this great business. They've been going. I believe next year we figured out they're going to be celebrating 25 years in business. So go and check them out. They've been around a while. They know what they're talking about, and they'll point you in the right direction. They've also got the floor mats, the remote start kits. If you don't want to have to leave your keys in your car as you warm up the truck, go ahead and get a remote start kit. Colorado Off-Road, find them online at cooffroad.com or give them a call, 303-761-1264.
The Mile High Dreams Gala is on Tuesday, and you want to go. You can send in the keyword to 303-504-0925. You are entered to win a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. The keyword this hour, McCarr. McCarr. As in, comma, kale. We'll call a name at 5 o'clock. If we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim those ticks. If you don't call back, then we're moving on. You're dead to us, and we're announcing another name. And then that person has 5 minutes to call. And if they don't call, then we're finished with the lot of you.
This could go really well.
Or very poorly.
Or everybody could just prove they hate us.
And it's up to you, okay? You need to make a decision what kind of day you want to have today.
Get your damn act together.
Hey, by the way, go ahead.
The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by the Nuggets and Avalanche and more. When you get the chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, great drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com. Get your tickets. Less than 100 left, so act now.
Man, our guy, Kendall, we've got all sorts of people guessing what actor's voice it sounded like. Like from the 817-707 says, great interview with Billy Bob Thornton. Our guy, Josh.
Well, it wasn't Sling Blade Billy Bob Thornton, so that's good.
Our guy, Josh, says he sounds like John Malkovich. So
okay,
I can't find the rest of them, but I was like, wow, he's really triggering some thoughts.
See, I was excited about the long
So
snapping
was I.
content. So I
was glad he knew the Minnesota snapper.
Mike Morris.
How about that guy?
I think all the long snappers know each other.
Well, so I saw a video today. Posted. I think ESPN posted it, but it was your guy Maxix Crosby talking about in 2022. He did a spin move against the Chiefs' right tackle.
Okay.
And got in immediately and got a sack against Patrick Mahomes. I guess Von Miller, the Buffalo Bills vintage, saw it, called him on the plane as they were getting ready to go to KC and play, and he asked, how did you do it? So I guess, as Max put it, talking ball. So he told him what he did on the spin move. He said he then watched Vaughn did the exact same spin move off their conversation, also got a sack, and he was hyping up the old pass rush summit.
Right.
There needs to be a long snapper summit.
There might be one, and we just no reporter has ever gone to cover it.
Who was our guy in our early going? Remember the last time we were allowed at camp, so it might have been 2021 or even 2019. Who did we talk to that was able to snap the ball and twist off the top?
Was it Aaron?
The ball
was it Aaron Brewer?
No. I was around for the end of that. He followed Aaron Brewer.
Okay, it didn't end well. I remember that.
No, it did not.
And it wasn't Fraboni.
No. Remember, he was with us. Was it Casey something? Middlestat? Just kidding.
Hey, that's a hockey player.
Oh, come on.
It wasn't Lonnie Paxton or Mike Leach.
No.
Come on. No.
Was it Bob and Moyer?
No.
Then I'm out
Casey
of ideas.
Kreider.
Casey Kreider.
For the love of God, you guys bromanced out over this thing. I don't think I asked a question in the interview. I was like, we're going to talk to Casey Kreider, and away goes Nate. This is when I learned your love of the long snapper.
I do love long snappers.
But he said he could snap it and twist the cap off a bottle.
That's true. I remember that now. Yes. Yeah, what he meant was like if the water bottle, if the cap was not screwed on all the way tight, obviously there's physics involved here, but he could snap it so accurately that the ball would graze the cap on the top of like an Arrowhead water bottle and then spin it off. Did he ever do it on YouTube?
He might have.
Feels like that would have been a good YouTube trick.
Didn't he do it for us?
He didn't do it for us. He told us he could, but he didn't do it.
All right.
Yeah, once they go sit in the tent, it's like they're off the clock.
I kind of miss that.
No more snapping.
Kind of miss it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll never get it back.
Andy, were you glued to Stanford Notre Dame ACC tournament men's soccer last night?
I wasn't, but I now kind of wish I was. Because history happened.
History did
Have you ever
happen.
seen this in all seriousness? This is kind of cool. Have you seen this?
Golazzo!
A Hail Mary in soccer. I didn't know.
With overtime looming, looking like it would be a certainty, Stanford defender Dylan Hooper just blasted that thing with his left foot from like beyond midfield, put that bad boy upper 90. The keeper for Notre Dame, I mean, I guess he could have timed his jump a little bit better. I've watched the replay several times today, Andy. I don't really know how he missed it, but he did, and it went in the goal, and it was unbelievable. And Stanford advances in the ACC tournament. Do we have the call here, Spring? So where was this airing? Was this like on the ACC network?
You have to guess, right?
Okay.
Or ESPNU? No, I don't know. What was this? The radio call? Was this the actual TV?
Were they doing men's soccer on the radio?
It was on ACC Network Extra.
Wow.
That's a streaming service.
That sure is.
As a guy that's on a streaming service?
Yeah.
That's a streaming service.
It's also it's one where it was the kids' parents were watching the game. Which, that's awesome. ACC Network Extra.
Ipe was watching this game.
So let's fire it up. Listen to the call as Stanford's Dylan Hooper from midfield in the closing seconds against Notre Dame.
Ferguson draws level. Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that.
Unreal! Hooper! 1 second left!
Okay, there's two things that sounds like. One of them is that someone just passed away. It sounds like he died. Bro, you okay?
The trail end of it.
Yes.
It's like that last piano note in A Day in the Life.
Yeah.
Bong.
I mean, he had some sustain there.
He really
But I mean,
did.
that sucker, the trail off is a little concerning.
Need to get George Martin on that one. Clean that up a little bit. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Better announcer freak out. Let's play all of our favorites. First off, 2 weeks ago, Manders Radio, Jaden Daniels to Noah Brown, Hail Mary against the Bears.
3, Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is...
There's just a lot of nonsensical laughing.
My favorite one about that one is it sounds like 8 other guys show up in the middle of the call.
It sounds like they're all in the middle of one of those, celebrations at home plate or something.
And then, of course, the always, and be careful with your radio on this one, App State Troy 2022, Chase Bryce to Christian Horn, 53-yard touchdown on the final play of the game.
Sets, throws high into the air. It's up for grabs. It is juggled.
I just love that one because you don't even know what's going on anymore. It's just overmodulated mics.
The words aren't coming out anymore.
Anybody's saying anything.
All right, give me the scream, Spring. Power rank them in order. Here we go. Stanford, Manders, App State. Roll it, buddy.
It is...
It is juggled.
Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that...
The old man fade fadeaway is chef's kiss.
That one sounds like when I go get a glass of water in the middle of the night and stub my toe on the trim walking down the hall.
As you're rolling down the hallway in pain.
It's like banging your shin on the side of the bed and falling on the floor.
3 wins. This is the best way to put it. Death or conception.
Nice.
Chef's kiss. Whoa. I don't know what to do at the end of that. Your greatest call of your career.
And
that's how it trails off.
He drilled it at the start. It just, again, it lasted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
No, it doesn't sound like you lasted. That's the problem. There's a tinge of regret in that one.
Hey, he's having a good time, though.
At least one of them is.
Favorite part? The last 4 seconds. It's the Crackman and Lindahl Show. I think that guy needs a new premium sports betting experience, and might I interest him in Sport Trade? Yes, Sport Trade, Colorado's premium sports betting experience, stellar prices, high limits, and the best in-play pricing in the market. But Sport Trade is changing the game in sports betting yet again, introducing a totally new way to get in on the game. On Sport Trade, you're betting basketball, you're betting hockey. You can view the odds as probabilities. Let's say you bet your team to win pregame at 40% odds. Hey, they take a lead in the second quarter. You sell your bet at 70% odds. It's called buy low, sell high. For first-time bettors out there, this is your calling. No more having to understand confusing odds, worrying about money lines or anything like that. Again, probability. Buy low, sell high. Again, on Sport Trade, view the odds as probabilities. Do it in basketball. Do it in hockey. Super fun way to bet sports. Download Sport Trade today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, you have just a few more minutes to text in this hour's keyword for a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. Send in this keyword plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. Make sure you include your name, first and last. I suppose you could include middle, too. The keyword is McCarr. McCarr. We'll call a name at 5 o'clock. If we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. Again, we're going to call a name at 5 p.m., and you have 5 minutes to call back and claim your Mile High Dreams Gala ticket.
Hey, I know we're not followers, okay?
We're leaders.
Darn right. We're punk rock.
Yeah.
We're against the trend.
Lions, not sheep, or whatever the shirt says.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sheep are warmer.
Also, lions are lame.
Yeah, the dudes just lay around and wait for things to happen, then they walk over.
Let the ladies do it all.
That's right.
While they just want to eat their own babies.
I'm a little tired today. That doesn't sound so bad.
Anyway.
Not the babies part. Tyler
Leopards are cool. Leopards are the coolest big cat.
All right.
Big cat takes.
I would
Continue. I'm
say
sorry.
mountain lions aren't bad, but you can be hunted again now. So, hey, real quick.
Look out, fellas.
Tyler says it's gala. He's insisting that it's gala. That's the only way to go because everybody seems to have a question on the pronunciation. He's going gala. Shall we just lock in the gala?
Well, his hair looks great, so who are we to question?
He goes, first, my hair. It looks great.
Yeah.
Do you like a gala apple?
That doesn't sound right. It's a gala apple.
All right. I don't know where to go then. Just go to the event, enjoy it, get your selfie, enjoy some food, benefit a good cause.
Do you say data or data?
I don't know.
Do you say either or
Data.
either?
Wasn't data? It wasn't data on Star Trek.
That's
it was
true.
Data.
It was data.
I go Falcon. I don't go Falcon.
Falcon.
But Johnson goes Falcon.
So does Han Solo.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I'm just like, Falcon, calm down with that. But he's Mr. Big Voice guy, so who can tell him anything?
He can't be questioned.
Yeah.
The name is too good.
If our voices were physiques, he'd be walking around all, 2% body fat. So anyway.
Yeah. Alan Roach would be Mr. Olympia.
Wouldn't you like to have that? What would those two ought to have a contest, but I don't know how you do it.
We could
like a voice off.
We could do it on this show.
Make them say stuff.
Yes. Wasn't it?
I think Alan would charge us, judging by what he said about the Madden game.
Right.
I think we got the money. We had to get a GoFundMe for a Scott Friday open. We can't afford Alan to have.
That's true. We can't pay Roach.
No.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, wasn't
Logan
it?
O'Connor.
We saved it.
Yeah.
You said it on our show. It's our property.
Yeah, pal.
Now. Uh-huh. No, wasn't it? I think it was Stephen Colbert had a contest with Stone Phillips, and it was whoever could read headlines with more gravitas, and they did that bit on his show.
I'll try to set it up.
See if you can do it. Because Mark Johnson did the sleep app.
He did.
On our show. Spring, do we have that? See if you can dig that out of the system. Yeah, we got Mark Johnson.
Mark Johnson,
voice of the Buffs. And we got him to do a live read for in a calm voice for the sleep app while also giving Buffs highlights. I don't remember the exact context of how we came up with that. Was that like during COVID and we had nothing better to do?
Yeah, the Calm app started getting celebrities to do things.
Okay, so we got Mark Johnson.
They would read you a book.
To do the read.
They'd read you a poem.
Yeah, normally this is Mr. Touchdown, Colorado growling at you.
Well, see, now we got to get Mark to call that soccer highlight in a calm voice.
Can he do it with the trail off, though?
I don't think so. I don't know how you slow that. That part you can't slow down.
Here we go. Mark Johnson, voice of the Buffs, for the Calm app. This is a KNL original.
3:22 to play. In the third quarter here at Folsom Field, the Buffaloes lead by 7. First down and 10 from the USC 20-yard line. Steven Montez out of the shotgun, flanked to his right by Fontenot. There is the snap and the handoff to Fontenot. Around the right side he goes. He's at the 15. He's at the 10. The 5. Touchdown. Touchdown, Colorado.
Oh, he woke up.
Yeah. Here's the deal. Colorado football was a little more sleepy then.
It was.
You know what I mean? They weren't putting up 31 on the regular like they are now.
I feel relaxed now. I feel very calm.
I'll pull you out of it.
Say something absurd.
I had a half thing of extra Diet Coke. I'm all hepped up.
Hepped up on the DC.
Dude, should we get
today?
into a little of that? Speaking of Colorado, since we organically got there, a couple of buffs going in the top 3 of the newest athletic mock draft.
Ooh, okay. This is Dane Brugler?
I believe so.
That's
Dude,
friend of the
pull it on
program.
up again.
Old DB.
We haven't had him on in a while. We sure?
Well, let's get him back. We had him on this year.
Did we?
He did, yeah.
Was I here? No, you talked to him. That's why.
This is a Nick Baumgardner, actually.
Who?
We don't know this guy.
Would we have to talk to his people to get him on?
Okay, latest athletic mock draft. Number 1 overall pick, Travis Hunter, Carolina.
They still got Carolina projected. I thought Josh Grismer pointed out a good point that if you go by head-to-head, the Saints would beat them.
Shedeur Sanders, number 3 overall to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Top
like
quarterback taken in the draft. The McMillan, the receiver from Arizona, going number 2 overall, playing for Brent Brennan. Will Campbell from LSU, number 4 to Cleveland. Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Mizzou, going to Tennessee at number 5. That would make Cam Ward out of Miami the second quarterback off the board at number 6 overall to the Giants in this particular mock draft.
And that's the only 2 in the top 10. They'd be the only 2 quarterbacks in the top 10. How things have changed. Scrolling down. They're projecting. This is the Athletic for all those wondering. They're projecting the Denver Broncos to be dead in the middle at 16. So that's probably about an 8 and 9 finish or somewhere in there. And they've got them, help me out with the name, they've got them taking the wide receiver out of Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka.
6'1", 205, 46 catches, 7 tutties on the year. Yeah, he's a stud, and he's been rising on a lot of boards. I'm scanning upward, and there's Dallas at number 12 taking Ashton Genty. I'd like that guy in the orange and blue.
If that guy's there at 12, do you do all you can since Jared loves him a wide receiver?
Wide receiver?
I'd go up. I would make a trade. I'd get Ashton Genty. I would go all out to get
What's
him.
the cost of a 16 to 12? What do you got to pay for that?
Portland Sutton? I don't know.
Is that
Sutton and Mims?
Is it a second? Do you got to give him a second?
Maybe a third
to move up. Yeah, okay.
Is the chart somewhere? Do we even go by the chart anymore?
No.
Look at Jerry's making drunk deals. Maybe he'll give you that 6th you just got for Baron Browning.
Everyone's got their own chart now.
It's probably at least a third.
Okay.
That's 4 spots.
To 4 spots. That's a big jump. I like Ashton Genty. Ooh.
All right. The Broncos when there rumors the Broncos received calls. Who was calling? Did we see any potential deals there when they held the 12th pick a year ago? Like what people would be offering?
I mean, if they were, Sean Payton his boo was waiting for him there. He wasn't going anywhere. He had to have his guy. He was the one playing tricks on everybody and getting the Vikings to move up to go get J.J. McCarthy. Remember, Sean Payton, he was the chess master of that draft. Just ask him. Hey, Bo's turned out good. He's turned out good. He makes plays with his legs. The passing game is improving. We don't know what the ceiling on it is. Things are getting better.
Well, and as I read, and I've texted Leggy, we'll see if he's in the middle of some stuff. He may not get back to us.
Okay.
But if he can, I'll just see what the price usually is. We'll try to answer that. But what's interesting on the assessment of Egbuka, and I hope I'm saying that right, they're calling him the highest floor player in the draft.
That's good. You like a high floor.
Right.
You like a guy that can walk in the door and catch you 90 balls right away.
You know what he is right there. Now, you're hoping there's some ceiling. You're hoping that there's the next level. But at bare minimum, what you see, they believe he'll do at the NFL level as well.
Yeah. God, wouldn't that be wild if there were 2 buffs going in the top 3? It could happen. It's very possible.
It's a long way away from Sleepy Mark Johnson in the call map.
All right, on Travis Hunter.
Gosh, number 1 overall.
He's going to be a wideout in the NFL.
I think he's going to be both. Dude, the guy is a phenomenal corner, and he's got great instincts.
How many snaps can you play him on that side of the ball?
What? Where?
On defense.
I'd play him all on defense, and I'd use him in the right spots on offense. I know it drives him crazy.
That's not what he's going to do.
But I'm telling you, well, his speed's elite, so you just need to go. He's the king of the go route with Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, Nate, his ability to go from the sideline to all of a sudden hash, and you thought that was a safe pass, that's what the NFL coaches are going to want.
He's the best corner in college football. But receivers get paid more.
Oh, he'll want to be the receiver.
Got to be a receiver.
But I'm telling you, the NFL guys are going to want him to be a corner.
You think so?
Yeah. I'm telling you, Nate, I've already seen 3 plays in his, a year and a half here that I still, it's one where you got to go home and watch the game and say, how did he get there?
Right.
He was not in a spot. Most people aren't getting to that interception.
He's unbelievable.
Or he just sneakily, all of a sudden sinks off, stays low. You don't see him. Boom, there he is.
303-504-0925. That's the text number. Send the word McCarr along with your first and last name right now, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. Yeah, Gala, Tyler Columbus.
Wow, we got a war.
Listen, Columbus, I say it's Gala. The key word is McCarr. We'll call a name at 5 o'clock. If we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If you don't call back, well, then you're dead to us, and we'll announce another name. The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by the Nuggets, Avs, and more, where you get the chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, great drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com. Get your tickets now, less than 100, so act quickly. We have another keyword that we will give to you coming up after the break, but right now, the word is McCarr.
McCarr.
When we come back, Nikola Jokic was great last night, but he was not the best Nugget on the floor. Who was? We'll tell you next.
Hey, guys. How are you feeling about your testosterone levels? Have you thought about your testosterone levels? Are you feeling maybe a little bit tired during the day? Are you not seeing the gains in the gym? Is your libido lower? All of this could be a sign of lower testosterone levels. And if you want to find out, you got to go get the true answer over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will help you out. You know, this can start affecting you in your early to mid-30s. A lot of us start losing 2 to 3% at that time. Again, the things that you could be feeling: sad and depression, poor sleep, waking up, feeling tired, fall asleep right after dinner, or brain fog. If you're dealing with any of this, especially the sadness or depression, don't deal with it any longer. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Schedule yourself your first visit. They will draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. He will discuss those results with you, and you can make the decision whether to move forward on testosterone or not. Cost of the appointment is $99. It includes that medical consult, a team PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone the day of your treatment, the appointment is free. I've been through this. They'll tell you everything to expect as you go through the process. Couldn't be easier. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Outlet pass over to Alexander. 2.5 left to go in the basketball game. Stutter step and a drive. SGA reverse side won't go. Rebound swatted out. Christian's on the go. Dribbled off his leg. Jump layup. No good. Dunked home by Julian Strawther. And then the flex to the baseline. Denver up 6.
Only 3 of 11 from the field last night, but a damn memorable bucket there. Plus, he hit a critical 3 in the second half as well. Only 1 of 7 from behind the arc. Julian Strawther, 9 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists last night. And he was a plus 12 in his 27 minutes on the court. The plus 12 was the team best last night for Julian Strawther. One wild thing out of the box score from last night, Andy, Westbrook, as efficient as he was, 29 points on 15 field goal attempts, along with 6 assists, was a minus 14 out on the court last night. Odd, huh?
What do you lead to that? What just
single game sample sizes and plus minus can be misleading from time to time is kind of what I would go with.
Help me out. Was he the official starter for Jamal, or did he have to get in there with some of the young pups too?
No, he started last night, but he also got bench unit minutes. And in the second quarter, the bench wasn't great last night. So that's probably largely what it was. Plus, he didn't play a big chunk of that fourth quarter. He was out of the lineup. He got in the very, very end of the game. But for much of the fourth quarter, Malone went with the Booth boys and then Jokic and with MPJ. The reason why we played a Julian Strawther highlight, that's your keyword this hour here, as we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. And it is time for your new keyword. Send this keyword and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. Again, the number 303-504-0925. The keyword is Strawther.
Strawther.
Now we're all doing the Mark Johnson.
Yeah, like walking through Strawther Fields.
Strawther. We'll call
by Fontenot.
Fontenot.
Is that Alex Fontenot?
Probably was.
We'll call a name at 5 o'clock, and if we call your name, you have 5 minutes to call back and claim the tickets. If that person doesn't call back, we'll announce another name. The Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by the Nuggets, Avs, and more. When you get the chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, great drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs. Supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com. Get your tickets. There are less than 100 left right now. Andy?
Hey, real quick, before we dive into Nikola Jokic, let's clean up some housekeeping.
Okay.
That trade to go from 16 to 12, because it's not in blue chip area, Jeff said it could only be a 7th. Now, some people said doing the little calculator online, it's a 3rd. But Jeff said because it's not a blue chip difference. He said about a 7th round pick difference, much more above 10 in blue chip area. So if you want to get into the top 10 is where you start giving up the higher price. He said 12 and 16, you're both outside the blue chip area.
No.
Well, then you tell him.
I'll tell him tomorrow. That's wrong.
Make a note.
There is no world where you're at 16, you call up a team at 12 and say, we'll give you a 7th to move up 4 spots.
Make a note.
Yeah,
Please make a note.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Pretty confident there,
I
Chippy.
am, yes.
Now, it depends on how bad you want to go up.
There's no general manager on the planet that would make that deal. No.
Well, let's get into it tomorrow.
And they would be fired on the spot.
Are you trading up for a running back would be the question. So,
if it's only a 7th, yes. But
what if it's a 3rd?
Yeah.
For Genty.
He could be the guy, though. Like, he could be the Reggie Bush Kamara guy.
Then I'm doing it.
That they so badly need.
I'm doing it.
You know?
I don't want to go get drunk and throw picks around.
Right.
But I might do it for that.
Jokic last night, 40 minutes, 23 points, 20 rebounds, 16 assists. 2 steals, 2 blocks, plus 8. Another marvelous Nikola Jokic game. I don't think he was the best Nugget on the floor last night. He was the most important Nugget, but I don't think he was the best Nugget on the floor last night. Who would you think I would say was the best Nugget last night?
Christian Braun.
You are correct, sir. Good guess.
God, he's a good player.
24 points. He had 7 rebounds. He was just absolutely massive in that game. He was 4 of 8 from behind the arc. He largely defended SGA in that first half last night, and SGA this number's from the second half. 3 of 10, 4 turnovers in the second half with Brown all over him.
They finally bothered him.
Yeah, they really did. As a shooter right now, 56% from the field, 45% from 3, 81% from the stripe. Phenomenal. The season that he is having right now. You're going to have to talk about him for all defensive teams. Like the player that he is today, I mean, a couple of things. Number one, you're going to have to decide what you're going to pay him after this year.
Yeah, because he's up for his contract.
Right. Yes. And he's getting pricey. Okay. Like that guy that goes for 24 and hits 50% from 3 and locks down SGA. If that guy's on the open market, he's getting an Aaron Gordon contract.
You're going into the apron.
Yeah. You're paying big time to keep that guy around. Now, maybe Calvin Booth is going to do that because he drafted him and loves him. And that'd be great. But CB, what he was as a two-way player last night was marvelous. And what's funny about this debate is obviously Jokic was great. Westbrook played his best game in a Nuggets uniform. MPJ was marvelous last night.
You know what I like most about MPJ? I saw a few spots where it wasn't just the rebounding. Not only is he trying to stay in front of guys, he's trying to bother them with those long arms for once.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's great to see, I think.
Yeah. No, right now he's bulked up. He looks like he is in great shape, and he was shooting confidently last night. He was catching and shooting in rhythm. He was shooting contested shots. When he was passing them up, he was making good passes and finding open guys, and they were knocking down shots. This stretch of basketball that the Nuggets are going through at the moment is not ideal, because it's never ideal to not have AG and Jamal out there, but this is going to pay dividends down the road. That was a big boy grow up win last night.
Okay, I do believe it's going to pay dividends, but if you're a Nuggets fan, how much better are you feeling watching this? You know what I mean?
Should feel pretty good.
All we've done is talk about for about 6-7 months, man, you don't have a bench.
Right.
And for good reason. I'm not calling anybody out for that as a fan. I understand why you think it. We all thought it. We didn't get to see these guys. This is the best thing that could have happened. You talk about blessings in disguise. This is one of them.
Yep.
Because now you're going to figure out what you've got. And frankly, even if you weren't to keep all these guys, you're building some trade value if you decide you need it.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you put the contributions? Where was Russ for you? Because you kind of chuckled it off. See, again, I'm not going to look at Russ's numbers necessarily hardcore every night. You're not going to get 29 points from that guy every night.
No.
It's the stirring it up. It's the sparking some emotion. It's Michael Malone talked about it his press conference last night that Russ was in there screaming at guys, play defense, stay in front of them, none of this, none of that. I mean, the guy is being a leader.
Yeah.
Like a very vocal leader. I think more a vocal leader than, I don't know the last vocal leader you had like this on the team from some of the stories we're hearing.
Bruce Brown.
Okay.
But also Russell Westbrook's an MVP. Like there is a certain...
He's got quite the resume.
Yeah, gravitas that he brings to the room. Like if you're Julian Strawther, Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, you grew up idolizing Russell Westbrook. And now he's in your locker room. But like also... There were some great quotes from Peyton Watson after the game last night. He was talking about how SGA got him last year and got a game winner over him. And then this year, it's like, okay, I'm going to play hard every single night. I'm not going to wait for the end of the season to try and turn it up or anything else like that. Like that's straight Westbrook talking right there. And that's absolutely great to hear, because that's what this team needs right now, is that effect inside the room. When Westbrook goes for, again, 29 points on 15 shots. Woo! But he's always going to the rim. He's pushing tempo. They got the tempo going last night, and it was largely on Westbrook. They shot 33 free throws in that game last night. It was 10 more than OKC.
Okay, talking about this roster since you got into that contract extension, because we were going to have to bring it up at some point.
Mm.
You know what I love about this and the aggression of MPJ and what we're seeing right now? MPJ in the Diana Rossini article that about a week ago was dropped that we were talking about, where MPJ said if this doesn't go well, it's going to get blown up.
Ramona Shelburne, yeah.
Or I'm sorry, Ramona Shelburne. It was look, it's in the hands of the players. If you all play like you're worth the money,
yep,
nothing's getting blown up, period. And if, again, you keep, I like the aggression of Michael Porter Jr. last night. I like the compete of Hunter Tyson. I like the compete of Julian Strother. Those guys didn't, they were in that thing last night. They weren't shying away because a couple shots didn't go their way. I hope you can keep cultivating this because, like we talked about, when do you think Aaron Gordon's going to be back? I don't think this situation's anytime
early December.
Soon. Yeah,
after Thanksgiving,
not before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah. Can I blow your mind with another number?
8675309.
1-877 cards for kids.
No, don't do that. No.
Here we go. Do you know what team leads the NBA in free throw attempts per game?
Isn't it the Nuggets?
29.8 free throw attempts per game. That is over one foul shot per game more than LeBron and the Lakers.
Does that speak to them going to the hoop?
Well,
what leads to that?
Here's a large part of that, okay? Jokic is shooting 7 free throws a game. That's as you would expect. Actually, it's a very nice 6.9 free throws per game from Nikola Jokic.
Nice.
Russell Westbrook is averaging 6 free throws a game.
Also nice.
He goes to the bucket. Jamal's at 4.4. AG's at 3.7. CB's at 3.4. Peyton Watson 2.9, but this is free throw attempts per game. The Nuggets lead the NBA in free throw attempts per contest. The part where your lead guard off the bench, and I know he's got a few starts under his belt now. He's got 3 of them now. But your lead guard off the bench is shooting 6 free throws per game. Going to the line, like that's hidden points right there. Okay, so we're going to talk a lot this year about how the Nuggets don't take as many threes as some other teams in the NBA. Right now, technically, the Nuggets are, in fact, 30th in the NBA in three-point attempts per game at 32. Well, where are some hidden points? It's at the free throw line. Those are great possessions when you can go to the free throw line. In fact, it's the most efficient possession you can have in basketball is when you get to the stripe. So, boom, right there, that's how you make that up. So, if 30th in three-point attempts, okay, that's not great. Number 1 in free throw attempts, you've mitigated some of it. And you have the best mid-range shooting big man, best floater shooting big man, best at-the-rim big man in the NBA, Nikola Jokic.
Speaking of free throws, are you enjoying them, letting them play a little inside more than they have in the past? That's been a point of emphasis. I have noticed some
Joker was beside again,
he'd had enough
as
of it
always,
last night.
He was beside himself last night. Yeah, he's been getting clobbered. But 7 free throws a game, I'll take it.
But I like that not every touch foul is getting called. I'll admit that. And I'm talking both ways. Guard drives in, slight touch. We don't need that.
Yeah.
You're going to go in there, you better play a little big boy ball.
Malone lost his mind last night. Speaking of efficient stat lines, did you see what Creighton big man Ryan Kalkbrenner did last night?
Come again?
Kalkbrenner.
Okay.
Kalkbrenner.
Keep saying it.
Hit that L. Kalkbrenner. Yeah, our guy Kalkbrenner last night, 49 points on 22 shots against UT Rio Grande Valley. 49 points on 22 shots. Kalkbrenner, 20 of 22 from the field, 7 of 8 from the line, made both of his threes. He had 11 rebounds in the game as well. 49 points on 22 shots.
Put him on the radar.
Pretty good. Gonna need a backup center eventually. Yeah, go and get that guy.
What about Saric?
Kalkbrenner.
Saric?
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 Mash those two names up together. Spring, do we need to get Greg McDermott back on the show? What's old Greggy McBuckets up to these days?
I bet we could get him on.
Yeah, get him on. Why not? Let's talk Kalkbrenner.
Is this a podcast?
Greg McDermott was very fun when he was on our show.
Yeah.
We thoroughly enjoyed him. Yes. Kalkbrenner. Hit that L. Kalkbrenner. I swear to God, I didn't give the stat line just because the name is funny.
No, you were fascinated. I think I'm the one that caused this.
Yes.
I asked for clarification in the chat.
It's a fair question.
What's the name of this guy?
Hit that L. You gotta hit that L. As Michael Malone would say, you gotta take that L on the way out.
All right. My challenge to you is next keyword time. Kalkbrenner.
Kalkbrenner.
Spell it right.
And pronounce it correctly.
over the text.
Get it right.
I'm sure nobody will have any autocorrect issue. By the way, right now it's Strother.
Strother is the key word.
Strother, the
Strother
keyword.
is the
To
key
go to
word.
the gala.
As in Julian. Strother is the word.
What
Text
about
it.
a Julian apple? A Julian gala apple.
Like you Julianed it?
Can you Julian an apple?
I don't see why not.
What do you normally Julian?
I'm trying to see if there's a YouTube of Julian. To Julian an apple, you can cut it into thin strips that resemble matchsticks. Oh,
Sounds
absolutely.
like me lopping off another finger. That's what that sounds
Don't
like.
do that. You can put it in a slaw, perhaps, if you wanted to.
A slaw?
A Julian apple.
I guess that'd be an apple slaw.
It could be. Oh yeah, there's YouTube videos on it. Oh yeah, I'm looking at this video, Andy. Don't do this. You'll go to the emergency
I'll
room.
lose a digit.
Yeah. It was on the mandolin, right? That was what got you?
Oh, what do you want to pick?
When you lost a
See,
chunk
you don't
of your
remember
finger?
it quite. My guys at Proud Souls, I did the barbecue class, and the first lesson was don't cut towards your thumb, which I then did on the brisket.
You did that too.
So then I went to the emergency room, got the thing glued up, and came back with the bandage and finished trimming the brisket.
Yeah, a person
And then
with
ripped the thing open.
your patience
Really shouldn't do that.
Should not be given knives.
No, not sharp knives like I got.
No. Well, you don't want a dull knife either. You can cut yourself even
The
worse.
dull knife hurts, but I don't need one that's going right there. God, the stories they were telling me what people have done to their thumbs, I'm like, ooh, God. I'll just order out. That Uber Eats thing is such a bad idea.
Have them Julian an apple for
One
you.
lady, I won't.
Let's
The
have it.
severity of how far the cut went on the thumb.
To the bone?
Is she stitching me up? She's
Yeah.
like, oh, I've seen one that split it down the middle.
Cool.
I was like, what was he using? I might need that knife.
Where can I order one of those? You got a link for me?
Check the spelling on Strother.
Strother.
Like Julian Strother, the
Strother.
Nuggets player.
Like the straw that
Because
stirs
we're getting a lot
the
of
drink.
Strathers. That ain't going to get it done.
No.
There's no Strather on the Nuggets.
You do have to spell the name correctly.
You're not going to meet
Yeah.
Julian Strather at the gala.
No, you won't. You also won't meet Kalkbrenner. He's still in college.
Are we going gala? Is that what we decide? What did Tyler say? Gala?
I don't know.
I think he said gala.
Okay.
He's Cherry Creek guy. Do you really want to go against him?
Yeah.
I think how many galas have you been to?
I've been to the Mile High Dreams Gala twice.
Have you been to the Met Gala?
I have not.
All right.
Has Tyler?
I bet.
I bet he hasn't.
He's fancy.
Number one, you can't move up 4 spots in the first round of the draft with a 7th round pick. And number 2, Tyler Columbus has never been to the Met Gala.
With his fancy hair?
Or the gala. Although with that hair, maybe he'll get an invite this year.
Maybe.
It's Crackman and Lindahl. Oh, we're not talking about doing a Julian cut on an apple. We're talking about Apple Air. Nate here. I'm thrilled to endorse Denver's HVAC experts that truly care. We're talking about Apple Air. What do they care about? They care about you. They care about your home. They care about your money. Apple Air is going to provide top-notch HVAC service and plumbing for the lowest possible price. And I know this firsthand because we have a brand new 2-stage furnace in our home. Place as cozy as can be. That thing is running efficiently, and they did excellent, fast, clean work at a great price that can't be beat in the industry. In fact, right now, Apple Air is offering $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace and AC system. Also, if you need a furnace safety checkup, and this is a good time of the year to do it, a lot of you probably just turned on your heating system. Well, then $43.95 for a furnace safety checkup. That's a new customer exclusive offer. Call Apple Air 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. 13 or visit Applelaire.com. That's APPLEAIRE.com to get a free estimate. Or if you got a quote that doesn't feel right, the pros at Applelaire will come out and give you a second opinion for free.
The experts that care.
Your keyword is Strother. Strother. Text it into 303-504-0925. You are entered to win a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. We're going to call a name at 5 o'clock. That's 14 minutes from now. We will call a name. You have 5 minutes to call back and claim those tickets. If you don't call back, you're dead to us. We'll announce another name. Mile High Dreams Gala is a great event hosted by the Nuggets, Avs, and more, where you get the chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, great drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com. Get your tickets. There are less than 100 left, so act right now. Again, the word is Strother, but you have to send in your first and last name, guys.
Okay.
303.
And you should be getting a bounce back according to the boss.
504-0925.
Not Strather.
Not Strather.
Like rather.
Not Sally Struthers.
No.
No, it's Strother.
Strother for a great event.
Wonderful event. Okay. NFL.com took their panel of experts and they put in their votes midway through the year. Who is going to be in the 14-team playoff field in the NFL? This particular panel picked Buffalo as the unanimous AFC East champ. I think they got a good shot of that happening. Baltimore got 25 votes to win the AFC North. Pittsburgh got 2 votes to win the AFC North. The Texans were a unanimous pick to win the South. The Chiefs a unanimous pick to win the West. For your wild card teams, Andy, which team do you think the panel gave the most votes to be a wild card team in the AFC?
The most votes?
Yes.
Cincinnati.
They were third on that list.
Then the Broncos.
Negatory good buddy. They got the 5th amount of votes. They got 1 vote to be the 6th seed from Steve Mariucci, and they got 2 other votes to be the 7th seed.
The Chargers.
Chargers got the most. Pittsburgh got the 2nd most. Cincinnati got the 3rd. Baltimore the 4th, just because there was some disagreement over who would win the North. But Denver at 5th.
Real quick, before we go farther, who do you think wins that? Because right now, for those that are questioning, Baltimore looks so good.
Who wins the North?
But they've lost 3 inexplicable games. Like their games, you're like, how did you lose to those teams?
Right.
But they did. Cleveland and the Raiders among them. I can't remember who the 3rd was, but again, not a powerhouse. Oh, no, they lost to the Chiefs.
They lost to the Chiefs
that
on
makes sense.
the Isaiah Likely
But the
toe.
other 2 don't make any sense.
Yeah, on a damn toe.
But so now they're chasing the 7-1 Steelers, right?
Yes. Steelers really, Steelers got they have a bye this week. Then they're at Washington. Then they're home against Baltimore. That is a brutal back-to-back stretch right there. Coming up here for Pittsburgh. The Ravens' upcoming schedule, fresh off of blowing out the Broncos. They play tonight against Cincinnati. I think this is going to be a good game. Actually, it's a good matchup. I don't know if it's going to be a good game, but it's a good matchup.
Yeah, will Thursday night strike again?
At Pittsburgh next week. I mean, that first of 2 this year between the Ravens and Steelers, but obviously that game is going to go a long way. Ravens got to go to L.A. to play the Chargers. They got the Eagles at home. That's a tough back-to-back. At the Giants, home against Pittsburgh. At Houston, home against Cleveland. I'll take the Ravens to win the division just because I'll take a team quarterbacked by Lamar Jackson over a team quarterbacked by Russell Wilson. But I'm not going to count Tomlin and the Steelers out. That defense rules.
It does. But here's the thing. So this, to me, it's going to be as interesting as it was when the Broncos and Ravens got together.
Yeah.
Remember, the Ravens aren't good at stopping big plays.
Right.
Russ, main thing is getting you big plays.
He can get big plays.
He's not getting you the mundane.
You're right.
He's not throwing the 5-yard and moving the sticks, but he will get a couple big passes, right?
Yeah.
They just hang in there. He runs the football, and then they wait for him to just throw a 30-yarder, goes for a TD, and that's it.
It's very
true. So it'll be
true.
fascinating to watch those 2 teams play.
Interesting text here from Dane in Windsor. Thanks for chiming in from Windsor, Dane.
He's a regular texter.
Yeah, but Dane throws in, everyone needs to chill with the Bengals. They haven't beat a team worth a
You
darn.
leave my frosted tipped QB man crush alone.
Their wins are at Carolina.
Not good.
At the Giants.
Not good.
At Cleveland.
Not good.
Home against the Raiders.
Not good.
3 of those are road wins. Road wins are always worth a little bit something extra.
Dane, I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing. Joe Burrow looks like he's back in his bag. He's running his offense the way that he needs to. I think that's why everybody's excited about it. But look, they're a team that can't avoid injuries.
Yeah.
And their defense, normally under Lou Anarumo.
You had it.
Normally Lou
Kalkbrenner
is real good at designing defense. They stink this year. They can't quit giving up the big plays. So, Dane, you could be right. This could all be just kind of a fun little middle of the season deal for them. And when they get back to playing, they got the Ravens again. They got to play the Steelers. It could all go away.
Speaking of wins that aren't worth a darn, look at the Broncos' resume.
enough.
Outside of a road win in Tampa, their other 4 are blah. I mean,
Tampa's one of those kind of weird teams.
Right. That's where you look at the Broncos and you're like, okay, next 2, Kansas City and Atlanta. These are playoffy kind of teams, you know? It's the only term I can use. It's they maybe aren't guaranteed to be playoff teams, but they're going to be in the conversation. At Seattle, that's a playoffy kind of team. You lost. Home against Pittsburgh, playoffy kind of team. You lost. Chargers, playoffy. Baltimore, very playoffy. They're Super Bowl-y. And you lost those games. That's where, again, and I'm not saying that as a diss. For the Broncos, right now you're 5-4 and it's phenomenal. But at some point, when you look the rest of the way on the path to 10 victories, and you pretty much have to win 10 to get into the playoffs, in order to be able to get there, the Broncos are going to have to beat somebody that's better than them.
I think in order for us to really take the playoff run seriously, they have to win one of the next 2 games.
Yeah, that's fair. Because these are both good teams.
Yes. Now, you likely like your chances better against the Falcons at home, but you're going to need one of these next 2 games. I just think that's how it breaks. Because you're going to have to get to 10.
Let me give you a Mahomes factoid. Weeks 1 through 7, Patrick Mahomes completed a very nice 69% of his throws, 7 tutties, 8 picks, and an 85.4 passer rating. Last 2 games, and what's been different? He has completed 74% of his throws, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, 114.7 passer rating. That DeAndre Hopkins thing has helped. And he didn't have a huge game against the Raiders, but he was a monster against Tampa Bay.
I was about to say, has he played 2 games? I guess I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't do much in his first game, but last week he became Mahomes' favorite target. And it's going to open things up and unlock things for Travis Kelce. It does make things a little bit tougher. They still don't hit big plays, and this is where the Broncos have to be able to make their hay. You know, the Chiefs are the kings of the second half 8-minute field goal drive that just strangles you out. Number 1, you do have to hold it to field goals, but number 2, you got to get off the field somewhere there. And that's where Mahomes is just death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Well, but you also have to hold the ball.
Yep.
It is okay to run the ball this game. You know what, frankly, live off your short passing game.
Yeah.
Live off your Bo Nix runs. Hold the ball, shorten the game. That's basically what you did those 2 meetings last year.
Your keyword is Strother. Strother. We're announcing our winner at the top of the hour. 5 minutes from now, we're announcing our winner. That person will have 5 minutes to call us back and claim their tickets for the Mile High Dreams Gala. Right now, text in Strother plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for a Hail Mary Stanford soccer-esque sort of entry to get in and win a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. We'll announce our winner, plus have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL next. The holiday shopping season is now upon us. That's right, Andy. Holiday shopping. And the perfect place to go is Rad Power Bikes. Be the best gift giver in the city and get your friend or your loved one a super fun and super easy to ride e-bike.
Can I ride Hell Track with that Rad Power Bike?
You may. Rad Power Bikes make the best e-bikes in the industry, okay? You can replace your expensive car with an e-bike. In fact, you can test ride the entire line at Rad Power Bike Service Center at Showroom at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Tell them you heard this on Altitude, and you will get a free $200 accessory with the purchase of an e-bike. The accessories are super cool. These bikes, fully customizable. You can get a basket. You can get a cargo bag. You can get a pet carrier if you want to for your Rad Power Bike. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line of bikes. And hey, when you go purchase a Rad Power Bikes, you can save $450 per e-bike with Colorado's e-bike tax credit. Plus, Rad Power Bikes is now offering financing through Affirm, 6, 12, and 18-month options. Again, go to radpowerbikes.com, check out the entire line, and go take a test ride at Rad Power Bikes at 3863 Steel Street in Denver. It's hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. And right now it is time for us to announce.
Hopefully the winner. Let's do it one and done, baby.
Yeah, you're not necessarily a winner yet.
But you're there.
You got to step on the floor and perform now.
You're halfway there.
This is on you.
Yeah, you've been drafted.
Yes. But you got to go out and perform. Just being a first-round pick is not enough. Okay? We don't need any Jarvis Mosses out here.
No.
We're looking for Patrick Surtains.
Now I'm trying to think of everybody from that draft. Tim Crowder. Hey, we don't need any Tim Crowders. He was a second rounder.
Marcus Thomas.
Now he was all right. He was the D tackle.
Fourth rounder?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was the guy that did the backflips.
Yes. I liked him. He was a fun enough guy.
Okay. So it's time to announce our draftee, I suppose. You have 5 minutes to call 303-504-0925 once we announce your name to win a pair of tickets to next Tuesday's Mile High Dreams Gala, all to benefit Kroenke Sports Charities. You can be going on us. All right, Spring, give us a drum roll and then give us a name. There it is.
All right. There we go.
Okay.
You ready for this name?
Yep.
All right, I'm excited about this.
By the way, we're not texting anybody to tell you what the name is. You got to be listening to the damn radio. But the name is, Spring?
Kathleen Endis. Or Indis.
Kathleen, you can end this contest if
Nice.
you call 303-504-0925 right now. 303-504-0925. Kathleen Endis. Call in right now or in the next 5 minutes, and you will win a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. Coming up next Tuesday. And I suppose if you're a
Altitude Sports Radio?
friend of Kathleen,
This is Altitude Sports Radio.
And your mic's on.
Spring, turn your mic off.
That whole thing. People are calling.
You better be her, though.
Kathleen. And this.
Can we call you Kathy? How about just Kat? Is Kat Kathleen?
What about Kath? I like a nice Kath.
Yeah.
What about lean?
I like to be lean.
I lean,
I
therefore
like a lot of things.
I fall over. Kathleen Endis, call in right now at 303-504-0925, and you will win a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala.
That was not Kathleen.
Kathleen.
Don't call in if you're not Kathleen.
If you're not Kathleen, we don't want to hear from you. Okay? This is all for an audience of one. Kathleen.
At least for the next 5 minutes.
Until
And
Kathleen
then around 10, we'll call another name.
Spring, did you start the clock, by the way?
I just did.
Yeah, we're 1 minute has passed.
Somebody is on.
Nope,
Oh,
5:09.
Pick it up, Kathleen.
Let's go, Kathleen.
Pick up that phone, we mean, and call in.
The voice drive safe
At 303-504-0925. How are we going to do this, by the way? How is Spring going to man the phones and give us football news? I don't know, but he's going to. Let's do it right now. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Spring, make it happen, Cap'n.
I tell you what, I'm going to let Vance Joseph talk while I monitor the phones. And the
Okay.
high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Patrick Mahomes, not on the Chiefs injury report today. He was a full participant, but today not even listed on the injury report with that ankle injury he had been dealing with. Vance Joseph was asked about the evolution of the Chiefs offense. They used to boat race teams. That is the word used by the man who asked the question. That's his word. They used to boat race teams. Now they're more strategic with their offense. Here's Vance on the evolution of the Chiefs offense.
I think as their team has evolved, he's evolved, right? I mean, he is doing less, and they're winning more. You know, it's the NFL. You know, once you pay your quarterback, it's tough to keep a lot of great players around him. They've drafted well on defense. They've drafted well on offense. So it's the new NFL. You know, once you pay that guy, I mean, he has to make you better, obviously, in a lot of spots. But you know, he has to obviously, you know, play winning football. That's what he's doing. I mean, it's kind of special to watch, right? He's doing a lot less, but they're winning more. You know, for a quarterback, man, that's hard to convince them to do that, first of all. But he's doing it. You know, it's a lot of close games. But when you watch the games, he can boat race you, you know, when he has to. But he's been good with the football, not giving the football away, but it's a team philosophy, and it's working for him.
I mean, he kind of is giving the ball away, though. He does make turnovers. He has 9 interceptions on the year. He threw a pick in the Raider game. He threw 2 picks in the Niners game. Those are both, by the way, 2-score victories for that team. Now, he was clean against Tampa Bay, but he will give the ball away. Like, that's kind of a misnomer on Vance's part. When the Broncos beat those guys last year, they forced 5 turnovers. And Mahomes threw, I think, 2 of them in that game. Plus, they had fumble issues. One of them was by Mahomes. So, yeah, that's going to be how you beat them. If the – put it this way, Andy. If the plus-minus differential on turnovers is even or in the favor of Kansas City, the Chiefs will win. If the Broncos win it, they could be coming out on top.
Yeah, they got a real shot. But see, that's the thing. Even though he's turning it over, they're still winning plenty of games.
Mm-hmm.
I can't take Vance seriously somehow without him confirming who you're asking him about.
Right?
Mahomes? Mahomes is Mahomes.
That's a little bit of a letdown.
You know what? You need a turnover, but who's going to step up and be the new guy? The guy that was his demon, the guy that was his Lex Luthor, the guy that was his Joker was Simmons.
Yeah.
So, and Simmons got him in Atlanta, too.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that when they played? So someone's got to step up and kind of be the new villain for him for this team.
PJ Locke, go get him, pal. Brandon Jones, make a play. Broncos safeties can do some damage to him. If the pass rush is good this week, if you can pin him in, if you stick to what you are and play man coverage and be smart with your blitzes, don't blitz indiscriminately. Like, don't blitz on 47% of his dropbacks. He'll carve you up. But if you blitz intelligently, if you disguise it, and if you play man and mush rush that thing, then the Broncos can give him enough problems and they can win this game.
Guess what? You just described how they beat the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Disguise the blitzes. He got confused. Good man coverage. Go get him done.
Yep.
And it was raining that day, too.
This game is not out of reach.
No. It's a divisional game.
The Chiefs are very good, but the Broncos are a much better team. They're a better team than they were last year when they beat these guys.
How many times do you see a shocking upset that happens within the division?
There we go. These things happen. Hell, Cleveland beat Baltimore. Go ahead,
That's
Sprain.
what I'm talking about.
Hey, Kathleen called. So
Oh,
there you
Kathleen!
go. There you go.
She was able to end this contest. Congratulations, Kathleen Endis. She wins a pair of tickets to the Mile High Dreams Gala. You can still purchase tickets right now if you go to ballarena.com. But it's a great event, Tuesday night, hosted by the Nuggets, Avalanche, and more, where you get the chance to meet your favorite players, enjoy delicious food, great drinks, live music, and more. All proceeds benefit community programs supported by Kroenke Sports Charities. Visit ballarena.com and get your tickets now. Congratulations, Kathleen.
Also, congratulations to Mac Jones. You're starting a football game.
But you don't get to go to the Mile High Dreams Gala.
No, you don't.
Loser.
You'll be starting for the Jaguars when they play the Vikings this weekend. Trevor Lawrence is considered unlikely to play with a left shoulder injury.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence being out.
Maybe you should have given your left tackle to the Vikings.
Yeah, probably
what are they
shouldn't
doing?
have. Well, they're 2-7.
Okay, but why did you trade a good left tackle? Are you blowing it up and nobody knows?
Because your season's over.
Why would you do that?
You're going to fire Doug Peterson and...
So you don't want a left tackle?
You're going to
You
start
already paid
over.
the quarterback.
Yeah. They're starting over, man. It has not gone well. Trevor Lawrence is also like... He's phenomenally talented, and he has got a great arm. But... he falls in love with his arm. He makes bad decisions, and he throws the ball away. He's just like he's not living up to what he should be as an NFL player. I'm not going to say it's all over for Trevor Lawrence. Okay, he's young enough. I mean, Sam Darnold right now is 27. Okay, he's in a good situation, and he's playing the best football of his career. He can still very much get to that place. Baker Mayfield's playing the best football of his career right now, a former number 1 overall pick. So these guys are so physically gifted they can get to that place, but this Jags thing's a mess.
God, it's so weird, too. They had one good year, and now it's been 2 years or whatever this is.
Yep.
Although, there's times where Trevor's a competitor. I just don't know what he's doing this year.
Right.
You and I both had him on our fantasy teams last year. We watched plenty of him.
I thought he was going to be an MVP
He really
candidate.
wasn't their problem.
I mean, really.
This year he's been their problem.
You got to get the right coach in there. You just got to get the right
yeah,
coach.
it just feels. What is it? Is Peterson a bad breaker? Does he just wear on you?
It could be.
Is he like Jim Harbaugh,
I mean, Harbaugh right now has unlocked the best version of Justin Herbert. He's balling
Well,
out.
but everybody says Harbaugh, it's about 5 years before you're tired of him.
Right.
Has Peterson just decided, well, I can half that? You're tired of me in 2.5 years.
That guy's so fired, and he knows it.
High five. Cowboys host the Eagles on Sunday. Cooper Rush will get the start for Dallas. Today, CeeDee Lamb saying, we know what Coop can do. The confidence is still there. Stand in there and deliver. So CeeDee Lamb is confident in Cooper Rush. So is Micah Parsons. He's trending towards returning from the high ankle sprain that has kept him out a few weeks. Micah Parsons commented on his belief in Cooper Rush.
I still believe we can make a run. You know, I've seen what Cooper Rush can do. You know, that's a good boy right there.
You know what's funny, though? Micah Parsons didn't even rank his. Did you see this? They did the top 10 quarterbacks on his podcast, which I think has caused him more headaches than anybody with a podcast ever.
Uh-huh.
And he didn't put Dak in the top 10 of his own dang quarterback ratings. But now he's going to go make sure he gives you public confidence in Cooper Rush.
Cooper Rush.
What is happening?
4-1 as the Cowboys starter back in 2022.
I get it.
They got
but
confidence
I'm just saying,
in Cooper Rush.
Why are Micah and Dak weird with each other?
Cooper Rush is 5-1 in 6 career starts.
Are you ready for some Cooper Rush?
That is a better win percentage than Dak Prescott. Maybe, honestly, CD's talking about it. Parsons is talking about it. Maybe they're just like, yeah, we've had enough of Dak, and
all right,
let's see what somebody else can
do. He's the $60 million quarterback, so... I mean, Mike hasn't signed yet, but CD kind of agreed to be there.
By the way, is it kind of gross? It probably is. I shouldn't even ask this question. I'm going to anyway. When I saw the story today that Dak's hamstring tore off the bone, partially tore off the bone.
Yeah.
It's kind of gross that I wanted ribs after I read that.
See, you say that, and I think of the dumb ham with the bone in it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. How'd you want ribs? Oh, I see.
I kind of wanted ribs.
How big a chunk of meat we talking for that hammy?
And I don't know, but you're talking about flesh tearing off a bone, and I was just
you want to
like,
get after some ribs?
I could get some sauce.
Do we need to call GQ?
Even a nice dry rub right now.
What are you thinking? 8 bones?
I think
4
I was.
bones?
I think
How
I
many
was
you
just.
need?
I was really hungry when I read it. Was the
Beef
problem?
or pork?
I like both.
Yeah.
Yeah, a nice baby back.
God, if I start putting those two together.
Now we're talking about ribs. There you are. Okay, something to think about. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Thursday Night Football tonight. Ravens, Bengals. Khalil Herbert, the running back they acquired, or that the Bengals acquired from the Bears, will make his debut for Cincinnati tonight.
No.
The Ravens waived outside linebacker Yannick Ngakoue today, and they activated former undrafted running back Keaton Mitchell, who provided a little spark to their running game late last season.
All right. Broncos could use some pass rushers, right? They
Yeah.
just traded one.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Ngakoue's got a big contract if they're waiving him. Wouldn't you grab him off waivers? Would you not take another pass? I know Drew Sanders is practicing again.
But is this like a Michael Burton move?
Yeah, they're trying to sign him back, and
Yeah.
Ngakoue is probably like, hey, I got a chance to go to the Super Bowl, so maybe he says no way.
Yeah.
But why not put a claim in?
Don't you have to give up a draft pick if you claim him?
No, he's going through waivers.
Oh, okay. They don't need another pass rusher. They just said they don't. They just said they have too many pass rushers. They don't need a pass rusher. Drew Sanders is
Are you
practicing.
sure?
Famous last words. Nah, they don't need a pass rusher. They just traded one.
I can't wait to watch Drew Sanders. The guy's coming back in 7 months or whatever. It was April when he
I
tore
know,
his
right?
Achilles.
Ow.
Are we sure he's ready to? I mean, I'm just saying. Ngakoue's been everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Bengals defense is not as good as the Broncos defense, and the Ravens just hung 41 on Denver. You guys got a test in front of you tonight. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, the Carolina Panthers extended one of their kind of okay players. Running back Chuba Hubbard gets a 4-year extension. It's $15 million guaranteed.
Congratulations to Chuba Hubbard on getting paid. Oklahoma State Chuba Hubbard. Am I correct on that one?
Yep.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Why not just get together with Chiba Hut and do the whole thing?
Chubba
So-
Purdy is Brock Purdy's brother, and he plays for Nevada.
Are they playing tonight?
He's Brendan Lewis's backup. No,
You've
they
told
got
me that before.
Boise. Is that tomorrow night? They got Boise this weekend. No, I think it's Saturday night.
All I know is there is a college football game.
There's a Chuba, there's a Chubba, and there is a Chiba.
Chiba Hut.
Yes. Hey, Altitude Plus is the place to stream Nuggets and Avalanche games, and it's now available on Fire TV. Fire TV. Visit altitudeplus.com to subscribe. Then download the app on your Amazon Fire TV stick or smart TV to stream live broadcasts, plus pre- and post-game coverage, Altitude Sports Originals, and more. Altitude Plus, now streaming on Fire TV. Nuggets have the Heat. Speaking of fire, they've got the Heat coming in next. 5-3 now. They win without AG, without Jamal Murray last night. Christian Brown is moving into
another level.
Very good starter, well-compensated starter. I mean, Andy, this he's not going to make an all-star team this year, but this is where you start thinking about, is he that kind of player? Because he's been the second best Nugget this year.
Yeah.
And I think Porter's having a nice season. He struggled a little bit with the shot early, but he has absolutely found it. But right now, Christian Brown is damn reliable, hitting huge threes last night. He was 4 of 8 from behind the arc. He has been nothing short of phenomenal. It's clear he completely has Malone's trust. Malone last night closed that game with Brown and Watson and Strawther on the floor. That was his principal fourth quarter lineup. He put Westbrook in on the final possession, but he closed the game with youth. And maybe what we're seeing right now is that Michael Malone maybe either doesn't have the aversion to playing young guys. We gave you the Dan Hyatt numbers on the minutes earlier. Or that was yesterday on the show where we did that. But the young guys, 23 and younger, are playing more minutes, and now they're playing the highest leverage minutes right now. Now, look, if Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon are available, like Strawther and Watson aren't on the floor in those minutes, we get all that. But also, Michael Malone is getting an opportunity to develop bench guys and put them in massive high-leverage minutes out there. This is going to help you be a better team down the road.
Yes, because you need a bench.
Yes.
And now, here's the only thing that we still have to see, because some of these bench guys are performing. Let's take Hunter Tyson getting a chance to play with Jokic. Strawther getting a chance to play with Jokic. You're going to have to then continue this on when hopefully everything is whole and you don't get the Jokic minutes all the time, or you don't.
Right.
Now, let me ask you this, though. Will it allow Malone to mess with the rotations where maybe a couple guys come out? You know how they were staggering the Murray? Okay, could you do that? Maybe AG and Murray come out? Although you'd want Murray and Malone, or Murray and
they were playing AG with Porter with the second unit quite a few minutes before AG went down, and they were kind of working with that lineup. It's a good point, because one of the traps, I say traps, it's not completely fair. And I'm not saying either is right or wrong, because the Nuggets starting 5 last year with KCP in there was a top 3 lineup in the NBA. The season before that, they won an NBA championship where they were the best lineup in the NBA. You'd be stupid not to play those guys together because their numbers were so outrageously good. But the fallout of that was that guys like Christian Brown and Peyton Watson, they never played with Nikola Jokic.
Right.
And there's something to be said for that. You should be on the floor with other starters. And that's going to make them better players, help them develop better habits. And so that's something that, again, he's getting forced into because of these injuries at the moment, that I think it gives guys like Peyton Watson a chance to be a better player. Watson, that 3 that he hit it was inside 3. It was 2.5 minutes left last night. That 3 that he hit, he shot that thing in rhythm. He caught and fired. Now, he had a couple of shaky possessions after that. He bailed himself out with the block, but he missed free throws, and he had another possession where he was terrified to shoot that 3. But
that's second game he's done that. He did that against Toronto on Monday.
Hit a huge 3 late in that game as well. That's great. Good. More of that. Much more of that, please.
It's just good to see what these guys can do. And now you start to wonder, were they all pressing? Because in order to keep yourself out there when they're just playing as the second unit, obviously Malone had, and maybe we'll see how much this changes for Malone.
Yeah.
But, he gives you till about the 9-minute mark, and if things are ugly and a run's going on, you're coming out. You're coming out. Maybe this will get Malone. See, in a perfect world, I'd like to see Jokic not really come back in until 8 or 7 minutes. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But you can't be giving up a lead.
By the way, that's his call, right? That fourth quarter, whenever he gets up in the fourth.
Is that what it is?
It's his call, I think. Yeah,
But Malone can say, big fella, we got this. It's not January yet.
Can he?
I would. It depends on how bad it's going. But.
Right. I think Nikola comes and goes as he pleases.
By the way,
am I seeing this correct? The Winnipeg Jets are 12-1.
Oh yeah, they're scoring the snot out of the puck.
5 goals a game.
Not a perfect time to throw Georgie back in, but they're going to do it anyway.
Georgiev tonight against Connor Hellebuck.
Capo Kakinen not on the trip.
This
Coach
is
said.
the same Winnipeg team that the Avalanche bounced out of the playoffs last year. But now the Peg coming in tonight, winners of 12 of their 13 games on the season.
Real quick.
Uh-huh.
I think we got real quick, right? I got to be honest with you. I think we're going to a time I wasn't aware of.
What time are we going to, Spring?
We got pregame at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, I wasn't aware.
Okay.
I wasn't aware.
Yeah, we get bounced early
I was
today.
like, bro.
Watch the Avs and the Jets on 9 News.
So that's where I wanted to go.
Yeah. Niner.
Channel 9 era Ron Zappolo, Channel 4 era Ron Zappolo, or 31 Ron Zappolo.
So the only time that I ever worked with Zap was the 31 era.
Yeah, and he was in news by then.
Yes, he was news guy. Plus the silver fox that was going on in that gleaming, glorious mustache was very strong.
See, I got to go Channel 9 Ron Zappolo. It was his prime.
Yeah.
It was his Elway Shanahan prime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll make it about myself and make it the time that I worked with him.
I didn't watch him on the news.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't shock you.
I like Zappolo. He's a nice guy.
I do too.
Yeah, nice guy.
But he was a stalwart on 9.
Where was he at during the Avs dynasty? Was that his 9 era or his 4 era? That was his 9 era.
Yes.
Because Gary Miller was on 4.
Yes.
Yeah. Good sportscaster talk. I'm glad we got that in today.
Mike Nelson. No, I'm just kidding.
Shout out to all of them. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to talking to you then. The Avs and the Jets on 9 News tonight.